Hey, welcome back to Metropole Grid. My name is Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. It is currently the 19th of November, 2024. After a busy weekend, I think for most. How's everyone doing? Welcome. I'm a bit late. I just sat down. I got a coffee. I had to do the Chesva method, so it was a bit slow. I'm nice and cozy. I had a fun tournament. Did you go to anything cool, Axio? You anywhere cool on the weekend? You go to any big events or anything like this weekend? We are stronger together, workers. Solidarity to us all. Hey, droids. That's right. We're playing some Bioroids today. I'm kidding. I thought that title would maybe activate some sleeper cells. We did the math or whatever. Yo, you know what cards are strong and stronger if you have multiple of them? Jay Chinyo. How's it going, Lucille? It was very fun. I'm glad you had a good time. So for those who don't know, it was UK Nats this last weekend. There's about 100 so players coming out, not to the Sparks, which unfortunately did flood, but to the Ashton Court Manor. 40 minutes away outside of Bristol, is a real old building. It looked gorgeous. I got some photos. Oh man, I should have brought them up on stream, but it's just really nice. It's exactly what you think it looks like. I heard it was pretty cold inside. Classic European Netrunner tournament temperature stuff. But this is just like a really old, fine manor where you can go and do your turn of the century novel. And it seemed like it was a big success. All this stuff was streamed. I think the first message I got in chat was, anyone know where to watch all that hot UK Nats content? Shout out to Ba. I think one of the busiest Netrunner streamers. He put on like 45 or 46 streams this weekend. It was pretty impressive. But all that stuff is streamed. Friday was a bit, it wasn't as consistent, I think, as Ba would have liked it to, because if you're on mobile, and I think that's what it was, the stream can go out and go in and go out and go in, and it's just like not the best. A bunch of the stuff was recorded, and I think Saturday and Sunday were all pretty smooth. So if you want to watch all that stuff, Ba, Ram, Woo, YouTube. Hey Yeti, I heard it was a pretty fun tournament. How was your birthday? It's a call out to Canada Post, who's on strike right now. Solidarity with my union. Yeah, Canada Post is on strike right now in Canada, which is only a bit stressful. I obviously sympathize with the worker. They publish their wages. Not great. Especially because I don't think they scaled per where you work. But again, you can watch all this stuff. Again, it's hours and hours of content and footage. There's nice people joining for commentary. It's pretty great. You should check it out for sure. Math stream. Hey, Phil. Don't tell me it's another stream we tried building some dog water HB joke ID deck. And I was personally hurt by that. I don't know if I said it, Brennan. It's a bit too cold here. Hey, Jonold. Huge run. Really well done. Hopefully you had a good time as well. Let's go Nats. What a venue. It's really nice. Billish, the stream. I heard it was pretty fun. It was absolutely beautiful. When I tilted after the third game in a row of atrocious draws, I went for a walk around the grounds. Genuinely one of the most beautiful places I've been. That's always a nice thing. And for real, like the mid-tournament, the mid-game walkout, to like, you know, get some air and right your head or whatever is always, it's worth something. And having a nice place to do it. Let me tell you how many times I've been in the parking lot of a hotel somewhere. But I'm glad you had an okay time. How was the Ismari? What was the bad draw? The runner or the corpse side? We got lucky. It's snowing in Bristol today. Would have been freezing if it was 2 days later. I'm a big fan of the cold weather. Actually, not really anymore. I've been becoming softer. But that's fun. I hope everyone had a good time. Also, Ba had Brandon, who came in for the event. He was on the stream just yesterday, which I've already watched that. It was really fun. Cobra Bumsel mentioned it. It was the second biggest in-person event of the year, as we had slightly more attendees than EMEA. Yeah, that's probably about right. It seems like about the same size, which is sick. Again, huge event. A lot of people, a lot of work goes into it. So give a good thank you to all the folks who organize that sort of stuff. A lot of work gets done. Yo, Anarcho, what up? Did you go out for the weekend? I'm doing good. What are you doing? Hey, it's Metropole time. Jai, how's it going? Were you playing the Toxic R Plus list or the Toxic Ag list for UK Nats? So I'm not actually sure. So my meta guess was going into UK Nationals. That way we'd see a lot of NBN. I know a lot of folks were playing like Better Citizens Program, NBN. I heard at COS. VCP is so toxic. I don't know why people are happy about it. I don't think actually the results are up on Always Be Running yet, right? I don't think they are. No, they're not. So we're going to go to tournaments.null signal that game. Tournaments. Thank you. So many dogs. Congrats on the well-run event. Also, John Old Gaming himself. So let's go UK Nationals, all the classic pods, but also down here somewhere should be UK Nationals startup, 19 players. Let's go. How was the Arkham? Yo, how was the Arkham? How was the UK National Arkham tournament? So kind of surprising in some ways, kind of not surprising in others. Okay, so Reality Plus turned out to be the second most prevalent identity. I assumed that it would be the first. That is just kind of a UK coded thing. They do like their NBN, and then PD kind of showing up. I don't think PD particularly did well at all at Worlds. I don't know whether this is like a new player contingent or just like everyone's like road and they all just like do the same thing. But I'm surprised that PD was the highest played. I thought we'd see more Asa group because Asa did really well at Worlds, and I think Asa is pretty good into lat. And look at that. I think that might be the most meta share lat has had at a tournament this year, specifically of the size, but like a third of the field, more than a third of the field largely is lat, which is not incredibly surprising, but pretty wild. Criminal did terribly at the event, if I'm not mistaken. Not that there was a lot of criminals there, but it just did not convert. Essa did pretty well, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think Kit did much either, but Kit's always generally like the second or third most played identity because Kit's really fun, and I think Kit's very friendly and can be pretty straightforward, as much as I don't think the Reality Plus Kit matchup is something you want to be on the other side of. PE, only a bit surprised. I know a couple great players who play PE pretty consistently in the UK, but PE did really well at Worlds, and I think the deck of the week next week might be the deck I really like. And then from this point on, it's not too surprising. Jonald was at the event, so that's good. Yeah, let's see what the results look like. 15 players for Arkham. Yo, did they do it? That's sick. When that's venue effing rocked. I see your low sensory room embrace peaceful, idyllic English countryside walk. Yeah, that sounds quite nice. Hey, David, 3 Thunderbolt Arms players, Brave Souls there. Ace Empress, right? If I'm not mistaken. She's always playing Thunderbolt, and I think she did pretty well. I think she's on stream too, but I know there's one player in the UK. She's particularly known for playing Thunderbolt. She does a great job at it too. Definitely the most loyal Thunderbolt player. So I'm not surprised to see at least 3. That's kind of cool. Ace got 44-ish. Yo, let's go. Toxic Az list? Question mark. David, things are going well. I'm a bit behind on schedule. Everything's a bit of a mess. We'll catch up. I just got my coffee though. R plus Top Cut UK, no? Diugen, how's it going? Yeah, for sure. Didn't win, but I think there's a lot of NBN. I'm expecting about half the top cut to be NBN. It looks like that's about correct. Let's just look at the top cut here. Again, great names. It looks like they did a cut to 16. I'm not sure what the numbers are, how big a tournament has to be to cut to top 16, but that means about, you know, a tenth of the field, more than a tenth of the field makes it to the top cut. That seems pretty generous. I think a top 8 is a bit too aggressive. I'm not a really good numbers person, but we see here at the top, oh, wow. Out of the top 13, like 9 of them are Shaper. And by Shaper, I mean lat. Oh, there's one Arasana. But like, we got a lat problem right now in the meta. It looks like it is the thing to beat. And even knowing that it is the thing to beat, I don't think people are consistently beating it. This is wild. Again, 9 out of the top 13 after Swiss are lat is pretty wild. Otherwise, what we're looking at, a Nateo, cool. Nervous Nightjar playing Nateo, that's pretty sick. Augie playing Ag, sick. Augie didn't have a great run at Worlds this year. I think a lot of people were expecting Augie to do as good as Augie normally does, which is a bit of a bummer. Sometimes it just doesn't connect. You can get some bad rounds and get tossed around, and mid-tables of Swiss can be pretty volatile. So I'm glad that Augie got a great result here. Is this the Seamus? I think it is. We need a latitude, Justin. Hey, all the same. Is this the Seamus? Like the Scottish Seamus I know of, or is this a different Seamus? Andy ran his second game after the first. Arkham popped off. Oh, that's sick. Ace got 40. Only 10 Asa is kind of wild, but I get it. It's a hard deck to play. Anarchos PE sick. Yo, D, how's it going? I haven't seen it. I'll be able to look it up, which is pretty exciting. UK Nats always cuts the top 16, even if OP suggests 8. Oh, it's just like the culture. That's wild. Okay. Lava, how's it going? 81 players for top 16 on organized play policy. Okay, that's not that bad. 86 is top 16. A quarter of the field makes the top cut and 81 players. That's wild. Neiman, I think, put it best. This is the first time the best runner deck is so far ahead of the rest of the field while also being so fair. This, for those who don't know, Neiman, this is Chris Dyer. He was nearly a 2-time world champion. I do think he lost in the finals, but he did win the world championship back in, I want to say, unscientifically 2019 or 2020. I'm not exactly sure. But Chris is a really good player. No, probably earlier than that, actually. Chris was probably in FFG era, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, definitely 2017 is probably right. There's no way of knowing. There's just no way of checking. But it's just wild. He's always been playing. Very, very good player. Top of Swiss, 25 points. Definitely ID'd at some point, but that's fantastic. Then a bunch of other great names. Cat, yeah, the Cat went out. They traveled to the UK, which is fantastic, coming in 10th, and I believe 8th overall is just phenomenal. I believe Cat, they've been playing their version of these sort of decks, the Reality Plus deck. I'm pretty sure this might be Bouncy, which is pretty sick. Otherwise, some names you might know, some names that you don't know. Jonald on Op, classic. But this is fantastic. Again, a lot of players showing up, and some great players too, just like on the bubble as well, as it always goes at an event like this. Overall, we look at the top cut here after things settle. Again, a bit of a spoiler too, but there is 16 players here, and you're looking at lat, Arsana, lat, a bit of S's, lat. One criminal made top cut, wild, lat. Like it is something else. It is clearly a very, very good deck. Whether people think it's a super fair deck or not, I don't know. I don't know if we're expecting any sort of balance changes between now and the next set coming out, because there's not a lot of like big tournaments between now and unfortunately when Dawn comes out. That's just kind of how it goes. Like we get into this casual hangout session for a bit and people build weird stuff and do like strange events, but there's not a lot of like very big competitive standard tournaments between now and probably when Dawn comes out. So do keep that in mind. Actually, there's a chance there's a CBI before that, but we'll figure out. The survey article breaks it down well. Okay, cool. I'll look at that for sure. Also, Twitch shitting the bed, making me watch on YouTube. Oh, I'm sorry. Narc, I don't know what that's about. There's UK regionals between now and the end of Q1 and presumably other countries. Oh, that's true. Actually, yeah, with the new schedule, there will be competitive events early on. Because, like, yeah, the district schedule is between, what, January and March, I guess? For those who've applied, I don't think anybody's heard back yet. If that's not the case, I haven't heard back yet, and don't break my disappointment live on stream. Thank you. But yeah, we'll look into that really quickly. Districts are allegedly January to March. Yeah, allegedly. CBI should be in January. Okay, so the thing closes on the 22nd. So 22nd is your approval date. Okay, I'd be a little shocked if that ends up being the case. Nobody's heard back yet. Okay, so you have it until the 22nd. I just need Kleenex. I'm gonna pop out for 1 second. I'm still like a bit sick. I did some recording yesterday for that video I've been working on, and it was like 3 hours straight, and it kind of did a number on my voice. And I'm just like struggling to feel 100%, but we'll get there. All right, let's see what the nice folks at Surveyor. Oh man, I always get this wrong. Tracex.substack.com probably. Yeah. As this Kikai's blog's pretty good. Is there already stuff? Headline not found for UK Nationals 2024. The Process and Snare Bears collaborate on acid-based NBN at the second largest event a year with one conspicuous absence. Oh, there's images here. Well, that's sick. Let's read through this. These are always really great. So UK Nationals the 16th and 17th in Bristol, technically, I guess. Top Cut deck lists are here. That's sick. You can watch all the Swiss on WooTube, and you can browse a gorgeous set of professional photographs from the event here. Let's take a look at that. This is from Instagram, from Nikki B. Bash, I think. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to look through everything because I think you need an Instagram account. Yeah, so apparently I'm not going to be able to look at all these stuff at higher detail than this. But the room is gorgeous with like these sort of moldings and all the art. There's like a big stone fireplace just off camera slightly. Well, there's 100 and some people in this room playing together, which is fantastic. We got all these nice faces having a good time. Maybe a judge call. I'm assuming a judge call. Wow, room's packed. That's wild. That's probably great energy. You see folks in like toques and like hats and with the hoodies up. It's probably quite cold in this room. So yeah, stay warm for sure. There's a judge. That's Rowan. Getting a judge call. That's Yeti too, right? Yeah. Yeah. So getting a judge call here. It looks like we have an advanced sandstone or a virus counter on sandstone. So I'm not sure what the identity we're playing is. It looks really Wayland. We'll see how things are going over that side. I believe that's Phi or Fee, if I'm saying the name right. Can't tell. Looks like it might be some sort of anarch with a devil charm and some fermenters. Here's Brandon, and I think Russell is yeah, probably, right? Doing some oracling. Pretty cool. We got some Reality Plus Gaming. We're looking at some artificial crypto crash. We want to get some tags over across the table. Old school Wayland deck box and old school FFG click trackers. So this player's probably been playing for a while. I don't think that's intimidating. This is like the deck box I use classically. It does have the person getting assassinated at the computer from. I was playing op, yeah, no surprise. Cool. Yeah, this hall is gorgeous. What a wild space to like pivot into in the last minute. I'm glad that everyone like made it work. Again, another shot of this table, and that is the end of the folder, which is fantastic. Hey, Matt, glad all the UK regionals went well with the venue change too. Gutted I couldn't make it. Oh, bummer you couldn't make it. Yeah, it seemed like a great event. Again, the UK scene for organized play has just been absolutely killer this year. It was really stunning. I believe it. All right. After a hasty relocation of venue, get it? It's a Netrunner card. 150 Netrunner players from across the world huddled together for warmth in the music room of a 15th century manor house on the outskirts of Bristol. With the glory of Arzon's World Championship win still fresh in their minds, the deck that nobody is playing. Like, let me tell you that this is the weirdest thing. Almost never do you see an event like this of this size after a World Championship. and there's like 5 Arasana players. Okay, maybe 7, right? Like, think about it. The deck won Worlds and nobody is playing it. You don't see that. And I think that says something about like how wild Arizon's list is and how much of it is his own brew. There was 6 Arasana players at a Nationals after Arasana won Worlds. You don't see that. Like, that is very, very strange. And I do think Arizon's deck is a bit tricky to play, but also Lat's pretty easy to play, turns out. No one played Build to Last after Worlds? Oh, that's true, but that was like a respect thing. John'll played it in the cut. Okay, sick. Howdy, folks. Q sweater. Thank you, Solomir. My partner knit this for me last year. I almost never wear it because I'm worried that I'm going to damage it because obviously it takes a lot of time, but it's great. I mean, the stats show that Lat is generally a very strong ID. Yeah. I think the stats show that Lat is like the strongest identity. But like the fact that the world's winning deck list, I do think people actually did play Built the Last though. Like some people did bring it. It was at UK Nats last year. I'm pretty sure. All right, what lessons have these players learned from the recent World Championship in San Francisco? What spicy new deck has been brewed? And what on earth was the plan to win against Lat? Is there a plan? So this is the breakdown. Again, I'm surprised there's as much PD, but R plus being in second place is not too surprising. PE showing up a heck of a lot. I think people enjoy PE. It's the last PE that year that you can play it, and it did pretty well at Worlds, of course. Ag Infusion is the next thing you expect to be pretty high, and it is on 8 players. More op than I thought there'd be. I don't think op has been really converting very well at just about any tournament as much as there are op specialists, and Ismari is also a very UK thing, and I don't think that sort of Ismari deck did anything really here. More than half the field is Shaper. That's not great. Actually, more Anarch than Criminal, that's not too surprising. It is look like it's more, right? And then Lat being the majority, followed by Kit, not too much of a surprise. 6 players on Arasana, and then Sable showing up in Criminal, and Essa showing up more than Hoshiko can make sense. I think Essa overall did better. I think Hoshiko had some really bad stats at Worlds. TraceX Surveyor went through it, but I don't think Hosh had above 50% win rate at Worlds last year, while Essa did pretty okay. I think Ari's so difficult. I think Ari's tricky for sure. Hey, Dan, finally came back to Netrunner. How's it been? John Old Gaming. I think it's more Ari's harder to play than Lat for minimal advantage, while you really need to think about practice your corp game. And I think that's a big part about Arizon's success. Yo, how's it going, by the way, Changeling? Is that like Alex was grinding that list for such a long time that there's nobody in the world who can play that list as well as Alex can. And that's because he has put in the hundreds of reps in iteration, which is incredibly important. Hey, Concord, how's it going? Good to see you. Good to see you as well. Jeff, hey. Welcome. Ayo, Tron. Hey, as well. Welcome to the stream. Hi, stream. Hey, Safer. How you doing? Been good. The election took over my life, and we made it through. Hey, glad you made it through. Welcome back to maybe some Netrunner time. We just had a big event this last weekend at UK Nationals. We're just going over some of the details from TraceX to look at some of the numbers. The most popular corp IDs at the event were PD and R+, with PE also making a reasonable showing. Only 10 players chose to bring ASA. That's super surprising. The same number of players who chose to bring OP, which was wild considering how well ASA performed at a recent World Championship. Far less surprising, Lat 36 was the most popular runner identity by far. In fact, there was more Lat at the tournament than Anarch or Criminal. Yikes. Kit, Essa, and Sable were all reasonably popular. Only 6 players chose to bring Arasana, cementing a reputation as a niche identity choice, albeit the niche identity choice of a reigning world champion. Team preferences. Oh, cool. So EA Sports, Tiebreakers, QH, and QTM all played complete mix of different corps and runner IDs, although Lat was a common runner pick. NWE played OP and ASA paired with Essa. NWE is largely a mainland European, largely German testing group. I don't know what Scrubs is. Scrubs played Ag Infusion and PD paired with a variety of different runners. Who's Scrubs? And the Process and Snare Bears mostly played Lat, and previously unseen Ares R+ build, combining the best runner deck with the best and Acid NBN list, neither of which should really come out as much of a shock to anyone who's attended UK Nats before. Shout out to the Snare Bears. I didn't do at all any testing for UK Nationals, so I'm not going to take any claim for all the great ideas all the Bears came up with. I usually don't. Scrubs is a newish testing group. I believe that. I gotta start paying off Kikai to delay this till my stream. I know, it's so easy. I just read it. I forgot. It's great though. Hope everyone had fun at the UK Nats. Hexnet, how's it going? That makes sense. Responding. Restream. Am I getting restream botted? Wait, what? How? Oh, at D. Okay, never mind. I got it. Top runner IDs. This is from the top cut. So cut to top 16 is about still a fifth of the field. So it's a pretty great cut, I think. NBN. R+ showing up. 1 Ismari deck. We'll find out what kind of Ismari that is, I imagine. A lot of ops in the top cut, more than I would have definitely bet on. P still showing up, and then it's almost entirely Lat. On the Shaper side, 1 Arasana, and then some Essa sneaking in, which is great. Op and R Plus converted incredibly well with the top cut. And R Plus and Op actually had a lot of players, right? Like R Plus was about 16 players, Op was about 10 or 11. And that's pretty great to have that sort of conversion rate. Oftentimes, Op does have a bit more specialist players than some other identities because people think Op is difficult and they don't want to touch it. And so those who do play Op generally play a lot of Op. So having a high conversion rate for Op, I don't know. Maybe that's could be expected, but Op just hasn't been doing incredibly well. Claiming 3 and the 5 slots respectively, PE did well as Mari and Natea both managed to take a state acclaim despite a very low Swiss attendance, and notable PD, Asa, and Agnfuse were all present on day 2, but not on the numbers they might have expected. You're not expecting a lot of the top cut to be PD. A lot of people played PD, and I think a lot of casual players who are getting into the game play PD, and generally they don't make top cut, with all due respect. So I think PD conversion rates overall have been usually pretty rough, unless PD's dominant in the meta. That made up more than half of the top cut, with the best runner to convert was actually Essa, who despite a lackluster win rate, spent 4 players into day 2. 5 if you count the tournaments, only Quetzal player, whose decks played Chestushka, Finality, and Lamb, but no Begamot. Oh, wow. So it's Sabotage Quetzal. Here's some win rates. Yeah, it's still just, wow, Op at 59%, but Lat has 58% win rate. Ari struggling, Essa struggling, Hatea struggling, PE. I wouldn't say that's struggling, actually. And yeah. It's around 50, but some of the extremes here, like a 58%, 59% win rate, pretty good. A 51% runner win rate. Oh, we've hit parity. It makes UK Nationals the most balanced tournament we've ever seen in 2409. So since RWR was released, that number drops to 37% of the top cut, but even so. Whoa, 37% runner win rate in the top cut. I remember noticing this on Cobra. So you can go to like by the pairings, and if you actually look at the last round of Swiss, like that's wild. These players ID'd, but all of the tables that are vying for the top cut just corpse sweeps. This will happen, right? Like it just happens in chunks like this. But literally from here to here of all the top tables, from table 24 to table 5, there was 1 runner win. The heck? Like that seems statistically relevant as much as there's a 51% overall win rate. Like what am I meant to do with this data? I don't know. Let me catch up on chat. As Mari was EA's Mari, one of the newer players kept the faith and made the cut. Oh, cool. That being mostly played and yet also having 1.8 conversion rate is really wild. Yeah, it is wild. It is a very, very good deck that seems to be easy enough to play. Like it's smooth to play, let's just say that. How much of the dominance of Lat is the idea and not just the faction? It's both. Like if you ask me, Lat represents like the Hoshiko of Shaper, where it's just like, this is the generalist identity that gives you the most value that supports most win conditions, right? Like most game plans, you need to draw cards. Lat will just draw you cards. I think drawing cards in this meta, it's good in most metas. This doesn't seem like the most deadly meta where having a 6-card hand size is the most important. But overall, Lat's ability is just like the generalist thing. Drawing cards is always going to be good. Just like Hoshiko is almost always going to be good. From that point forward, yeah, the Shaper card pool is cracked. Mercury has an 80% win rate. Yeah, I believe that. Mercury's doing really quite well secretly. I just think the playstyle is pretty terrible, but it wins. I think most of the ops were on a fairly different build in general. Yo, Warlock, how's it going? I'll be interested to check how that looks at what those op decks look like, because I don't think I've seen an op list in a while that I've been like, whoa, that's really, really cool. I believe Jonald was playing big op, right? Like the 80 card combo op, if I'm not mistaken. I'm curious about how you feel about the op lat matchup. Do you expect op win rates to regress as people learn more about it? Because I remember tuning in for one of the finals and it was Jonald, and I believe it was big op, right? It was not like tempo op. I'm an op enjoyer, hey Pingvin, but I have a hard time against lat. Deep dive seems always to pay off really well versus op. So classically, what a lot of people have said is like op is soft on R&D, right? Op is soft on central servers because, well, firstly, you have to ice everything up, but then every time op fires, you take cards out of R&D that are inherently not agendas. And some of these decks back in the day were playing like 11 agendas because they ran small ones and they ran a bunch of, again, smaller agendas. I think right now the deck lists are a bit, they have that less as a weakness. So, you know, you're maybe playing like 9 agendas, 10 agendas. You're not playing like 11 agendas. And that helps. But at the end of the day, the fact that one of the most powerful cards that you're playing against, like incidentally sees additional cards on R&D is like really bad. It sounds really bad if that is your plan for op. Or the idea is like their powerful card that gives them 6 credits to contest the remote server is attached to them incidentally seeing the top 2 cards of R&D. And you shuffle a fair bit. So like R&D lock is both hard and they can see more cards. It's, I don't know. It seems kind of tricky. It was a 49 card op. Oh, okay, cool. It got killed by a Ronin out of 74 card op. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Who's playing that on stream? We died to that a while ago too. It's just a limited amount of quality draw around. You just can't run as much draw as you would like to. Yeah, free draw is good. I think Lat gives you a lot of matchups that require sitting back. Turns out aggressive builds like Ari and Kit don't. Lat gives you a lot in a lot of matchups that require sitting back. Yeah, the sort of games where you just play the Euro board game, Lat's really good for the Euro board game. Okay. Faction-wise, NBN and Wayland outperformed both HB and Jinteki. Meanwhile, on the runner side of things, Criminal was on the breakout success of the lower and middle tables, while Anarch struggled at all levels of play. Wow, Criminal at 55% win rate, but only one in the top cut. So I don't know. These numbers, when it comes to win rate, are very strange sometimes because I'm assuming this is across all tables, breakout success at lower and middle tables. That's always important to know, right? Like we look at stats when it comes to, you know, top cut and stuff like that. But if you're just like a player who wants to do okay on middle tables, which is a really great place to be, I'll be honest. Sometimes picking that the best deck for middle tables is the right thing. So I don't know. The numbers are always really strange. Sometimes people will be like, this is my undefeated 100% winning Mercury list, and be like, how did your corp do? And it's like, I didn't win any games. So I don't know. It is what it is. Swiss average points. How to read a graph. I think what's the x-axis? Hey Sindarin, how's it going? Sauce was playing big op. Don't know if that was on the stream. Oh, okay. No, I was looking at Jonald's. I think op lat is pretty even. I think op favored, but lat, particularly Swift versions, can steal a win from nowhere. Huh. In my testing, op lat was pretty even, but op Kit and op Ari were both quite bad for Kit and Ari. I hate installing Trojans on op ice. It just feels the worst. Y-axis is points, size is the number of players. Okay. What? Really? X-axis is factions. Huh? X-axis is vibes. I'm interested in how the data for middle lower tables was sliced. Arbitrarily divide by 3. No, I honestly don't know. D-axis is number of players, I think. I don't understand the graph. Swiss, but how can it be number of players? There's like 3 on pair players. X-axis being factions, not numbers, is sad. Okay. So it's just saying all the NBN stuff here is all the HB stuff here is all the Jinteki. Okay, so there's no x-axis. It's just a way to display the data so it's not in one line. It's a bar graph. This is a bar graph, but then it has the size of the circles, the size of the player base. Okay, got it. So it's just vibes. Left to right is vibes. Okay. That's frightening. Mirror Morph, doing pretty good, Thunderbolt. I misread the x-axis this morning. You and I both. Runner performance, Swiss average, circles get smaller, but that's because they're all in one big circle over here. Steve doing okay. Mercury, I think, does better than you think it would. 419, I think, is always on a razor's edge. Nat doing all right at runner. Swiss average 12 points. What is the average points? What's like 50% points in a field of this many rounds? I don't know. I hate a size points meaning thing. I hate size of points meaning things. Yeah, well, because you can't tell, right? It's just entirely visual. I'm a literal data point. Charamedics, how's it going? That's sick. Yeah, you can determine which point is you. That's pretty great. Hey, Baserton here. Hey, Fabio. Long-time listener, first-time chatter. I got into standard by watching your intro videos a few months back and had a pretty good run this weekend. Thank you for the content. I think you had a great run this weekend, right? I think we're being modest. How's it going? Hopefully you had a great time at UK Nats. That's fantastic. Okay, 15 is the middle. So 15 is what we expect. So like Mercury, archetypal perfect netrunner. That's all you want to do. Just play Mercury. If you look at the average Swiss points for each ID, we can see that Asmari, Mirror Morph, and Ob are more likely to be found playing against Essa, Steve, and Lat on the higher tables, whereas Thule, Thunderbolt, and Niswak were more likely to be playing against Hoshiko, 419, Kid, and lower tables. Holy crap. What a well-crafted insult of a sentence, right? Like, that's a really nice way to dunk on some identities without seeming mean about it, right? Like, we're not projecting. We're just saying if you're playing against Thule, Thunderbolt, and Niswak, you're probably at lower tables. Playing against... anyway, sorry, that's really funny. So this is cut conversion and win rate of different identities. Okay. Kikai was playing Steve. I don't think I played any of the Thule. Yeah, Kikai plays Steve well. 15 points in the middle for both sides. 15 is max for one side. Okay. All right. First time since the release of RWR, Op delivered some solid tournament results. That is true. The first time. 59% win rate with Eden playing Facet, Test Running playing Tucana, and John playing Urban Renewal. Okay. Xayah was technically high performing, but it's worth saying that most Xayah games were played at mid or lower tables, and that King Solomon somewhat relied on his corp deck PE to get Xayah into the top cut. A similar thing can be said about Cornelius and Ismari, although most Ismari games did tend to be played at the higher tables. Yeah, that's the sort of note that I'm talking about here. So like we look at the standing here, and I don't mean to like roast a particular name, but these are the sort of things like the Xayah doesn't make the top cut, but then if you look at the Xayah win rate, it's like the Xayah win rate was not the stronger part of Solomon's pairs, right? So the idea was, do you make the top cut because of Xayah or, you know, in spite of Xayah? Now 9 points after like 5 rounds is probably not what you, it's okay. It's not bad, but you know what I mean? This is the sort of context stuff where in theory, like, I guess 9-point reality plus will do it too, huh? That's how I explained how I dodged every single lat. Yo, Eric, happy Tuesday. Asmari went very medium, but Asmari players have good runner records. I'm not convinced that every Asmari at this tournament was the sort of Asmari we think it was, right? Like, I think actually people played different Asmaris. The one Asmari in top cut, we'll see the deck list look like, whether it was just like combo kill. Meta breakers, intentionally unpleasant assets are plus. Find the official NRDB right up here. Wait, is something already up? 12 Angry Men? Oh, this is already up. Wow. Okay, this is from Chris Dyer. Neimanaya, I generally don't know where to start with this one. I'm choosing runner for this event was easy. Finding a corp was a nightmare. So this is it's kind of similar to this like Canal type style NBN asset horizontal decks that run a whole lot of HB cards like Maryland and MC Austerity. We used to see Malia's, we used to see Jeeves's in different versions. It's on Vlad Grid, and I think Vlad Grid is like kind of cool because if you do install advance this, the runner still has to run and trash it for 4 credits, which is kind of like them stealing a Bologna, but then they don't have points for it. Now, obviously for you, it's a bit expensive. And in a world of Holloman, the fact that Vlad Grid shows up in this list and Holloman doesn't is really, really cool. This is also on a B1001 and 2 Amani Sanai, and it's just been annoying. I think AR enhanced security is going to be really important for this deck because this deck actually doesn't have that many ways to give tags. In terms of the ice, it's only the ping and the Starlit Knight that can give you tags. F2P is a bit of a consent thing if you're set up in the right way. But if you don't score this, I imagine it's going to be a very different deck. Because this is like obviously just kind of super cracked when it comes to Reality Plus, getting that to be relevant on just about every turn. We have obviously Opera Research. That's a way they're going to give tags, and if they don't float the tags, the stuff is not going to be returned to hand. It is going to be shipment from Vlad. 3x Enigma in the year of our Jackson. Enigma has always been pretty great. I think the only other card you'd consider in the slot is like maybe a Mesna Chestfo, which is a bit more expensive on both sides of the table. That's for sure. But I could see Enigma and caring about the click loss in a game that's meant to be pretty aggressive. This is a really nice face check if you want to put something in a remote server. Like I'm going to face check on the remote server turn 1 and assume it's a ping. If it's a Mesny and they spend 5 on it and I lose 3, like it's okay. But if they Resident Enigma and I lose, you know, part of my turn and then they get their free Rashida or the AR, like that's pretty good for them. That's really cool. And probably it's worth reading this list because a lot of decision definitely went into figuring out what this list is. Look at all the nice folks. What did you all do to the surplus? Says Kat. I want to read this right up for sure. That's great. Describe the various members of the process as both absolutely sick and also not good. This is yet another fine tradition of asset NBN lists to do well at UK Nats. This is what I think of when I think UK Nats. Process has been around for a long time. They've been bringing great NBN lists to UK Nats. Only the assets in the list are all intentionally unpleasant. Bladderword, Vladgrid, Amani, B, Cohort, Warm Reception, Prototype, Federal Fundraising, Austerity have all been selected by different players as must trash to force the runner to interact with the board as frequently as possible, else you risk getting crypto crashed. It lives or dies by an Aries score, so there you go. So make sure to check at least some of the remotes on turn 1, because if that goes across, the game is totally messed up. Yo, Sarizararaki. Do you think there's going to be some upcoming bans to just Shaper Dominance, like a trick shot ban, or do you think NSG will let the meta figure itself out? I think 1 of 2 things are going to happen. So firstly, I think we're going to ride out in this spot for a while, and then probably come December, before we're expecting the sort of regional season, or I still am not totally familiar with the nomenclature for the new competitive season that should start in January next year, and the CBI, which is going to be in January next year. I'm assuming there will be a ban of some spot. I'm imagining Lat will be addressed. I don't think between now and then the Lat deck is going to be unplayable, and it clearly seems to be like as a target on its back, and even understanding it's the best deck, people can't consistently beat it. So I'm really districts. Thank you. Districts are what they're called. So between now and January, I'm assuming there's going to be some sort of balance change, and that's pretty exciting. Balance changes are fun. Otherwise, if there's not a balance change, we might not see a balance change until Dawn comes out. And if you ask me, there was a chance that we wouldn't see a balance change until Dawn comes out. But because the organized play tournament series starts earlier next year, it generally starts now in January as opposed to like in March or April when tournaments used to start last year. We'll probably see something between now and then. I don't expect something this month. Maybe we'll see something next month. I'm assuming we will. And then we'll have something for January setup. That's my guess. But I don't know. I'm not part of it, so I don't know. I'd be really surprised if Districts started in the same meta and CBI started in the same meta that Worlds was this year. I'm assuming there's going to be some changes between now and then. I only know this because I just put in the application for NYC/New Jersey District. Kato, how's it going? Yeah, I did my application as soon as I could, so I forgot all the names. Hopefully that doesn't mar my application. No VSA? Daybreaker. The no VSA is cool. Like, it doesn't end the run. And I think that's a big part about this deck is like your ice has to do something. And at the end of the day, you need an end the run ice on the remote server if you want to do any of the mean stuff you want to do, right? Like you need to protect your stuff to some extent. Even sometimes just protecting like the B1001 or the Amani is the most important thing you can do. Austerity policy, obviously very important. So keep that in mind. But yeah, this as the run, VSA is something that you're more likely to put on central servers, not so much the remote. Great podcast. Oh yeah, I listened to the last podcast. We talked about it. It's pretty good. I liked it. Safer has Speak No Evil. Very cool. Casual tournament kits, districts, and megacities are the new names. Yeah, but I don't know what they mean. Like if you ask me, megacity sounds like a regional because I always would travel to a city. This is nonsense. I'm trying to describe how my head works. It's not going to make any sense. But it'll take me a while next year to figure it out. I was polling Trickshot Balance by Christmas, yes, no at Worlds, and 2SPT and Jeff all voted the same way. How did they vote, Jai? I will not reveal which way it was. Dang it. Yeah, I'm assuming we'll see something. We have like this weird precedent in FFG land that we would get like a ban list on like December 27th, right? 29th, like at the end of the year. In fact, the first ever ban list dropped on the last day of the year. And for some reason that has like kind of had an impact on me. Like I think that's something that we're expecting. I don't know why. I don't think putting out articles when people should be on holiday makes that much sense, but I feel like a trick shot ban probably addresses lab back to more reasonable numbers. I think you don't have to ban trick shot. I think there's other ways to challenge Shaper, but trick shot's definitely one of them for sure. Yeah, holiday bans are kind of just like a soft spot. Are regionals the same, bigger or smaller than Nats? Regionals are much smaller. So generally a regional would be nationals. Okay, so in FFG land, there would be one national for every country. Well, largely people agree that doesn't make sense, but then with the name change, that obviously helps it a heck of a lot. So it's not nationals. So mega cities, unless you're trying to make it make sense, which I think you are in a Socratic way, and that's fine. Almost breakerless gets all, because playing credits to break ice is cringe and always has been. Whether this is a real meta breaker or personal pet deck played to perfection is unclear, but Lifeline did undeniably well with this viciously off-meta runner deck, beating Asa, Miramorph, Ag, and BTL, and losing only 2 games to R+. It plays Chestushka, Finale, and Divide and Conquer to be prepared to get hit right where it hurts in the Centrals. This was mentioned at the top as being like the secret ESA deck that wasn't an ESA deck. I'd be very interested to see how that list looks. Before I sign off with the final standings, I want to say a huge congratulations to the tournament organizers for pulling up UK Nationals. I know that everyone will remember. It was my absolute privilege to be on the emergency call less than 72 hours before the event was due with Yeti, Cobra Bubbles, Harmon B, Dreadmaw, Nikki 3, and Ba, when we first learned the original venue had been flooded. I believe Ba said that they were putting up Christmas decorations and someone just like broke a pipe, which like, oh man, that's rough. It took the team less than an hour to get organized, and despite the challenges, at no point at all was I concerned that this event would be anything less than incredible. Not only were the TOs all over it, I knew that the volunteers and the players themselves would all do what needed to be done in order to make it happen, because this community is just that good. If you are one of the players or volunteers from the event and you haven't already, then please make sure to give your TOs a high five in the next time that you see them. Till then, we would appreciate any feedback, good, bad, and ugly, that you have. As good a job as we did, we know that not everything was perfect, and your feedback will help us to prioritize what's important for any tournaments that we run next year. You can find the feedback form here. Really sick. Congratulations on your new UK champion, Daprachik, on resisting the allure of unpleasantness as R plus and going almost undefeated asterisk through 2 days of some of the most high-profile Netrunner games that you can play. And a small congratulations to Johnny DL for being the only player to take a game off of him. Oh, sick. So this is Daprachik, went 5-1 with Asa, undefeated with Lat. Just losing 1 game all weekend is pretty wild. After that, another process player, this is Nemanai, this is Chris Dyer, world champ, 6-1, 6-2, and then the breakdown from there. Op went 7-1, which is wild, and then the Arson in the top cut. And then you notice Lat did pretty damn well. Sick. We'll play to all. The deck lists I think are at the top of the page, right? Yeah, so we can look at them here. I think between Trickshot and how overwhelming Icebreakers are alongside how reactive Shaper is, it just feels really overwhelming when building Corpse to deal with it, to deal with Lat, though I'm very new to Netrunner. No, so what you're feeling is not too uncommon from what more experienced players are feeling too, and I think, like, you know, vocalizing that is pretty good. Lat is really good, and Lat is really reactive. It's hard to tell what Lat is capable of, and the deck just has so much, like, free value in really incidental ways. Like the breakers can come out pretty consistently. That's the one struggle Lat has. If you don't draw an SMC, the deck can be a bit ugly. It has disruption on demand. It has tricks. It has multi-axes baked into economy cards. Like it's very, very, very powerful. And a lot of times I think the big thing that gets people with trick shot is that like the runner is doing something really good that they want to do anyways, which is like run your remote server with a free 6 credits. And at the same time, incidentally doing something else very good. And that's really hard to deal with, where it's like, I'm feeling so much central pressure across the Lat deck. It's I don't know, it feels like it puts on more pressure than like Anarchs and Criminals, which were classically meant to be the pressure deck, which is kind of interesting. So clearly we should be banning Propeller and Revolver. There's weird ways to tackle it. I don't know if I'd go there straight away, but like there's options for sure of what other things you can do, like banning Creative Commission, banning Overclock. They're all things that are worth looking at. Also the Anacom versus Swift thing, it looks like this is not the first list. This is not Dabrachek's list. This is Seamus's list. But I do think Swift ended up taking the event. So this is Seamus. This list looks like you think it does. So there's this. I don't think we're gonna go through all of these. This is a list that looks like Jukeboxy. Yeah, this is Jukeboxy. Yeah, 3 Ikwa, 1 send a message, cohort guidance, powers, worker, 2 pulse. Yeah, this is a jukebox list. This is the list that won. Very fun list to play. Single audacity, no biotic, 2 seamless, just the most fun you can play. Shout out to the West Coast crew playing this. And this is the Lat deck that lost no games, playing 2 Swift, 2 deep dive, and go from there. I think one of the checks that came out at World and probably is actually pretty similar here. The question is how many of these lists in the top cut were playing either deep dive or playing trick shot. Here, it's probably a bit wider because there's a fair bit of sabotage, but otherwise it's like, you know, a lot of them. This is Chris Dyer's list. No surprise, King Solomon. So this is the Zaya list. It's actually a Hot Pursuit list. Leech, Compilation. Oh, this is cool. So a list like this was published before. I don't know if it was King Solomon, but basically it was a tag me Zaya list that only ran a couple resources, but very importantly ran Matryoshka-based. And with Manuel, if you're tagged, whenever you run central servers, you see multiple cards. And that works really well with Zaya. So the idea is that it was a soft tag me Zaya, which I'm imagining into an R+ meta was not a great idea. I do not think I'd be comfortable playing tag me into the UK Nats meta. But the idea is that you ran Hot Pursuit, Steelskin Scarring, cool. Joyride, really cool. And then you just played like a run-based deck. Shout out to all the people playing Better Citizens program and dunking on Ken or whatever. This is a PE deck. This is the deck, largely the deck that came second at Worlds. Slightly different, 2 wage workers, only a single Holloman. The money, Tattoo Bill. Yep, this is closer to a mixture between D's and Tunos. It's a cool list. This is Jonald. So this is Arasana, Wheels, Mystic, no free lunch, Euler, Slap Vandal, 1 Botulus, Spree. Yeah, so this is the 50 card type list that won Worlds. And on the right, this is not Big Op. This is similar to Man in the Moon's list from Worlds that just missed the top cut, which is like an Urban Renewal, a bit of a grind deck. I played Acid Urban Renewal Op a long time ago when Hard Hitting News was around and really enjoyed it. This has the Force Connections and the Overseer Matrix, and it really cares about tags because you can flatline with End Line. And of course, you have Aziaf Audacity to set up after an Urban Renewal goes off for some lethal. All the card names when they released the pronunciation guide, you didn't skip a beat when getting to Manuel. Yeah, I do. I definitely do. Specifically, even when we recorded. So when we do our tier list videos with Jeff really early on, a lot of times we record them too early before the pronunciation guide is out. So I like go out of my way to reach out to ask the NSG folk if they can help us with this. And they were very kind to give us early pronunciation guides. I don't think I'm doing a perfect job because I don't have the Brazilian Portuguese accent, but I really want to be able to pronounce the names as accurately as possible. So Manuel Matryoshka is rehearsed to some extent. Break out the Aurora. Hey Timothy, my wish list for the next Netrunner meta: runners are less good stuff shapers and more weird, and corp is less kill focused and more different keep out looks. I think often those will come together, right? Like, a lot of people will say that the decks got more lethal and started attacking on different angles because the runner decks were, you know, so good at making them not being able to score at points or do whatever their win condition is. I think right now, actually, the corporation meta is very not kill based, as opposed to where we were like 2 or 3 months ago. Like, if you look at the top 16 here, of how many of these decks are actually trying to kill the Netrunner? Well, the PE decks, like, you're going to have to ignore those slightly. But like the op decks, only half of them are, maybe only 1/3 of them are. Asmari, maybe, but like all the Reality Plus decks are not lethal. Ag and Fusion is not lethal unless you put your Banhar in a weird way. PD is not lethal, and then Ace is definitely not lethal. So it's not as bad as it used to be, and that's also to a result that like Lad is also kind of just hard to kill, so people have given up. We had our first LTP session in a series of them this past Saturday. It was so good teaching and sharing the current state of the game with people. Yo, those are so fun. Man, teaching the game is actually like an absolute treat. Realizing that commission was not banned in restart for off meta was a shocker to me. Was planning on playing Bankar Steve, and then the penny dropped. At least if you hot proceed against Better Citizens program R+, you don't care about the tag from BCP because you're taking one anyways. Yeah, I guess so. And your cards are cheap, so if they get self-growth, who cares? Yo, Tuesday stream JM, how's it going? If you want to know the right way to pronounce Bahia bands, get me on a call. My neighbor's from Sao Paulo and taught me how. Oh man, I don't think I'm doing a great job at Bahia bands because I had hubris. I was like, I know how to pronounce that word. So I didn't do a great job. Really appreciate the effort put into correct pronunciation. Thank you, Galar. I think it might actually be a bit problematic that the best reg deck is also so bloody hard to kill for the overall meta. I do agree. I think the fact that like Shaper is unkillable and trivially unkillable. I do think Stone Chip is a weird problematic card potentially. I'm at least glad that people are not playing Onicom. Like playing the PE matchup from Worlds where you're playing against Onicom versus playing against Swift, it is night and day how different the killability of the runner is. Oh my god. For what is in my Obkin score out, I scored out against Kizra in the cut and the King in round 9. Cool. Yeah, I remember when I played like Tempo Op or Assets Op, excuse me, back in the day, you would score out. You did actually have a plan to score. This was obviously before Basalt. All right, Essa va-ou bien? 27 event, Essa, Atea, this is what I want to see. So there was a list like this published before with Bacterial, Fuji, and Viral. I think Council posted a list. Somebody posted a list like this. I think Council did with the Triple Surveyor. So this was like the deck list the week many, many moons ago. It's been a bit of a moment, so I don't know how the deck list changed. But this was a list that I don't think Council was very confident about, but Nervous Nightjar played it apparently pretty well, so well done. Agenda Suite's really, really strange. You actually can't score to 7 points, not that you care. You can score to like 8 points. But yeah, hopefully Surveyor's doing well for you. I don't think there's a lot of hush right now. Good old Davs. I'm always worried I don't know how to pronounce Davs' name, so let's not linger. Some lat. This is Asmari. So this is Punitive, Neurospike, Send a Message. Haha, I love Send a Message more than I like the other one. And a single border control, Sarievna Piranhas. So interesting. It's a bit of a switch back. It's only 2 Neurospike, no Jupestad. I don't know what people would expect, but I think at open deck lists, having one of each is definitely a boon for you. But Cornelius did great. This is Cat's list. Cat's the best. The Cat's been playing Swift lat for a moment now and playing not bouncy anymore, but that's sort of Reality Plus. And I believe this means we're on 49 cards, right? Yeah, this means we're on 49 cards. That's 20 agenda points. You saw the gears turning in my head, so that's definitely a cool choice. You get that one VSA in there, get a bit more ice. Writing the Hasbari Precision Design in yellow should be illegal. Oh my god, that's so weird. This is Fabio, this is Baserton, who's not been playing for that long, and this is just good old PD. No surprises, no tricks, Midnight 3 Arcology, Greasing the Palm. Are we on Yodel? Your Digital Life? Okay, Random Order. Yeah, this is going to be that sort of like Shoot the Moon. That's a really fun deck to play. I think a lot of people stop playing it, really quite fun. On the other side, it's lat, hard to parse a list in random order, but it's Swift lat. Just looks like the good stuff. No surprises, 2 pinhole threading, 2 deep dive is my assumption. Great. Cool. PE, sick. This is card for card D's list, which like is one of my favorite. Oh, it's not even card for card. It's not. I don't think Hansei, maybe it is. No, D was on 3 Mindscaping, so there's some slight changes, but man, this is just like the most fun you can have in Netrunner in 2024, if you ask me. And then this is Facet Op that Eden was playing. So you're playing some assets, Figator, really important, powers that be. This is an archetype that was really prominent this summer, and then it kind of just fell off when people got better into it, and it's trying to score an early Eminent to get an Archer, and you can go from there. It's also quite fun. Very creative lines. Yadi Plus, Essa. I want to see the Quetzal. Test running, Op, Essa. Lifeline. This is a Quetzal System Update 2021 copy. Divide and Conquer, 2 Moshing, Lame Bright, Sure Gamble, Diesel, Dirty Laundry, 2 Chistushka, Steel Skin, Raindrop, Strike Fund. 2 Devil Charm, because we have 2 Crew. We have 2 Poison Vial, which Poison Vial is really frustrating to deal with. single prepaid voice pad. Our multi-axis is twinning, and then a bit of sabotage. Not a lot of sabotage, a bit of sabotage. We have Quetzal's ability, so like you can just Stushka pretty aggressively early. You only have 2 Banhar, 2 Nuka, a Singleton Lamb, which if you can make something a barrier, that means you get through with Poison Vial, 2 Botches, and 3 Fermenter. This is weird. This list is genuinely very weird. And there are lists that you look at and I will be like, oh, that kind of looks like a bit of a salad. And a lot of those lists that look like salads turn out to be really nice when you play them. I think I enjoy salad as a person. But yeah, this one I cannot make that much heads or tails of. It looks, I don't think people will know what you're doing when they're playing against Quetzal, and then you probably will get Chastushka. I do think a lot of times when I see Quetzal, people are probably playing run events that matter, because that's one of the benefits of Quetzal is that very early run events can connect. So I probably will ice up HQ against Quetzal for the future. I definitely will. But I don't know what I would make of this. This is very, very interesting. Very wild. All those 2X and no DJ. Yeah, that's true. A lot of 2X. Very few 3Xs in the deck, which is kind of fun. Prepaid voice pad acting as a budget ghost tongue in here. Yeah, you have no reason to take the core damage because it doesn't sabotage. So you just want something to charge the twinning on top of your companions. And it's just Mystic. We don't have Paladin, I don't think. No, we don't. But we mostly have connections, so that kind of does track. Is this PDF publicly available, Cranked? Yeah, it's on top of the TraceX. If you go to the tracex.substack.com, it's up here. Let me just paste it. Why am I being like this? Just go find it. Just do some work. God, millennials are so lazy. Very weird list. Nervous Nightjar only been playing since May. Incredible performance at UK Nats. Yo, let's go. That's sick. Nightjar's been playing for like 5 months as well. Yeah, that's awesome. And they're Dave's partner, a cute top cut couple. Oh, very cool. That explains her joining EA Sports. There's a story there. Losing to Lifeline and seeing them make the Cub was a real highlight. This is what I get for trying to start a friendly rivalry. Yo, Freedan, hopefully had a great time, huh? Awesome. Cranked called out as a millennial. I think that's accurate. Cool. Wild list. And otherwise, this is a PE list. Yeah, this is as another slight change to the sort of loud decks. Very fun. DJ Quetzal won both 2024 Worlds. You can't make this shit up. Blank page left. So you can put your own deck list there and pretend you're in top 16. Really cool. Interesting tournament. Seems like an absolute success of a tournament. That's for sure. I like that they included the images. I think taking photos of events, obviously, like, people need to consent to the photos to some extent, but it actually does do a lot to show people what these things look like, because these photos are pretty, they look cool. Like, the event looks like a great social space, and seeing what the thing looks like before you get there or to go to the next one in the future, I don't know. I think it makes it approachable, which is pretty great. So, sick. Great event, y'all. Shout out to all the people organizing. I know it was a lot of work, especially because the rescheduling and the moving and all that sort of stuff. Red lanyards are photo consent. Oh, sick. There was a system there. Look at all those reds. Awesome. Okay. All that stuff will be linked in the description below. We can do some deck building. Your lanyard colored was used to indicate you were okay for photos. Cool. Yeah. It was the same way at Worlds. Generally the red lanyard meant no photos. So, whoa, Whiplash. What does that mean? Tonight at the Expedition, they're doing a GNK that is all Highlander. So what's it called? Ampere versus Nova. I'm not going to play lap before it gets banned. Maybe, I don't know. Have you seen the list Brandon was playing? I did, and actually that's kind of inspired me to build the deck that I want to play today, because he played it on Boz stream yesterday with Sleep Together. So Brandon played an Ag Infusion deck, which is like Brandon's Ag Infusion, but on the other side of the table he was playing Hoshiko and playing like Mulch Hoshiko. So those are the sort of decks that are playing Audrey. And the big reason I bring the deck up is that it's spending 5 influence on a really fascinating card. And it kind of lines up to my fascination of taking the busted Anarch engine and adding another utility piece that just makes the engine even more fun. So before we look at this, the one thing that I've been a big proponent of recently, and I've been getting bodied by it on the other side of the table, is playing Onicom in Anarch. Onicom draws you a card the first time a turn event is trashed. And Onicom is just a very good console. It's only 3 influence, but it's a good console. And the idea is that anytime that you play a card that trashes something, or you just play an event, right? Onicom draws. So obviously you're playing a lot of events, but the idea is that if you play like a Banhar and then you run and you lose an event from your hand from the net damage from Banhar, you get to draw a card. And that's kind of cool. It gives you Banhar protection, which is pretty buck wild. Wait, that works, right? Yeah, of course it works. Yeah, the event is trash. So that works. Another really important one, and I think this is the big reason why this feels so good, is with Lago Shelter. Lago Shelter, generally once per turn on the corpse side, you're going to trash the top card of your deck and then draw a card. But if the trash card from the top of the deck is an event, you actually draw 2 cards. It's busted good. It's really, really fun. And there's all these like wild interactions in which you can fire things on your opponent's turn. One thing that if you do play Onicom in like Audrey Mulch, is that with Audrey, at any paid ability window, you can technically trash a card from your grip for no reason to get +3 strength. This part doesn't matter because you're not running and you're not interfacing with ice. But in theory, Audrey, at any paid ability window, you can like trash a strike fund or trash a steel skin from your hand to draw or gain credits. And that will fire the once per turn on the Onicom, which means if you play Audrey, Onicom, Strike Fund, you can just fire the Strike Fund, technically put it on the bottom of your deck if you play Buffer Drive, gain 2 credits, and clicklessly draw a card, which is so incredibly slick. And I just have really enjoyed this Onicom Anarch because there's so many ways to get additional benefits off of all the events that you're playing and trashing regardless. Now, what Brandon did is he played the Class Act. I know Jai is talking about his Seb deck that he posted after playing 2 games when Seb came out. Whatever, man. I hated playing a 5 influence card in my deck because you don't find it consistently, and playing 5 influence on a card you can't tutor feels pretty rough. But the idea is, what about if you played Class Act in this list the same way that you would play Onicom? So Brandon played like a Mulch playing, I believe it was not Nopkari, but Keiko. So his console was already taken. It was Keiko getting credits off of the Paladin Puemo, but then you play Class Act. And then you run into the same thing where Class Act embellishes all these weird times that you draw off turn. The idea is that if you have Class Act installed and a Lagu fires, you trash the top card of your deck, and then you get to draw functionally 2 cards, pick one of them, put the other on the bottom of your deck. It's really, really cool. It turns all these once per turn draw triggers to be very successful. The same idea is that if we have Audrey and we have a steel skin in hand, you can send the steel skin off on the opponent's turn to draw functionally 3 cards bottom 1 and give you filtering. And then with the Buffer Drive, you can put the steel skin on the bottom of your deck yourself and have infinite value. It's really, really cool. It's the same sort of thing that we saw before, where some of the modern criminal decks are realizing by playing copies of Stoneship Chart Room, they can pop Stoneship Chart Room on the opponent's turn, and that will trigger the once per turn the first time you draw this turn, draw an additional card in bottom 1. So they can use their Stoneship Chart Room to look at 3 cards and keep 2 of them as long as they do this once per turn on their corpse turn, because once per turn means corpse turn and runner's turn. So anything that allows you to draw off turn is really, really powerful. And that seems really cool. So if you want to see the list, I don't think Brandon's published it, but it's on Boz Stream. So it's basically a Mulch deck that spends a lot of its influence on Class Act and then is running the package of Simul Chips and all the other great stuff. Meeting of the Minds is a low-key sick card I've been playing it as. That's largely what we're going to get here, because I want to play Class Act with Lagu, which is something that seems really fun, but the problem is like importing Class Act is very inconsistent because it costs a lot of influence, and importing Lagu is a bit easier. I want to play Az, and with Az, we are actually we play connections cheaply. So I want to build an Az deck that doesn't focus on hardware, that focuses on connections. And you end up actually building something that's kind of similar to Seb. I'm not sure whether we can fit Onicom into this list, but this happened before with Seb decks. I believe Seb K posted a Seb deck early on into the RWRR meta, where it was a Seb deck or it was an Az deck that becomes a Seb deck because you can DJ Fenris for Seb, and then eventually you get both identities. You install your connections cheaper once per turn, and you also, if you get a tag, you can install a connection from your hand, so you install your connections for free. I played the deck a bit, and it was like kind of weird for me. Like I couldn't figure it out exactly. So if I do DJ Fenris Az and I'll just do Hot Pursuit, you'll see a list like this. Like it seemed once it was set up, it was pretty powerful, but it was hard to set up consistently. And even then it didn't, like it had kind of the problems of both a bad Az deck and a bad Seb deck. But I was also not very good at it. And you end up with like this 21 resource package, and it's all hinging on you getting your DJ Fenris as consistently as possible. Now, luckily, if you want to say that word, in the last set, we got a card that that lets you tutor for connections. So we actually can consistently get our one of DJ Fenris in the deck, and that is by this gem, Meeting of the Minds. I don't like this card. I don't like the design of this card. Now, this card can be really expensive, but the idea is that we can get our DJ Fenris into our hand consistently, and ideally, we're not paying 4 credits for this card. We're not paying 3 credits. We might even be paying 1 credit for this card because inherently our deck has a lot of resources. So I think we can build this where we have a deck which is kind of like this. I'm assuming that DJ Fenris for Seb will just make sense unless we don't do the tag thing. And then we can play our Lagu Shelter. We can play our Class Acts. We might be even able to play Onicom. I don't know if that means that we have to play like Strike Funds and Steel Skins. I think we actually can afford to get some of those into our deck and then basically build this sort of like trash forward Az list, which is going to be really strange. If we aren't playing Thunder Art Gallery, I'm riding. I think this one did play a singleton copy, but there's actually a chance that we're not going to do the Seb thing. Like we might not just touch tags at all and just build like a criminal that just mills through its own deck and pushes itself forward. We'll see. It might not be DJ Seb. It might just be like good stuff criminal that has a really wild draw engine. We'll find out if it works on. Because this list is interesting. Sandarin says, I have an As DJ Seb deck if you want the list. I'd be interested to see it, but I don't actually know if we're going to add tags into this list. It might be a bridge too far. We'll find out. Hey, can I do a tangent really quickly? This is something I think is quite interesting, but it is like a 2 to 5 minute tangent about a different card game entirely. And it's just a bit of a reminder of this card, because I know I've been a bit critical about this card when it comes to being like a lore-centric card or like a narrative-based card, which Null Signal Games has gone out of the way to say that's not the case, so whatever. Meeting the Minds, Ashen Epilogue, they're cards that I don't generally like, but they seem to be important cards when it comes to the narrative of what's going on in RWR. So, small tangent here. A really cool thing happened, I think. It's actually one of the most interesting cards I think I've seen come out in an LCG for a while, and it just came out this last weekend in Marvel Champions. So, endure my tangent. Marvel Champions is a LCG. So it is like Netrunner used to be, where it is not about booster packs. It's the same idea that you put out a product about every month, and everyone who buys the product gets all the cards in it. This has been going on for years and years and years right now. And currently we've just finished the end of a big narrative cycle when it comes to the Marvel Champions world. And how Marvel Champions works is that things come in waves. They call them waves. So the beginning of the wave, you get this sort of like deluxe box that comes with a couple characters and then some campaign stuff, a scenario. And then for the next couple months after that, they release generally once a month or twice a month, there'll be a standalone hero. And the way the Marvel Champions works is all the hero decks, all the decks that you buy in Marvel Champions are already pre-constructed. It is a deck builder game, so you can undo the Vision deck and build your own Vision deck. That's mostly what people do, but it does come with a pre-constructed deck. So the way things work is that there's a wave. So here is a Spider-Man stuff. And then there's a bunch of, this one actually didn't line up really well, but then there's a bunch of different characters that come up, a wave, and so on and so forth. So for the last 3 waves, we've been focusing on mutants. Okay, so we've been focusing on largely X-Men. These have been the mutant waves. People are really excited about this because people really like X-Men. Worth knowing, I'm not too plugged into comic books, but I really enjoy Marvel Champions. But 3 cycles ago, we got this Mutant Genesis box, which was the beginning of the narrative of the 1990s like run of both the television and comics of what most people think of when they think of X-Men. So this box was the big villain in there was Magneto, or I keep saying Magneto. No, Magneto's correct. I sometimes say Magento. Point being, this was the box that a lot of people thought it would be with the what are they called? The big robots. My tempo. The purple robots that hunt down mutants. This is as much as I know, right? And Sentinels. Thank you, Axel. Yeah, these are the Sentinels. So this was a really great box. It's an enjoyable box. The 2 heroes that came in this box might not have been what you were expecting. It was Shadowcat and it was Colossus, so the big metal man, and then the person who can phase through stuff. But then the next cycle had 6 characters, and these are a lot of the big characters you're expecting from X-Men. So Cyclops, Phoenix, Wolverine, Storm, Gambit, Rogue, and so on and so forth. But this was the first mutant box, and people were expecting there to be 3 mutant waves in a row, and that is largely what happened. So first we got Mutant Genesis, and that put out the 90s, X-Men characters. Now the second box from that point on was a slightly different story that actually picked up where that box ended up. And instead of being about the X-Men, this focused on another branch of mutants called the X-Force. I think less people know who X-Force is. I think this is more like 90s edgier X-Men characters. This box came with both Domino and Cable, and this had a different story about strife and time travel. This is really like Rob Liefeld styled like 90s, belts and hooks and stuff. But this was another mutant-based box, but instead of focusing on X-Men, this focused on X-Force, and then you also saw some X-Factor characters. These are all just different comic lines of mutant-type characters, but they're on different teams from different eras. And so this cycle came with things like Psylocke and Angel, who's technically X-Force, X-23, and probably the most common character people know is Deadpool, right? So this has been like 2 years of X-Men characters, or sorry, mutant characters in a row. And finally, after this, we get the 3rd box, which came out just this year, which is the Age of Apocalypse. And this is a storyline that focuses a bit on time travel, I think. Bishop, this character here, has to go back in time because Professor X is killed. And so we're going back in time, and this is a story that happened, I think it's called the Age of Apocalypse storyline, no surprise. And I think that happened in like the 90s. Wasn't X-Force in Deadpool 2? Yes, Deadpool 2 I think was about X-Force. I love Domino. Domino's cool. They have Wolverine. Gambit. Gambit pronunciation just blew my mind. So you say moi Gambit. So this was the final box. And this is where the story gets, is that we've been playing these X characters for a long time now in Marvel Champions. And I actually think this cycle has some of my favorite characters. The hero pack of Iceman is just incredibly well designed. Jubilee was whatever. Nightcrawler was incredible. And this is the last pack that came out. It was Magneto. If I say Magento on accident, that's fine. I do that. But this is Magneto. And you notice that Magneto is actually a villain. And classically in the storyline, Magneto was a villain. He's classically been seen as a villain and a bit of an anti-hero. But he was the main villain in this original box. And what the story happens in this Age of Apocalypse comic book line and in what all the narratives associated with is that because Charles Xavier, Professor X, the guy in the wheelchair who was played by Sir Patrick Stewart, you might have seen in the films, he was killed in some sort of timeline thing, is that the mutants basically need a new hero. And Magneto realizes, okay, Charles Xavier died for us, not biblical. I think I need to take up this mantle and bring all together all the X characters and overturn Apocalypse and write the timeline and, you know, comic book stuff, whatever. But the point is that this character who was a villain just 2 boxes ago is the final pack in this whole cycle, and this is the final mutant pack. Notably, we know what the next set is, which is all about Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., and that seems pretty exciting. Unfortunately, it had some pretty bad leaks in FFG, so we know what the next products are, but this is the final pack of X-Men stuff coming in Marvel Champions. So we had 3 cycles in a row. Everyone had a great time. The reason I bring this up, and I don't think I've seen this before, is that there was a card. So how these packs work is when you buy a hero pack, it comes with the character and their 15 card deck, and then you're meant to embellish their 15 card deck with your 25 cards of choice. That's the deck building part of our Marvel Champions. And then at the back of every character pack, there's usually like a dozen or so cards, maybe a bit less, that are either additional cards for deck building purposes. So you buy the Magneto pack, it comes with extra cards. Sometimes there's encounter sets that you can throw into other campaigns you put together. So sometimes there's like campaign cards, sometimes there's hero cards. And this Magneto pack came with a couple extra cards for deck building that you can just add to your collection and do whatever you want. And the reason I bring this up is that I don't think I've seen anything like this. That there was a card that came out of the set. What did I search that? That is just like the coolest mixture of a narrative beat and a deck building beat in such an interesting way that makes a lot of profound sense when it comes to the narrative, but also kind of blows open the game. I wish I could find it. Hold on. Children of the Atom Marvel Champions. Magneto's just Arsana? Somewhat. This is not going to work. Okay, here it is. This is the card. And this card just came out in the last pack. It's called Children of the Atom. And this was the final card released in the entire Marvel X-Men canon. The last 3 cycles have been building up to this, and finally Magneto comes out with this card as part of the card pool. And all this card does is that it's a really cheap support. It's a card you put on the table. It's like a hardware resource, and you can play it under anyone's player control. Everyone can have one. And all it says is that each X Factor, X Force, and X-Men character that you control gains the traits of everything else. So each X Factor, everyone becomes everything. And canonically, specifically being part of like the Magneto pack, this is so cool. Because the idea is that Magneto, who is classically the villain in a lot of these early comics, eventually comes to be part of this Age of Apocalypse story and is the only character who can bring together all of these forces and unite them in a way so that all the mutants work together and fight together to like fix the timeline and everything can go back together. That's the idea, right? The idea is that Magneto as a character is the only one capable of this. It's really cool and fitting that they gave a card like this that shows this new future where everybody comes together and works together. It's quite cute, right? Like that's the idea. But to have this to be the final card in a 3-year cycle of Marvel mutant stuff is just mind-blowingly cool. Because this card not only makes sense thematically in terms of the lore and everything that we've been seeing build up over the last, again, 3 cycles, this blows open the game design space. Because over the last couple of years, we got one box that's all X-Men. We got one box that's all X-Factor. We got one box that's like all X-Force, largely. It's all sprinkled together. And now suddenly we can reevaluate the last 3 cycles of cards we've got, and suddenly all these synergies appear that didn't used to be there. It's just like such a cool card to add as the final card in an entire cycle. And I don't think I've seen this in a game before, where like they drop the final trick, which is like at the end of the day, everybody here can work together. And it just creates these like ridiculous synergies where now it's like, oh, all these X Factor cards that were a bit clumsy in my X-Men deck, I can put them together. And now I can like take this character, like I can put Deadpool in a X-Men, you know, super suit and send him off to the danger room. And I can use this person to do this. It's just like so cool that this one piece of cardboard that comes as like this last, like, you know, bow at the end of the entire storyline brings together like 3 cycles worth of content and just explodes like deck building. It is so cool. I don't think I've seen anything like this in like Arkham exactly, or like Netrunner. But to find this like really cool marriage of theme and story, but then to have it to be like the last bow, to be like the mutant cycle is done, enjoy everything together. It's so cool. It is just the coolest thing. I haven't played any champions since all the mutants add stuff. Oh, it's really great. Seems kind of neat. Would something like this work in Netrunner? I don't know. But like, imagine that, right? Like there's a card that comes out at the end of, you know, Rebelling Without Rehearsal that somehow brings together all three characters and makes the card pool more relevant and more interesting for everyone all together, right? It's a hard thing to do. And obviously this game is different than a competitive, 1v1 game like Netrunner, but it's just, I wanted to shout this out because I thought this was just like so cool for so many reasons that their last, like, you know, coup de grace, their final part of the entire cycle was like, hey, these last 3 years, it can actually work together. It's kind of cool. Ashen kind of tries to be it, but like Ashen doesn't. Ashen is just like, it doesn't matter. It's just like a recursion piece. It's just Levy again. I don't know. I know I'm a bit jaded. All right, let me catch up on chat. Children of the Atom was a big storyline as well and a good video game. Yes, yeah, that name I've seen come up. I know there's an entire narrative. Children of the Atom was like the reimagining of like 90s young X-Men, if I'm not mistaken. Magneto's a little bit more murdery than Ari, to be fair. I low-key regret getting out of Marvel Champions. These sets sound neat. The sets have been really good. And the stories that they tell, like, they're the, you know, superhero stories that you might have grown up with, but I don't know. I find the way that they, like, that's my favorite part about Marvel Champions is that you know what a hero should do, and then trying to, like, embody a hero's playstyle in a set of 15 cards is just, like, the coolest experiment to see, like, oh, this is how they decided to make Magneto into cardboard. It's, like, kind of sick. I like it a lot. It's also like really easy to pick up and play for someone who is like, I have 30 minutes, I can play a solo game. I dabble in champions and did not know about this. It's very cool. It's so cool. Andre wants him to make every resource a connection so he can make better Az decks. Oh man. I tanked a Beyond the Veil and lived. Yo, that's sick. Beyond the Veil is an Arkham card that does an absurd amount of damage to you. It's technically survivable, but only technically. Would you say the Alliance cards were kind of that mechanic with Mumbed City Hall? No, because Alliance mechanics didn't like really work out well. They didn't generally incentivize interesting combinations. They were just, oh, play the cheapest 1 influence HB cards, right? Like they just said acid spam harder. I know what you mean, but not really. It'd be interesting to have resource connection cards, which are other runners, and have the text cannot be played in a deck with X runner. I think the closest thing I saw to this maybe was, and this one's a bit more sad in some ways, but Fantasy Flight Games technically still puts out Lord of the Rings LCG. It's their first LCG they put out. It's been going on for like 12, 13 years. Currently, they're only repackaging content. They're not making new content. And in the last cycle they put out, the designers understood that this is probably our last cycle, right? So what they did is they made a new card type, because they wanted to say, like, this is our last cycle, but we want to add something to the set that anyone who picks a set up will add a lot of replayability to the entirety of the card pool, right? It's kind of similar idea to the Children of the Atom card, except less sad, right? And so they created these cards called contracts. And contracts are cards that are its own type. What do I want? This one, I think? No, this can't be it. No, how do I find a contract? Oh, this, right. And what contracts are, they're cards that you can put in any deck, and they give you requirements, but then if you hit those requirements, they give you benefits. And the idea is that by printing this one card, they basically introduced 7 or 8 different archetypes, more than that, dozens and dozens of different archetypes across different decks. That basically they said, we want to spend as little cardboard as possible to make the player card space as big as possible. And so contracts were something they made up. So this is a card that you contract this at the beginning of deck building, and it has restrictions. You cannot play non-unique allies or put non-unique allies into play. So your deck has to be only named unique characters. But when you control exactly 9 unique characters, you flip this over, and when you flip this over, your characters are just really strong. And however, if you lose a character, this gets flipped back over. And this is what a contract was. And they printed a bunch of these in every pack. This one's technically the least interesting, but I think makes the most sense because we understand how the fellowship works. Some of them are really wild. Like in one of them, you put together a pile of like relics, and then every time you explore a location, you get to draw the top card of the relic deck. However, locations are harder to explore, and then you're meant to make this like mining guild. Or one of the very powerful one is, this one's really kind of hard to understand. Messenger of the King. This one was the biggest one. This blew up game state by like 3,000 times. So this says you cannot choose more than 2 heroes during setup. When you play Lord of the Rings, you have 3 heroes in front of you. The heroes are kind of like identities. They're your most important cards. However, during setup, you can choose a non-neutral unique ally and pretend they're a hero. So basically this one piece of cardboard that they printed basically says you can take all of the non-unique allies in the card pool, of which there's probably like 100, and you can pretend that any of them is a hero, and then they just function as a hero. And there is downsides to it, there's upsides to it, their stats convert in a way that's actually reasonable. And if they leave play though, this gets, it's like, it's cool. It's just basically one card that blows open the play space. And this is something that I know the folks at FFG did intentionally because they were pretty sure this is our last cycle. So like, let's make these cards that make the play space as wide as possible. And it's pretty sick. As someone who loves Arkham LCG, what do you think of Lord of the Rings LCG? It's hard to tell. I haven't played enough Lord of the Rings LCG. I think parts of the game are like pretty dated. Like there's like 12 phases in the game and you only draw one card a turn and you can struggle. You can just get in situations where you're behind on board state and there's no way to bring it back. That being said, I've really enjoyed parts of it that I've played. My partner really likes it. Playing cooperative is okay. The campaigns, you generally have to deck build per scenarios. It's not like Arkham or Marvel Champions where you can just kind of roll up with anything. And it's not like Arkham where you upgrade your deck and there's a narrative. It's more so you can go to a certain scenario and be like, your deck is never going to be able to beat this. You have to treat it more like a puzzle game where then you go back to your collection, your binder, and then you build a deck that's tuned to beat this, which a lot of people like that, right? Now, there are decks that are just so powerful they can beat everything without making any changes, but a lot more people look at it more kind of like that. Contracts are like roguelike's conducts, which somebody translated into achievements. Yeah, sort of. They're like, you know, relics or whatever. I know we have flip IDs in NR, but flip resource assets with similar effects would be really interesting. It's hard to do flip cards because sleeving matters. I don't know if we'll ever see flip cards that go into your deck, right? It's really tricky. Yeah, I don't know. I want to play more Arkham. I actually just recently finished my Lord of the Rings collection, and my partner and I are going to sit down and play through the entire like books or the films, however you want to look at it, because they have an entire campaign like that, and it's fun. It would have to be MTG style top and bottom printing as opposed to front and back. Yeah, maybe. I don't think Netrunner needs to do that anytime soon, but Alliance is a great mechanic that was ruined by bad base design. It should force you to make hard choices in order to save influence. Instead, they just went to go even harder into what you wanted to be doing. It turns out assets to mega assets and glacier to hyperglacier, total waste of a concept. Yeah, it didn't land the way that people wanted it to, that's for sure. All right, let's get back on track. Quest completed. FFG aren't doing more Lord of the Ring repackages. Are the Key was the last one? Yes, from my understanding, it's now over, I think. I find flip cards really annoying in MTG. I don't have a lot of experience with flip cards. I do know that if you pick up a pre-constructed like Flesh and Blood Blitz deck, some of the factions have flip cards that are on both sides. And if you don't have sleeves, the sort of product that's advertised as like, you can just crack it and play to learn how to play Flesh and Blood, you just can't do it. You need sleeves for the casual product. And like, I think that's actually kind of a weird roadblock. Okay, let's build this deck. Classic, 3X, Lago. Do we play 3X? I don't think I want to grab this. I feel like we are okay running additional copies of bad cards because at the end of the day, we're going to be trashing half our deck, ideally with Lago. This deck might not do anything, but it's going to be fun. So we install this for cheaper, and that's pretty good. I'm assuming we want to play Buffer Drive because Buffer Drive means that the cost that the Lago is churning through a deck isn't a real cost. It's also a hardware, so Az can afford this slightly cheaper, so we can either play 1 or 2 copies and go from there. We'll see how that goes. And we only have so much more influence, so understanding. Does Fab play with clear sleeves? No, it's just like Netrunner. Fab, you need to have opaque sleeves. But the fact is, like, if I pick up a casual Fab product, like I'm not gonna play it with sleeves. Like generally when you do like sealed or draft, you don't have to play with sleeves, but some sets have 2-sided cards. Does this mean you're gonna install a Buffer Drive? I like Buffer Drive. If you need sleeves but there's flip cards, yeah, you just unsleeve it and resleeve it. That's how flip cards work, right? I'm sure someone already made this joke, but have you done the math on the stream title? No, not yet, but we'll do it. How's it going, by the way, Michael? I don't know, 2 Buffer Drive seems a bit absurd. We can maybe just play 1 and assume that we're going to get it. That's the problem, is like a lot of these Lago decks have some sort of endgame recursion. And our endgame recursion is unfortunately probably Ashen Epilogue, which means maybe having a Buffer Drive is the only consistent way to say, I'm going to put this on top of the deck so we can draw it. Maybe not great, but we can consider it. I just don't know what happens when we run out of cards. I don't think the back is going to cut it because those are only cards with trash can abilities. And we just don't have that many of them, but it's easy to charge the back. Oh no, it's during a run. So we can't use Buffer Drive during a run easily. So, well, you technically can. You can just do this during a run. Labor Rights would combo well if this can afford the influence. Yeah, it's going to be tricky whether it's Labor Rights or not. The other card I want to consider playing, and this might just be a bit too much towards Seb, is Praxis. Privilege Access is just kind of sick, particularly when it comes to like reinstalling your class act over and over again. That's kind of fun. However, that only really makes sense if we care about the tag, and I'm not sure we're going to build a tag-based version. If we want to play some of the support cards, and I don't know if we need to play support cards for Lago. Like, if we want to play Steel Skin, it's 6 influence. That's a lot. If we want to play Strike Fund, it's 3 influence. Yeah, so we can probably pick somewhere in the middle. Give me 30 minutes and I'll find a selection of clips from the Metropole Grid streams, which say otherwise. Rebuffer drive. You have version B set aside and swapped under some conditions to have flip functionally sleeveless friendly. Yes, I think in Flesh and Blood they do have cards like that, where you just swap the cards. I agree with Ba on the historical preference. No, it's a good card. You play it when you need to. Just a lot of times we're losing and we can't afford to play this for 3 credits, right? Okay, we need to figure out how to win the game. That's going to be hard. There's a narrow line to walk here to not end up with a pile of should have played NR cards. Yes. So that's why we need to like really work on the criminal side of the card pool to feel okay and have our identity ability feel good about it. So we'll see what that looks like. There's probably a chance that Steel Skin's a bit too much. I think Strike Fund can be fine. It's not a lot of influence, and it's already just like a playable enough card, and even better when we trash it. I don't know if we're going to be playing Audrey because you need a lot. Do you really need Steel Skin? No, but Strike Fund seems okay. Strike Fund can make a fair bit of sense. We need to get a win condition in this deck, and that's going to be a problem, because what are the criminal win conditions? Like, we can play Wake Implant. It's a hardware. We like hardware. That's probably it, right? Like, I wonder how far we can go in the resource package. Maybe 1 Lago and 2 or 3 MOM. I think there's a chance you can do that. If we have a lot of resources, we could probably do 1 Lago and then 3 MOM. And it saves us a bit of influence that might be worth something. I think Meeting of the Minds is just really hard to play. Obviously, it's going to be cheaper because we're going to have a whole bunch of connections. We also can go grab the twinning with this, which is okay. However, it becomes really expensive because we probably won't have that many virtuals. We going to do Q-Loop Tron? I don't think so. I think we're not going to try and play that much like as a hardware package. I think we're going to try and work on the resource package and see if that's a win condition. My guess is no, but there's a chance it might, and it's going to be interesting to see what like a resource-based as looks like. All the cybernetics are better if you play Buffer Drive and Strike Fund. Yeah, I guess so, but it's not so much that you lose the card, it's just that like you don't have the card anymore. The weird thing about Q-Loop is that like it's going to put us in like these situations in which we know the top 2 cards of the deck, and then the opponent installs and we're like, oh crap, I don't want to trash that card with Lago, which is like, we probably should just be hitting Lago whenever we want. What console masterworks or Anacom? I was hoping that we can put Anacom in this list. We probably can. We could probably do something like this. However, then we need to play a lot of events. And I don't know if that's going to be sustainable. It's going to be fun. Maybe that's actually fine. And then we just don't play a lot of hardware and we just have Anacom and then a bunch of criminal events and a bunch of criminal resources, right? Like career fair. Yeah. And then we can build out around that. We'll see. Let's see what we can do in terms of like just cheap resources and specifically cheap connections. That'd be good for us. Debbie makes a bit of sense. She can be relatively cheap and we can play a whole bunch of run events. All hardware and also all connection, also all events. Yeah, I think we're going to have to pick 2 lanes, and I think we'll just do event and resource. So let's see what the options are. We have tag. If we're going to go tag me, I don't think we're going to go tag me. That might be a bridge too far. We'll see if a lot of the run events are resource or run events are tag based. We have Rosetta, probably not it. We don't even know what a breaker suite is. Rogue trading makes some sense if we're doing the tag me package. I don't think we are. Red team's a job. It actually comes down slightly cheaper. Now, red team actually does get a fair bit better if you're playing Prognostic and Chesva, because then those runs are even better for you. Our deck doesn't seem incredible, especially if we're running a lot of events. Red team isn't fantastic. I'm going to bookmark one of these, but we'll probably cut it. Resisted tags. I think I want to resisted tags to see what it looks like. We can play 2 Miss Bones, no problem. Miss Bones is fine. Kiros. Nope. Louis. Probablement no. I'm convinced Thunder is real. Gyro Thunder can be real. It just requires a lot of card slots, right? Like you need to have a way to clear the tag well. You need to have the card in your hand. You need to have your installable. If you're Seb, you've already installed 1 card when you're getting the tag, so then you need more cards in hand. It can get really tricky. Add a Dawkins, yeah, we'll probably add more more hardware. Julie. I don't think any of our cards are going to care about Julie. I've never put Julie in a deck and felt okay about it. I guess that's me. This is technically a job. I just don't think running our mark is going to make that much sense. Debbie seems fine. Caldera, no. Are there just not good connections? Okay, so we have Aeneas 3x. Aeneas is actually worth building around. It does eat Seb's ability in a really ugly way, but Aeneas is just kind of fine. Um, is it? Wait, does this deck not make sense? Bachlin's like totally playable. I think Bachlin's okay. And then it's like Asm and Pula. And Pula is good for viruses or weapons, of course, but I think Pula is really, really slow. Medium Minds of the deck list? Yeah, it probably is, but I honestly don't know how many cards we can put in the deck. Let's just search S Connection and see what other options there are. Because I think we're just going to end up being like Connection Synergy deck. Bump, bump, bump. Hey, yo, this is maybe a hard thing to challenge because it's been like this for a while. So this is the deck builder search, right? And here are all the factions in alphabetical order, which honestly, I don't think that's correct. I think it should be like base factions and then the mini factions at the end because nobody cares about them. And then the same thing here on the right, it's an alphabetical order. Event into hardware into program to resource. In the middle is identity. It's nice that you can change your identity, obviously, but this being in the middle is so strange to me. I don't know why this is not at the front or the back. I don't know. I know it's alphabetical, but this being in the middle is just kind of weird. People care about mini factions, kind of. Anyways, I feel like this is not the right. Enter DB 2.0 will be better. I'm excited to see the small like usability changes. There's like other websites where like Arkham DB, man, there's some really strange choices about the ordering of certain things. All right, let's look at the other connections we can play. We're just filtering by connections so we see what we have access to. Crew. We could put some crews into our deck. How many could we put into our deck? If we cut the Onicom, we can have about 3 crews in our deck, I think, which is okay. Now, this only gets better with other support pieces like Leech and or Devil Charm, which will probably not be able to support, so that's not great. Pretty Mary. Honestly, for 1 influence, you can do worse than that. Augustina, probably not. Beatriz, we already have a fair bit of HQ pressure. She's 3 influence, okay. Corporate Defector, we don't get a lot of synergy with this thing, but it is what it is. Cyber Trooper Talu doesn't really do anything. Tatiana doesn't do anything. DJ Fenris is probably worth playing. DJ for 2 credits gets us access to Lou in some matchups. It gets access to Seb in some matchups. That's probably okay, but yeah. Nuka, also not bad at all. She is a cheap connection. She comes down for free on a turn, and she gives us card draw. We already have a fair bit of card draw, so we can consider that. Iru, maybe. Friend of a friend, probably doesn't matter unless we go tags me. Hannah's just really good. Hannah's easily playable. Lagu, we're playing Manuel. Only if we're playing tag me. This is not Sebaz. No, it might not be Sebaz. Proco. Is this good? I don't think I've seen anyone play Proco in 2024. This card used to be like very, very powerful. It might just be a fair bit too slow. Installing this for 4 credits and then clicking to draw. Like, hopefully we get enough card draw through our other means. Proco is very, very slow. Even with Career Fair for 1 credit. Might be a bit slow. Psych Mike is 4 influence for some reason. Scrubber, we already have Miss Bones. Smart War Distributor is a connection. We don't have synergy with that. And then there's some big influence stuff. So the Artist, the Nihilist, the Archivist, we don't care. Banhar, we don't care. Valentina is pretty bad. Whistleblower is pretty bad. Julie with Deb and Hannah is great. Yeah, I'm not convinced it's fantastic though. Like I see that it works, that's for sure. But like, I feel like the click you get back. I played Proco 2024 once. Okay. This list looks like an absolute pile. That's for sure. We still have very little win condition. We need to play multi-axis on R&D because we're playing Pretty Mary da Silva. How many connections do we have? Like, how consistent is Meeting the Minds? Julie Hannah's a 6-click turn, right? Yeah, but use a 6-click turn in Criminal if you're not playing Deep Dive, right? Like, you're going to click for credits. You might as well just play Daily Cast. Julie Artist seems kind of gaming. It's not. I don't think it is. It's like, why play Artist when you have telework, you know? So play Deep Dive? Okay. You notice how we're just getting to play a lat deck, right? All right, let's build the rest of the owl. So what else do we want to do here? Biobands is actually kind of reasonable, especially if we're playing Chesva, which we might be playing. I think there's a big chance that we're just going to have to play 3 Lagu, because I don't think us meeting the minds for a Lagu makes any sense. There's no way that we can play 3 credits to get a Lagu. Like, say we played 2 copies of Meeting the Minds in the deck, which we probably won't. How consistently are we playing less than 1 credit for this thing? We'll build the deck and check, but I'm pretty sure that actually playing 3 Lagu is going to be correct, and we just play a bunch of events, and even play fewer resources. Wild idea, Boomerang? No, yeah, we'll play Boomerang. Turns out you can make a passable Crim deck if you take a Hoshiko deck and half a Lat deck and smash them together. I think we're far away from that, but we're going to try. We're definitely going to try. Okay, we want to be playing events because of Onicom, but the Onicom might actually get cut, and we can just play Hermes or whatever console we want. So let's see what events we have access to. Window. If we play hardware, this is actually pretty reasonable as an as card. It's a bit tricky if you play like Q Loop, because that's kind of the tension, because it's a bad thing to see on the top of your deck, but that's a neat card. We can definitely play Sure Gambles if we want to. Spot the Prey, Debrado, Rip Deal. Rip Deal's kind of fun. With Docklands Pass, this card's really expensive, don't worry about it. Pinhole Threading, I like pinholes. I'm a big pinhole fan. We have 2 missed bones, it should be easy. Mutual Favor, we don't know what a Breaker Suite is. Let's just put 1 so we remember it's there. Meetings, we're playing 2 copies, unfortunately. Leave No Trace, Jailbreak. We actually might need this. Would you meeting an early Proco? No, I don't think so. Right? Like meeting a Proco, you're generally going to pay like 2 extra credits for your Proco. So then you've spent like 7 credits for your Proco. And so the amount of turns it takes for it to actually, you know, be good for you on tempo is really, 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 really slow. Okay, Jailbreak. We have Pretty Merry. We're kind of incentivized to play cards like this just to see more cards. Yeah, we need a win condition. Not a great win condition, but it's a win condition. Falsified is okay. Diversion and Dirty Laundry. We want to play run events. Diversion's really easy with Boomerang. It's not the best card right now in the modern meta, but it's okay. And we have 26 events on 42 cards. So we just add like 3 programs and we're done. Right? Right? All right, Boomerangs. 3. Window Opportunity is kind of tricky. Like, it only is good if you run a lot of hardware, and we're not. Marjana, Amina, Revolvers, or Breaker Suite? Why'd you pick that Breaker Suite? Why Marjana? I think Amina, maybe you could do, but that's still probably very expensive. I like Docklands. Flip Switch, Masterwork, Moo, Paragon, Penny Shaver, Poison Vial. We really don't have a win condition. Honestly, Matryoshka could be fine. I think playing Matryoshka and then playing... Matryoshka is a bit ugly with Lago, that's for sure. Oh, this deck is terrible. Hushuk? I don't know if it's going to line up for us. We can look at it. Prepaid's fine. We install it for 1 credit, whatever. Okay, so let's cut the bad stuff from the deck that we want to cut. So... Debbie, we have to work on the run events. I think we don't want the red teams. We have too many run events. So Class Act and Exponent is fine. Lago is important. I think we can just play 3 Lago and not play Meeting of the Minds. That's probably going to be better for us overall. Hannah's okay. I actually don't know if we need that many resources. We don't need that many resources. We only need resources if we're playing Meeting of the Minds, and let's not play Meeting of the Minds. So then we'll just play the minimum amount of resources we can get away with. Class Act, 2 Mixbone, 3 Lago, a Debbie. We can maybe consider daily casts. I've been playing a lot of Matryoshka with Hush lately, and Krim. It's very good with Cheswa. Yeah, I believe it. I believe it. Okay, so we don't have a console yet. So our consoles are... We don't want to spend influence. Telework, if we can afford it for some cash. I think often you can get more money off of spending less influence. Like telework's not bad and it's a job. But like, can you play Liberated? Maybe. You install that for 6, which is a lot. Can you just play Daily Cast? Probably. So we probably just play, like, how often were you running? A fair bit. So we can play Paragon for some sifting. We already have sifting. We can set up the top of the deck. Are we playing Mulch Az? It kind of looks like it, but there's no way you're going to be trashing enough cards for that to make sense. So maybe we just play 2 Hermes and call it a day. All right, programs. Breaker Suite. We have some influence to work with. What is the weirdest Breaker Suite we can get in this deck? We also can play like some steel skins here. Like, do we just play Banhart ×2? We're gonna run out of cards if we play Banhart ×2. Yeah, we're just gonna run out of cards. We're not Steve. Is this a cool Steve deck? Why are you not working? Filter? Okay, filter breaks. So I'm worried about Matryoshka because we're a Lago deck. So like we're going to mill our Matryoshkas and that's going to be a problem for us. Like I think we could consider it and it's not a bad idea. I just am worried that we're going to run out of them. How often does a Debbie have to fire before you profit? I felt always at odds playing run events before this card to run. It's weird. I don't think Debbie's fantastic. It's more of a card that I just kind of want to play. We do lack a win condition here that we're probably in the best case to like cut the Debbie, cut the jailbreaks and play twinning. And then rely on DECKLISTS pass and probably some Chesvas. Let's try the Matryoshkas. I don't know. Matryoshka seems fine. So if we do Matryoshkas 6, and then we'll just do 2 Chesvas. Okay, we have 50 cards. That's not great. So we don't need the mutual favors anymore. We can cut the jailbreaks probably. We can cut the Debbie probably. And then we can do a twinning. And then we have 2 influence for whatever we want. We're in 46 cards. So what's 2 influence we can put in this deck that we'd be happy about? Does the deck have enough money? No, I don't think so. Put a rat in? That's a Paladin Puemo? I think Paladin Puemo's pretty good with boomerangs. But now we have an influence problem. Strike Fund's probably not necessary. Steel Skin? Huh. This deck does not have enough money, right? I do like the otter. Rat is so uncharitable. Strike Funds are 1 influence? Yeah, pretty wild, huh? Kind of weird. I know this only from playing like Kikai, Benhar, Steve type stuff, where it's like the Strike Funds are 3 influence and the Steel Skins are 6 influence. So say this is our opening hand, right? Like the Strike Fund's the weirdest card in the deck. We probably don't need it. It's only good if it fires off the Lago, which seems like definitely coping. So we probably don't need to do that. And then we can add just 1/2 influence card and be happy about it. So say that we draw this opening hand, right? So the only ways we have money are the Bravado. So maybe we should just have an Econ card, like a long Econ card. Like maybe we do just play a Mystic. Oh, we have 3 Career Fair? Oh, we don't need those. Wait, we have so many more slots. Ashen? I don't think it's going to happen. Hush does so much against Matryoshka's only weakness, which is dying to Stavka. I don't know what it'll do. I think you're right, but like getting the Hush consistently seems like a bit of a nightmare. Bravado, Dirty Laundry, Diversion, Pinhole. I think we're missing some obvious stuff here. And Hammer? Yeah, I haven't seen Hammer in a long time. We're very bad at Hammer. SDS would be quite scary. Yeah, that's why you don't stack your Matryoshkas. But there's no way around it. Do we need a second twinning? No, I don't think so. That's only because we have a Dock Lens and a Wake. So whatever shows up, we'll play it. Like, obviously this is playable. Run the remote. Oh, we got a Lago down, so we would trash a Bravado, draw a Lago. Does that sound good? Does that sound good? I never thought of not stacking them all. Yeah, you don't need to stack them all. It's less efficient, but if you need to steal one, you don't. Just don't unstack them. We don't have enough hardware for Masterwork, that's for sure. Right? So say this is our opening hand, right? Like, this is the problem with Matryoshkas. The opening hands get boring. No daily casts? Nah, not necessarily. We could. But, like, this hand doesn't do anything interesting for a while. Right? And then once we hit our Lagos, we're, like, losing weird stuff. Maybe we need another buffer drive. I don't think I've ever said that sentence. Like, we can play an Ashen. I think Ashen's going to be a bit too expensive. If we play the Mystic, we have not that many targets. You need to spend a click to nest more dolls as a pain sometimes? Yes, yeah. Okay, so say this is our opening hand, right? Like, we sure gamble, we install the Lago for 1, which is nice. We dirty laundry, whatever. And then we draw a card. So on their turn, they install a card. We lose a classic. We draw a Matryoshka. Like, are we okay with that? I think overall, yeah. However, the Lago becomes painless once we get the buffer drive down. And I don't know if we want to play 2 buffer drive. That seems pretty absurd to play 2 buffer drive. Feels like you don't have a reason to be on a Matryoshka rig. No, I don't think we do have a big reason. We don't have a huge reason to run this, which would be like run events. But it's going to be fun to see how it works. Does the deck have any recursion for you if we Lago the buffer drive? No, it doesn't. It has no recursion, which is maybe it's like why we play 2 buffer drive. We can even like do the weird buffer drive for card draw, like buffer drive for a diversion or something. So this came up in a list recently, okay? So, oops, popular. So I don't know the name, but I'll be able to find it. I think it was the person who won the last AMT. Does anybody know the name of the runner who won the last AMT? Is it Kablush? Yeah. Okay, so check this out. When you think about it, buffer drive is just any other card in your deck. And so this deck is running Buffer Drive and has like no inherent synergy with Buffer Drive. This kit deck already has like an absurd amount of recursion, like 2 Harmony AR therapy, which I try to play as little as possible. In fact, none at all. But at the end of the day, this deck is also running Buffer Drive. And Kabloosh, or maybe Kablooshi, I think it's Kabloosh, is saying that specifically you can look at Buffer Drive as a recursion card so that you can play 4 trick shots. Because you play a trick shot, you put it on the top of your deck with Buffer Drive, you draw it, and then you trick shot back in. Now, notably, Buffer Drive has some cool synergies when it comes to like Spark of Inspiration, because if you lose your breaker, you can put it on top of your deck. I think that's kind of cute, as much as it is expensive, but it's technically cheaper than doing a test run to some extent. Now, this is the weird thing that I can't wrap my mind around. Say that you install your Buffer Drive for 3 credits and 1 influence, then you remove this from the game, then you draw a card, and then you play the trick shot. How good is that? And this makes us remember that back in the day, this was a very common card. Now, this is same old thing. Now, it's a neutral card. It costs no influence, and it costs nothing. So you could put a resource on the table, and then for 2 clicks, you trash this, and it played the event from your heap. This card was very, very good. And you saw this in a lot of different lists because it was recursion, but most importantly, it was a card that you could play on any turn when you had an extra click just to get out of your hand. And then in a pinch, if you needed to spend 2 clicks to play a run event, which is actually not that much of a premium, right? Like, it's always 1 click to play an event, so just making it an extra click is not that bad. And then very specifically back in the day, we had busted run events, let alone events in general, right? Like we had an overclock that did 9 credits. We had a count siphon, which was a 15 credit swing. We had blackmail, which said, sorry, you can't res ice, right? Like some of the events were maybe more powerful even than trick shot back in the day. But people did not bat an eyelash at functionally spending 3 clicks to play an event. However, I do think same old thing is actually just so much cheaper than Buffer Drive overall that I'm struggling to figure out whether it's worth Buffer Driving to get back like a trick shot and going for it. My guess is it's not actually worth it. But that being said, trick shot's a really good card. Anytime you see like a really strong event or something worth recurring with Buffer Drive, it makes sense. But Buffer Q Loop is an interesting idea. Yeah, it's kind of cool that you can put something on top of your deck. And I think very few people do this text on the bottom. But being able to put a card on top of your deck at instant speed is very, very valuable, especially when you draw clicklessly, which we can do, or Q Loop from the top. Pay to Billy when install a hardware program from the heap. Yeah, it's functionally what it does. The problem is like our deck doesn't care about it. And I don't think that there's any program or hardware where that's worth 3 credits on an influence. But it is interesting. It is definitely interesting. Okay, let's look at recommended cards that we're not playing that the deck thinks we should play. And so far, Liberated Countess is showing up. That's so wild. Not a lot of people play as, I don't think. This is not even a job, is it? No, it's just a resource. Like, we have 1 influence. Don't have any good targets here. I think playing, like, daily casts is totally fine. We just have 1 influence, which I guess I'll play a Hush. Because that was recommended, and it seems kind of fun. All right, I'm guessing this deck is not very good. The individual cards in there are good, but I think we might learn something along the way. Like this opening hand, is this keepable? I don't think so. Is this keepable? Maybe. This will be scrappy. Yeah, that looks fun. Okay, so Stronger Together. I named it Stronger Together because we're meant to be playing Connections as, and then I realized like we actually don't have enough connections to build a deck that makes sense. Is card recommendation really useful in Netrunner to be? Jake, yes, it is. It's cool. It's not perfect, but it's interesting. So just to show you how this is, when you do a deck, it will default to showing you 3 cards. So if you go to your collections, your settings tab, you can do just show 10 suggestions. I actually was talking recently to Timmy Wong, and Timmy Wong was like, you should do this. It's actually really sick. And so this shows you 10 cards, the most common cards that people will play in decks that are running these cards as well. It's not AI or anything incredibly like clever, if you want to call it that. It just says like a lot of lists that have these cards also run these cards, and this is like the relation. I think it's really nice as a bit of a, like just a check to be like, oh, because often I'll build a deck and forget to put Bravado in it, playing Criminal, because I'll just be worried about other things and be like, oh yeah, of course we play 3x Bravado. It's Bravado. And so this is a really nice way. Now it gets worse in certain ways, right? Like not a lot of people play as, so it's actually recommending like illegal cards because it's looking at old as decks, and like Bagalter was very popular back in the day, but this card's been banned for like a year or so, maybe even more. So sometimes it's a bit messed up, but to show you like, you can build a system gateway corporation by just hitting the top card, and you can build a really good deck. If we build a lat deck, it's actually very likely that we can build like a tier 1 lat deck by just mashing the top card, right? I've used Buffer Drive Q Loop to clot fast advance once, taking a long time to come down from a high like that. Yes, I have Q Looped clot without knowing the top of the deck. I've never done it with Buffer Drive, but I have won games by Q Looping. No, I did know the top. Yeah, I have Q Looped clot. off the top. So check this out. Let's build a lat deck. 3, 3, 3. Now some of these will be dated because there's more decks that are older, as much as lat isn't that old. So you have to keep that in mind. 3, I don't know, 3. Like it's recommending Corroder, and this is just because there's older Shaper decks than there is newer Shaper decks, right? Like Netrunner's been around for a while, so that you get some weird biases like Corroder. Like Corroder has shown up in like no competitive decks largely over the last 3 years, but used to be the most common fractor, so you're going to see problems like this. It's the same reason why cards like Maker's Eye, Atman, and Femme Fatale, and Legwork get recommended. Mimic, right? And Gordian Blades is because all of these cards existed back in Creation and Control, and so you're going to be recommended cards from older metas. So actually it's not perfect. Turns out it's not perfect. But if we go to collection and go NSG only, like we're probably going to build a reasonable deck. Oh, it doesn't change that. That's weird. I thought the recommendations would also be off of that. Probably is. I don't know what that's about. Anyways, you can build reasonable decks. The problem is as soon as you start putting in old cards, it'll recommend other old cards because there's a lot of old decks and these are old cards. That was a surprising result, honestly. I didn't think it would work like that. All right, where's JNet? I'm amused Corroder's in here. It's like pulling from the olden days of when it was the de facto fractor, yes. And I think it's just largely because it's all Creation and Control cards. So it's like, here, I'll show you every Corp card or every common runner deck from Creation and Control. System update means NSG only includes those cards too? Yeah, I believe it. De facto. That's funny. Stronger together. Hey, it's Axu going to play some PD. Ag Confusion, oh. It's not good for us. We pay a lot of money to break some big ice. Thanks, you too. I'm assuming this is the sort of like Ag Infusion, what's it called? Tree line lists that tiebreakers are playing. I've been told that this is toxic. I don't know why it's toxic. Is it because people are just sitting up and glaciering? So I don't know. You're in for a terrible time. Antoine, how's it going? Why? Like, this is the value pilled start, which is nice. It's unfortunate we have Paladin Puemo in a deck that has a bunch of connections, but like here we can just do daily cast, run essential, Paladin Puemo. I don't know if we class act this turn. We probably do. It's cheaper. Konjin Odudadwa? Oh, yeah, we have Hush. We'll be fine. This is not a great hand, but I don't think X is going to do anything very quickly. This hand has better value over time. And he mulliganed. It's a really cool deck that I hope I never have to play against. The Dudo deck is so bad versus Crews. Yes, I believe it. I think Crew wasn't incredibly popular. UK Nats is my guess. So there's probably an agenda in archives. So the question is, how do we make this make sense for us? We want to either run the Spin Doctor or run archives. I'm pretty sure Axie won't force us to trash this. Not that we can afford to trash it. So we can run this beyond 3 credits. We can do Paladin casts draw and then do Class Act next turn. It turns off Az's text. It might be better just to do Class Act Paladin and then credit. And then the Paladin will install the daily cast on the following turn. I think that's also probably acceptable. We're playing Buffer Drive. We can outvalue the nonsense. I don't actually think we can. If we need to get both Chesvas down to have a chance, which is a problem. And in that matchup, like actually using Lago aggressively might be a problem. We can't afford to trash that. Axie is not going to call out bluff because there's probably an agenda in there. So this is for 3 credits. This is for 1 credit. We'll just click for credit and then we'll get our filter draw. So we don't need the second Class Act immediately. We have a third one in hand already. And this is what we need because we get 4 credits a turn to run centrals. Is a nice way you can actually outvalue Ag Confusion over the long game. What is the value of running archives with a high confidence, there being an agenda, knowing the corp can just spin it back? I think it tripped me out. So it gets it back into R&D, which makes Axu's next draws a bit more ugly. That's the value from it. It also means that next turn Axu can draw, and discard another card and fix his hand. So it's not like not the most important, but a lot of new players struggle because I know Concord in the game we played, you missed running archives which had 6 points in it, and then you're running R&D, right? So you're trying to win the game while there's 6 fewer points in R&D, and that's really difficult. So I want to make Axu's draws as bad as possible, as quick as possible, so forcing the agenda back in, as much as the Hansei went back in as well, which is not great for us. So I think we just set up. We can dirty laundry archives. It's pretty minimal value. And then we can want to get the daily cast down. We probably want to draw this turn to get the filter draw, but that puts us on 8 cards. Can we install 3 cards? Maybe.
That makes sense, yeah. No, it's just about making some decks you want to prioritize the spin doctors a bit faster than others. Like if you're worried about Audacity or like another Hansei. Because now Axu can't play a Hansei really easily if he has agendas in hand, right? So with the spin doctor, he can Hansei for free. I guess we draw and then we just do Chesva Hermes. The order there was pretty bad, actually. I think we're going to take the first Matryoshka. I don't like going down here to 2 credits, but next turn functionally we have 5 credits. Dirty Bravado to money up. I'm not sure I'm excited to Bravado right away because once an ice is rezzed, we can't face check. Now that there's a subliminal, like at 15 credits, okay. The fact that he has a spin doctor means that there's probably only one agenda in HQ. I do want to run early enough to find an agenda, but I don't know. This deck plays Cloud Eater. Yeah, I'm imagining this deck is playing some gross stuff. I don't know what this is. We're on 4 credits. We can probably trash it. Even if it's a virus and we take 1 damage. Cloud Eater isn't even scary. It's pretty scary. Just take tags. Then we're connection-based deck. We can't just take tags, I don't think. I'm assuming this is a spin doctor? I guess we can draw once for a bones. Diversion's pretty bad against Ag. That's a Lacosta. Okay, so we're assuming Axu has another one in hand. If we do this, we have a credit problem. Our deck is doing very much not a lot. We made a successful run. I think this is either Axu's flooded or Axu has a second one. Trashing this is really kind of important. From here, we just largely do credit, and throw out a class act, I think. We are not doing anything quickly. Not that Axu's doing anything different. Now, running Archives gives Axu 1 fewer credit. This sets up against Boomerang, which is pretty okay. We're just going to do our like dailies goals. So Hush is important. The Doof is kind of rough. So here we probably just install the Chesva. I guess we want to run Archives. It's not incredibly valuable. Yeah, this is starting to stink. We'd rather install the Matryoshka because we're going to need it sooner than later. But I don't know if Axu knows we're on this. I kind of want to hide that we have breakers, but we need to find our breakers. So if we draw once, we can install. Kind of. Ask Axu if you remember to put the imps into his Ag Infusion deck. I don't know what that means. So we're giving him a credit by not running Archives. I think I'm okay running Archives. It's like obviously pretty mid, but whatever. We're trucking along. Axu was here when we built it. Okay. Well then, no secrets. Now he's spending 2 ice on HQ, which is pretty okay. That means the remote server will be a bit slower. There's the Hansei. So he could throw out an agenda to like flatline us. We did throw out our class act. So if this is a punitive deck for some reason, it's going to be a problem. This is between the second Matryoshka and the Dirty Laundry. Dirty Laundry Archives has some good enough value here because it turns off the subliminal. And we have 4 more Matryoshkas and 31 cards. So I think we will just like Dirty Laundry Archives. We don't have a hardware that we want to install. We probably could just install the Wake, but we need to get the Chesva out of hand first. It's going to keep him off the subliminals because of the Hanseis? Yes. Yeah. That's the easiest card. So he Hansei to Hansei, right? So his hand probably has multiple agendas in it. So we just want to continue to set up. I think we'll just draw up here. And that's either install the Chesva, the cast. The cast is credit neutral next turn. It's been seen to install non-ice cards as ice with this deck. Good thing you can't do that on JNet. Uh-oh. Okay, so this is probably Rashida. We're not set up to run it yet. Miss Bones or Boomerang. Okay, so we can always just do Boomerang, Bravado on the remote server, and then Axu can rise. I'm okay to do that. We should have enough money. This is installed for free. This is puts us down at 8. And if we trash... Oops. Rashida, we're pretty happy. Now this can be literally any ice in the game. No further. Okay, stranding a Boomerang. That actually might have been a thing that we wanted to see. So this is Rashida. We make our money here. We've made a successful run, so we'll just keep drawing. And then the diversion. Problem with Boomerangs, we shuffle the deck. Sometimes that's bad for us. Now, I actually just traded an ice for a Boomerang. Luckily, we have 3 of them. But ideally, we shouldn't be installing our Boomerang on unrezzed ice. Ag Infusion can use unrezzed ice relatively well, so this Boomerang is probably a bit poorly placed. What an exciting game. It's turn 7. Corporation's installed 4 cards. Or 4 ace, excuse me. All right, well, we can go back here. Throw out 2, so this might be a Spin Doctor and cards and archives. I'm not expecting Regenesis. So we finally hit the Lagu. Do you know what's wild? I don't think we're installing the Lagu in this game. Like, we need to play all the value we can get, and unless we have our buffer drive, I don't want the Lagu just yet. Charlotte, okay. I don't know what his hand is. So we can install this Docklands Pass cheaply. Yeah, uh-oh. We don't have a game plan. But we are just playing slow and steady, and now we have credits. So now he'll jam the Rashida. We have a chance of finding a pinhole here. If you're not playing the Lago, then you need to go back and rewrite the deck. No, I just think the Lago is like not probably great against his Ag Infusion, but if I'd played it in a pinch against like Asa. Or even PE. All right, so we face check into this. We definitely want a second Matryoshka. All right, interesting choice. Pinhole, we'll deal with the Rashida. This looks like a Rashida. This is our second buffer drive, or our one of two buffer drives. So pinholing is going to be important to deal with the Anoetics. I think we can pinhole here. We can do Chesva pinhole to save technically a credit. We're going to need our Chesvas at some point. Pinhole for sure. You have to be a bit careful. It's a Lacosta, okay. We did our successful run. We'll draw a second boomerang. Yeah. In a pinch, it's 3x in the deck. Sorry. Lago is really good against P. It's fantastic against P. Install a card to try and kill you. Really hard for them to kill with Blood in the Water. And they forget too, which is good fun. Install and then draw. Okay. Second ice on RD. So HQ probably has multiple agendas in it. We just need to find Matryoshkas. 2 face downs in archive somehow. Okay, we found the Matryoshka. We also have the twinning. Twinning is really good as the Ag Infusion because it's not a run-based event. I don't think I mind too much. We have Dalkin's Pass for now, and we have Awaken Plan in hand. So we can do Matryoshka run HQ and force Axie to res. We just want the third Matryoshka to be able to run HQ, and we want to find the Chesva. Okay. Oops. We want to host, so we don't pay, right? You don't pay, right? No, you don't pay. It seemed like we paid. We didn't pay. Now I'm just going to run archives. Threw out a Rashida and a Charlotte. I don't know. His hand is probably 17 different agendas. The diversion could land at some point, and it could be impactful. But it's only once he reses all ice on HQ. Okay. This can be anything. Probably an agenda. So we can get through 3 ice. However, if we Matryoshka this and then he redirects us with that, we can't go back. Easily. We can't go back. So we have to decide here what we want to do. Now, I don't know what agenda he's going to score at. That's going to be a problem. Like, the worst case is Sisyphus, because Sisyphus and Matryoshka sucks. But Sisyphus and everything kind of sucks equally. So if we do a diversion for click 1 and click 2, he has to probably res some ice. The cheapest ice he's going to res is like 2 credits. Either Tattoo Bola is pretty bad for us, or Thimble Rig. Charge HQ and bounce it. I don't know if we want to have a res dice though, right? Because then if this gets bounced, right? Because then running this server costs us more. So if we just target this server, he can't use Ag Infusion's ability to like be really annoying. It's just a click loss. But as soon as we run HQ, then he can throw us into HQ, and that's probably bad for us. I'm not 100% sure. So we want a Matryoshka. If we had 3 Matryoshka, we could at least force some money out of his pockets. And I think that's fine. So we could do draw, find a Matryoshka, and host run. I think that's probably one of the better cases. We've seen no NGO friends. We've seen 2 Charlottes. So this is probably an agenda. Okay, we also have Hermes. Hermes is a legitimate line. So if stuff gets rezzed here, that's the problem though. Like, I'm dealing with Matryoshka. We only have so many runs left in us, and Ag Infusion can tax that out really well. Let's just force some credits and see what happens. There's no way we get in here, but it'll force him to spend resources. Okay, it's a tree line. All right, so no surprise. So we break that for 3. So we're spending less than he is already. He has to res this ice as well. It's an Anansi. So he's on 6 credits. Okay. So we're going to break that for 6. That's not too bad. Look at our money go. And now he's going to throw this into archives. Okay. So luckily the tree line's on the outside. We're going to breach to get the flip. So he threw out a tree line. That's what we boomeranged. So now we can't go back, but we can run HQ or we can run R&D. Here we run HQ. If he reses on 6 credits, if it's a Saisanton, we die, but I think we're going to have to take that risk. Because he definitely has another agenda in hand. We're going to see 2 with Dalkin's Pass. Now we can't break anything. That's fine. We just win the side game, right? When the runner encounters this ice, play a side game. If the bids differ, you may choose another res piece of ice. The runner encounters that ice. If the bids differ, so we want to pay the same that Axio wants to pay. So Axio can't pay 2 credits if he wants to score next turn. If the bids differ. So it's between 0 and 1. So this is going to throw us into an Anansi, which is really bad. Or it's going to throw us into a tree line. Axio actually has a hard choice here. Because if this doesn't end the run, If we keep our Hush, we just Hush this Konjin, it doesn't do anything. So the Hush is going to be really, really valuable. The problem is we're probably going to end up taking a bunch of damage here. We also can use a Chesva credits for the side game. I'm assuming, so he can't even spend 1 credit. So we want him to spend 1 credit. So if we spend 0, he has to spend 1. It cannot throw you to unres dice? No, it has to do the Anansi or the tree line, right? So they choose another res dice. So it'd have to be one of these two. He can spend 1 and throw you into the tree line. Oh, that's actually kind of true. Yeah, he can spend 1 and then just hit us into this. Yeah, that is kind of fun. It's probably bad though. Yeah, I wouldn't expect him to do it. So we want him to spend 1. So we'll spend 0. He paid 1. Fuck. So he needs to throw us into the tree line. He threw us into Anansi, so we're just going to let that fire. If he throws into the remote ice, can you still use Chesva because you're technically still running on a central server? Hi. Hey, Ren, I think we can. Because it's still run during a central server. However, we can't break it. Yeah, you can use the Chesva here. The problem is that we have no way of breaking Anansi. So we just want to keep the Hush. We can always bring it back. Pay 2 to draw a card. I think we will, actually. It's free. It's kind of sick. So we lost the Wake. So now we passed it. We kept the Hush. We lost the Sure Gamble and 2 boomerangs. So we have no boomerangs anymore. That's pretty bad. Yeah, we paid 2 credits to draw a card, which is hilarious. So now in 2 credits, this has to be a Tattoo Bowler or a Thimble Rig, or this play might not work out for him. Okay, so at least he's bankrupt. Yeah, keeping Hush is super important. So now what we're going to do is Hush the Konjin and run HQ. Simulation reset. Oh, this is toxic, huh? Yeah, that was a really weird turn. Maybe we should have played 1. Man, paying 1 there would have been such a blowout. Clutch Hush, hey John. Yeah, just about everything is hushable. Literally everything is hushable. So this looks like an agenda. It might not be, but it looks like an agenda. We need to install a card, so we'll install the Paladin, and then we just run this for free. He gets a 4 credit flip, which is pretty bad, but we get 1 good run on HQ. Hushing Tattoo is no money, yeah, but we can't beat Konjin unless we Hush it. Like, we just can't deal with it. Konjin's a problem. So what can we draw that makes the HQ run better? 1 Bravado, maybe? Okay. Dirty Laundry or 3rd Matryoshka. You can just break Anansi? Yeah, you're right. You can always sacrifice the dead boomerang to Paladin. Yeah, we probably will. If we think he's flooded, you should Hush Tattoo. I honestly don't know about that. Because what if he throws us into the tree line? Like, we have to break this. You're right, though. This could be an NGO front. If he swaps the Tattoo, then he gets a bounce. But the bounce on the sports state's not very good. Shit, that's actually really hard. Do we just play Doof and then if he swaps, we steal? No, because then he won't swap. It's cool, though. I think he just Simmer set all of his agendas away. I think there's a big chance, but Simmer set is not perfect, right? Like, you draw random cards with Simmer set. But I do think his hand sucked, and he made his hand a lot better. Matryoshka is really good with Paladin this turn. We have Hush, though, but I think we're going to steal an agenda. I think we just go for the Matryoshka. Vibing to tunes. So if we Hush this, it doesn't fire. We go through Tattoo Bullet. He goes on 5 credits. If we just do Diversion of Funds, if we do Hush Diversion of Funds, and he swaps this, we'll take all his money. And then we can still do the Breach anyways. We die to Fuji. That's worth something. We're assuming we're going to steal an agenda and bounce this, but we'd probably die to Fuji if we do Hush Doof. I think we'll keep the Doof. No shot he's on Fuji, he's on Sam, back bro. People in chat want to see some good funk. Fear by Hanson is a massive banger. Okay, cool. I honestly don't know what to do here. I think we Hush the Konjin. Now, if the Konjin fires, right, he has to spend at least 1 credit. That's pretty bad for him. If he spends 1 credit, we get thrown into a Anansi or a tree line. Anansi we break for 3. Yeah, that's not bad. If we Hush the Tattoo Bola, though, he'll trash it. Well, that's going to happen no matter what we Hush. Hush Konjin, run R&D. I know, that actually might be better, honestly. I do like Hush Konjin, run R&D. Because he can't res. We just don't see 2 cards, but I think you fixed his hand. I actually do like that line a bit better, I think. That's a good chat. Yeah, I like that a fair bit better. Because I do think he sim reset his hand back. We even might not have had to hash this. Because if he throws it into the tree line, it's not great. Oh, shit. Okay. Uh-oh. So now we can run HQ. He'll res something here. Anansi, okay. So now we definitely run HQ. And I think he gets the swap. What about Hush and Nancy? Run remote. He did fix his top of R&D already. Well, he did shuffle with simulation reset. So the top of R&D is no longer fixed. So now we probably just run HQ because we know there's an agenda in there. Paladin can trash the boomerang, no problem. I think we do this. So this doesn't do anything. Continue approach. Is that a Hush? I see, yeah, Cephalopod. This is a recommendation. It's actually been sick. So we get a C2, Tattoo Bola, no surprise, Anoetic. I mean, okay. One asks for the Paladin cards first, the other asks for the host target. Why are JNet prompts swap for Boomerang and Hush? Yeah, it's because the way they're worded. Because Boomerang says when you install this, pick a card. So it's the first thing you do, I think. I know I've asked that question before, and the answer was like, just read the card. With all due respect. All right, Paladin can get the Matryoshka down, but not actually using credits. So we don't know what this is. I don't think we care that much. We just want to find our second Chesva. That would be the best draw here. Speaking of best draw, I think Buffer Drive for free is pretty good. Like, I don't think we do anything this turn. We can Bravado R&D. That's probably okay, actually. Bravado and R&D. He's on 4 credits. If he throws into the tree line, we don't care. If he throws into HQ, we don't care. And it uses the Matryoshka Chesva. It drops us to 6 credits. We break this for some. Buffer Drive means you can go through the Hush and Nancy forever. Yes. Yeah, but Buffer Drive is just going to be good in general. I think we just Bravado R&D. What's he going to res here? Another Konjin? I think we put agendas back in R&D. So if we do this, we're on 6. This is 4 credits. So we're on 2. Can we break this for 2 credits? Probably not, actually. 2 credits. What can you res on 4? You can res a tree line. If it fires, it's fine. Yeah, I think we just Bravado R&D here. We, in theory, could install the Buffer Drive first, which is probably fine. We're going to install it for free anyways. Did I do the math wrong? No. I have to install buff to eat pally cards. Yeah, we'll do it by the end of the turn. I just don't want to show Aksu. I don't want to commit to this sooner. So here he can res, I don't know, Tattoo. Okay, that's fine. We can go through this for 1 credit to see a card, or we can bounce to keep R&D face up, so we can't get a bounce here. For Bravado, we're technically break this for free. I think we're going to do it. He's going to do Tattoo to Tattoo. I'm calling it the Tattoo. Imagine less Anemone, though. Yeah, that's the only thing, but like I'm not expecting a Tattoo here. So the question is our access worth giving 4 credits to Aksu? I think this is a Rashida in server 3. That would be the last Rashida. So I think we actually just bounce here. And keep him on low credits. If this is a Rashida, it's bad for us. It probably is a Rashida. So I think we're just going to let this fire install the Buffer Drive. We can always move our Hush there and run on a following turn if we want to. So we'll just get this down. In theory, we can't use 3 credits because of Az. Oh, the last Rashida. That's the worst case. So at least he's only on 5 here. He can still hedge fund. He can still Hansei. And he has a lot of cards. So he'll probably put a card in front of R&D. He's kind of not incentivized to do it because it turns off the Ag Infusion. Spin Doctor. Yeah, so he's fixing his hand again. There's the Hansei. So now we want to run Archives. Again, keeping him off the Subliminal every turn has actually been like very important. It's a quiet thing, but it's very important. And I don't know if he wants to advance his tree lines because not only boomerangs, but Hushes. Yeah, Utadi, yeah, we're trying Matryoshka. It's been okay. We're in theory meant to be like a Lago Classic deck, but like against this matchup, we just need to play value. Our second Cheza is probably one of the best cards in our stack at this point. We just need to find it. Again, getting 4 credits to run Centrals is really great. Just have to initiate a run to turn off sub? Yeah, it doesn't have to be successful. You just have to initiate a run. So we can run the Spin Doctor. In theory, if Axu can just pop it to deny the run. So let's just go find our last coffee. Speaking of coffee, yeah, I'm done. Nice. So we can install Chesva for free off Pally. But now you can get the next Lago you find down. I don't know if we want to. I don't think card draw's being really rate limiting. So we probably just installed the Chesva and run Spinny. We probably should just run Spinny first. Yeah, you're right. With buffer drive, there's no loss of value. Yeah, we'll do it if we find it. So we made a successful run. He's on 10 credits. So R&D is the free run we can make. We don't want to hush it. Well, if we hush the Tattoo Bola, we hush the Tattoo Bola. But I think we just draw here and install Chesva. Or, no, it's a connection. We need to get Paladin to work. We have a twinning, now a twinning, which is at the bottom of our stack would be pretty good on the basis that it's a twinning. All right. So Lagu's going to come down this turn. We can host another Matryoshka. We have 4 credits to run. So running R&D, this cost us 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's 2 credits. This costs us 1. So it's 3 credits to run R&D. We played every single bravado. We still have a dirty laundry, but we're getting to a spot where we can do something. Running HQ also has a fair bit of value. I've been trying to make Matryoshka Shaper work for a while. It's tricky to make the downsides worth it. Yeah, I don't know if you need it. Hush on the outer Anansi's kind of makes a boop more bearable. It does, but with Chesvas, we don't mind too much, right? Pinhole can be really important. We know there's decks on Anoetic. Sure Gamble's obviously a 4 credit econ card. Pinhole's hard. That's why you put Aris on Archive. So I think the Pinhole actually might not be great. It depends if Axu is ever forced to res this. No, a 4 credit econ card is like a lot. We installed Lagu for 1 this turn. I think we've been forgetting Az for a couple turns. But I think we run R&D once there's something in the remote server to bounce. So I think we'll just set up. So we can also pinhole R&D. It's pretty expensive. I'll take the Sure Gamble here. And then we just want to do draw, install Lagu, probably gamble. Oh, prepaid. We don't have enough targets for prepaid anymore. Right? Like we played 3 bravados. This is our second Sure Gamble. We played Dirty Laundries. Yeah, the prepaid is just unfortunately a bit too late. It's either we play the Sure Gamble here, or we install the prepaid for Paladin, or we install the Matryoshka. I think we'll just host the Matryoshka. All right, so we'll get some free card draw and whatever we trash with buffer drive, and this will fire Class Act, which is kind of incredible. Oh, Subliminal went back. Oh, we slipped. We slipped. So we'll trash the top card of the stack. We lose the Class Act. Sorry, what happened? To trash the Class Act. So we'll do the Class Act. We draw these 2 options. Diversion's a bit hard to fire. We'll just keep the Sure Gamble. And so we just get free value with the Lagu engine. Okay, so on advanced card, could be a Lacosta, could be Anoetic. We've seen 3 Rashidas, we've seen 2 Charlottes so far. Charlotte usually gets advancement, so we can't tell what that is in the remote server. We need to install a card this turn at a minimum, or let Paladin go. If Paladin goes, we rely on the Chesva for twinning. Couldn't gotten your money back if you installed prepaid voice pad? What do you mean money back? Oh, like on prepaid? Yeah, we probably still can, right? We install this for free, and then we can do Sure Gamble to gain 5. We could have done the last turn for sure. Prepaid as 2 gamble seems reasonable. It's like, okay. It's not amazing. I'd say it's okay. I think we run R&D here. If Axu gets 19 credits on the Tattoo Bola, who cares? And then we can just see a card bounce this. Running HQ probably has the highest value. A Dudadois we can beat. I think we're better off running HQ. And if he sends us into R&D, he sends us into R&D. I don't think we care. Move Hush, run R&D surely. Oh, we have no reason really to move the Hush. The Hush on the Konjin is much more important. He can overinstall a Tattoo Bola. He can't really overinstall the Konjin. It's a Konjin. If we lose the Hush, we're in a really awkward spot. Like him getting 4 credits off the Tattoo Bola doesn't care. The worst part is the swap, so then there's a face down. But like at the end of the day, Konjin just messed up. Tattoo Bola is like whatever. Still good though. So if we do prepaid gamble, we're in no rush to do that. Hush with no Simul chips is weird. No, yeah, it's true. But we have buffer drive. We can always, you can move it around by clicking it, right? Prepaid will be a click for 3 to 4 credits. Seems as good as gamble, which seems okay. Yeah, it's gonna be okay. Yeah, let's just do it. So I think we'll run HQ here. Then based off of what happens, if he sends us R&D, he sends us R&D. But sweeping HQ and seeing 2 cards is going to be more important than the top card of R&D. Probably won't overinstall a Nancy though. Could save a couple cards there. Okay, so this is Tattoo Bola. So we can decide to bounce here. So it's Tattoo Bola into 1 ice, which means we're fine. So he'll do the swap. We know he has a Tattoo Bowl in hand, but we're going to see 2 cards here. Okay. Okay. So we'll see what this is. You don't save much unless you're letting the subs all fire. This is the Aduded one. Okay. So we found it. So this will put advancements. We don't really care about advancements that much because we have boomerangs in theory at some point. So it puts it on its, what are we putting it on? Oh, this card. So on another piece of ice. It's not necessarily advanceable. We're assuming this is a tree line. So we break a Dudedwa for a lot of money. Again, Hush is important. You only spend 1 from Paladin there. I think went from 3 to 2. I could be wrong. It's Az. The hardware is cheaper, right? Saisanton. Uh-oh. Anansi. That's not good. Boomer's gone unless we buffer it? Yes. Have we seen any log gems? No. But we've done what we wanted to do this turn. So I think we're just going to draw. We want to find our second buffer drive to get our boomerangs back in rotation. And then only boomerang rezzed cards. The problem is like boomerang and Anansi sucks. That's where you have to hush boomerang. So we know there's 2 ice in hand. We don't know what this card is. We now know what it takes to run the remote server, and he probably isn't going to use Ag Infusion if he's advanced this card. So I think we'll just drop. Doof is really hard to play, at least it's on the first ice. Poke HQ to get the Tattoo Res, then go back with Doof. I just don't know who's spending more money on the Doof. Hey, Oscar, probably Dirty Age, right? Matryoshka, the breaker that requires star card levels of APM to play at a reasonable pace. It's not that bad, you think? Have we seen his non-ice influence? We've only seen advanceable cards. Okay, so this makes sense. This is probably a Tattoo Bola, but this keeps it out of the server. In theory. So our choice is to find a bounce. We know this could be the Saisanton, the Anansi, or the Tattoo Bola. So we knew actually 3 cards in hand there. So we need to find an agenda to get the bounce. Dudua's innermost, we're pretty safe. So we can go for a diversion of funds here, in theory. We can force the res here and go for the diversion. We go through a Dudua, he advances a card, that's fine. The other option is we can just run this, right? Like this is going to probably be maybe worst case a logjam. So we can move our Hush onto this. I just don't want to move our Hush onto an unresed ice. So we can break tree line. The problem is like this gets expensive because we don't use our Chezo. Like we're really bad at running the remote in theory. I changed my username. Got it. I recognize that, the icon. So I think we run R&D for a single and just let this go through. Like if he scores a send a message, so be it. But I feel like this is a good enough time to run R&D and just kind of like hope. Can we let Anansi fire, move Hush over though? We can let Anansi fire. Yeah, that's not unreasonable. These altered cards being sideways really kind of sucks for now RNDB, as much as the art is fantastic. Right? Like it's just hard. Like how do you read that? It's impossible. I think we force 1 res on remote. Yeah, we can start by just running it. Like we can do sure gamble for +5 and then run it and see what happens. If he throws into R&D, he throws into R&D. That's great. And if he spends any more than 3 credits, I'm assuming this is the Tattoo Bola. And if he reses the Tattoo Bola, he doesn't get the bounce. So we probably can just do sure gamble, run remote. Tilt your head sideways. It's like really far. And then the text is really small because it's like in the small text box. Paladin is angry. That's fine. Paladin can go. She's done enough. We don't really need to install anything with Paladin. Influence is 3 logjam, 3 line, 3 spin. Okay, so it can't even res logjam. Click on the Anansi. Yes, it gives you the text, which is easier. I know the text on Anansi, just for folks who don't. That's what it does. I think we can do sure gamble run it. We just want to spend some money. We think it's an agenda. It's probably the agenda that was bounced many moons ago. And then if this gets res, we can run R&D. I think I'm fine with this. Like the fact that the unres cards on the beginning. So it's a Tattoo Bola. So that drops him down to 3 credits. We probably can just walk away from this. I'm assuming he needs the Tattoo Bola money to res this innermost ice. So if we hush this Tattoo Bola, we can do move, hush, run. Then we'll probably lose our hush. But I don't think we res this. I think we say, actually, if you want to score your agenda, you bankrupt yourself. I miss you sharing that already. Oh, no, it's all good. It doesn't keep the setting. So as soon as you go off of it, it goes back, I think. Yeah. The other option is we can move Hush and then run back. And if that's the case, he can always trade this ice to protect his server, but at least we don't spend much money. I think we actually just jack out here and run R&D for a single. I wish we had our wake, but we lost our wake. I don't think we go through this. I think Axu needs money. Matryoshka is a very tactile card to play in person. I love my flippy girls. And boys. Matryoshka, it is female gendered. Can buffer the wake back? Yeah, we can. I think we're going to have to buffer some other stuff back. Like we're going to need a boomerang back at some point. But at this point, we have a twinning in like our bottom 6 cards, so we'll find it. Run R&D gives them the same amount of credits. You're not wrong. But we can hush it. We can move the hush in R&D and then run R&D. We can also just run HQ. The problem is like we know most of the hand. Stupid Tattoo Bola. The thing is, if we move the hush on the Tattoo Bola, will he overinstall the Tattoo Bola and lose the hush? I think he will, and then we'll just buffer drive the hush back because it's cracked. This cost us nothing. This cost us, hopefully it's a Tattoo Bola res, which Axu can't afford. Has there been an R&D run t-shirts done in the style of Run DMC? Yes. Very early on in Netrunner, there were run R&D t-shirts in that style. I think we'd hush the Tattoo Bola and run it. Or we do nothing. Both are fine. I think we need to get lucky on R&D. If we find a back pro, it's really bad for us though. The game's going to get really slow. Run SMC is also popular shirt. Oh, I haven't seen that one. Rushing with Doof at some point, maybe you can't overinstall the tattoo in the same turn you Doof. Yeah, we just can't diversion while there's an unres dice here. So like running HQ, forcing a res. I don't think he will res. I think we have to hush the tattoo. Hush the Doodle run HQ. I don't care about the Doodle text because whatever he advances, we'll just hush that. And the Konjin can't fire. I don't think. So this costs us 3 credits to run. Not bad. Piss. Excuse me. Either the prepaid will show itself out or she will show herself out. Now, the prepaid has only 1 dirty laundry left. So not very great, if I'm not mistaken. Excuse me. Checking. Yeah, it's 1 diversion. I think we just get rid of the prepaid. It's not going to do much for us. Buy hush, maybe. If he does it, we'll just bring it back. So subliminal score, not a Sisyphus. It's a Sisyphus. Fuck. So we can bounce a card here. So now we can open up HQ at a minimum. Sisyphus into the Konjin doesn't matter. Oh, Sisyphus into a Dudawa really kind of stinks. Man, Sisyphus is hyper cursed. What a card. So bouncing this Chesva is probably the best case. Or not the Chesva, sorry, this Ice here. I'm seeing Chesva. If we bounce the HQ, we can diversion, but it doesn't really matter. But Sisyphus, the first Code Gator Sentry. So the game now falls apart. Can hush the Dudawa? It's not the hush text that we care about. It's the fact that we have to break this twice in a row. Right? Like, if we hush the Dudawa, then the Konjin fires. Axe is a bastard for playing this on stream. Sisyphus, I hate. Sisyphus can die in a fire. Russell, I wouldn't say it exactly like that, but yeah, I would say it like that. Bouncing HQ ice means that he has to rebuild there. He does, but he also needs to win on the remote server somehow. The problem is like the Dudawa is very expensive for us to break. So we bounce the HQ ice. He has to discard a card. Yeah, it's fair. So now he's going to discard 1. Only 11 cards left in R&D, I know, but we can't find any points. Sisyphus in Standard is going to feel like it's never-ending story until it rotates. I really don't like this card. It is not a lot of fun. I think Sisyphus should die by getting rolled over by a boulder. Oops, he slipped. It's no longer the never-ending story. It has an end. So I don't care about the Duda advancements because we have Hush. The problem is we have to run into the Duda twice. And this is the first time the runner passes. So we just have to break a Duda twice, which every time we break a Duda costs us 5 credits. Running archives to prevent free credit seems important. Yes, but if we run archives, he can throw us into the Nancy and then we have to break into Nancy twice. So we have to make our runs a bit more calculated. At best case, we just run the Konjin. That's just how you prevent advancements from recurring in the first place. Yeah, but we still have to break Konjin. Because if Konjin puts us on a Nancy, we have to do a Nancy twice, right? Like Konjin is just 2 Anansis. There's no way that we can't hush the Konjin. You have Cheswood money? I know, but we can't spend 6 credits to run HQ. Hush the outer Anansi? We still can't let Anansi fire twice. Were you a never-ending story kid? This is important. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. For sure. I even saw the bad later ones with like Jack Black in it. I think I read the book. How does Sisyphus work? The first time the runner passes a res code gate, does that work with Konjin? Just break the first sub? That costs like 4 credits. Correct answer. Good. Should have come with agenda counters to trigger, not generally. I agree. I wish this was like had 2 agenda counters and it was like a Nisei Mark II or 3 agenda counters. I wish it had a counterplay. Now, and actually has to pay a credit, so that's a real cost or trash a card from hand. But the game is now like mega cooked. Okay, so I think we hush Konja and run HQ. Again, there has to be points somewhere. 3, 4, 5. Sys doesn't work with Konjin. Why not? Because you don't pass it? My biggest nerd cred is having read the Neverending Story in the original German. Yo, that is nerd cred. Konjin Ice doesn't get patched. Oops. Inspect. And 15 points and 16 cards, something's got to give. Yes, I know. The problem is like we've saw 3 cards in hand and they're all ice. Does Plongi mess with Sisyphus? No, because when you pass the ice, it's no longer the type. So Plongi is for the encounter. Pass is not encounter. Does not. Just code gates and sentries. But okay. All right. So we can hush the Konjin. We can run HQ. It'll cost us 10 credits, of which 4 are free. I mean, it's like the best we have. Boomerang on the Doodle is really good. There's a chance here that we just buffer drive for Boomerang, Boomerang the Doodle and run it. That's probably the best. Where are your 3 reprises at? Oh my god, it'd be so sick. I think we actually do get a Boomerang back. Like we do the text on this. Fun fact, Kid's ability would turn on Sisyphus for Konjin in this scenario. For real. Here, how's it going? Just use Inspector on HQ to see what's in there. So we have to deal with the Boomerang and the Doodle twice. First time, I don't care about advancements. We have Hush, he says, and Boomerang. Those should work. It does technically beat, we get rolled by 6 Coster. We fully break it once, then we have to go back. If he chooses to, and technically he doesn't have to, but he is, so he's discarding a card from hand. So I think there's agendas and archives. I'm actually pretty sure. And so now we have to break this thing again, which at least only costs us 1 credit. He needs a tattoo bullet of fire to get back in the game. There's a logjam, which we're expecting to be here. 6 advancements, great. Advanceable ice is fun. I do think that there's advanced installed cards in archives. There has to be agendas in archives. I think Sisyphus is the punishment we get for not playing with Jumon. I'm gonna get rid of Lagu now, I think. Paladin will work every turn because of Boomerang. We also just shuffle our stacks, so our classic ordering is all sorts of cooked. Here, fuck, every run, every damn run. Now we have to break a Nancy twice every run. I'm not getting upset. We have to just run archives. Boom only eats 1 credit of Pally? Yes, it does only eat 1 credit, but like, we'll take it. At some point, we'll stop discarding things. Like, what are we meant to do here? Diversion? I think we're meant to diversion. The problem is, well, at least if we diversion, we eat the Doodle. And this is not encounter, this is passes. I wish it was just encounter. Because then we could hit the Doodle and not give a shit. Run archives. If we run archives, we have to break a Nancy twice. Right? This is the problem. It's like Ag Infusion with Sisyphus is not fun. Because running archives means the Nancy fires twice. So we have to break this for 10 credits. Sorry, 12 credits. You have 16? Yeah, but we can't spend 12 credits for a single run. Yeah, this deck is pretty cursed. Yo, Kat, how's it going? How's your UK? You did great. Good thing you already won on time. Yeah. Hey, so sorry. And that's like the balancing of Sisyphus. So, GG. Yeah, it is a 2-pointer, so technically we win on time. Okay. So Boomerang is a 1 in 12. That's not great. We can see twice as many. So Doof is probably what we need this turn. Okay, Buffer Drive is fine. Buffer Drive deals with Paladin. We have a 20-minute extension for the slow play. Don't. I'm awake and alive-ish. Welcome back. So we do Doof. We can go through this. Again, this cost us 10 credits. That's a hard thing to deal with, but Axu has no money. Now, once Axu has no money, then we can run archives. That's probably the play. So this drops us to 11. This is nothing. This we break Yeah, whatever. I'm just going to do it. I'm just vibing. I don't care. Cool. Scaling. Infinite. Strength. Just the coolest. Don't worry, JK equals JK. I will miss Doof. I have no doubt we're going to get a new Doof. A Doof equivalent. Hey, Cat, I heard you aced the midterm. Yeah, Cat did. So Axu can decide. Oh, Axu trashed a card. Okay, great. I'll take all our money back. Okay, we're on 9 credits. Now if we run Archives, Ag Infusion can still fire, which can throw us into the Anansi, which we break for 5 credits. The question is, do we want to do that now, where it doesn't fire twice, or do we want to do it later? I honestly think to some extent we probably should do it now, where it doesn't fire twice. I know this is very expensive, but we'll spend a while just clicking for credits. You said later, it's too late. We'll see if Axu wants to throw us into the Nancy. I do think there might be points in here. There is a send a message. Okay. So that's not great, but at least we got to do this first. And say, I don't care what your dude what does. So that's good. It's a Vampire Nasa. Oh, great. Cool. Paladin Puemo is going to show herself out. Yeah. I'm just playing as Nature is Healing. Wenagon, how's it going? This is our Lagu deck. It's been honestly Chesva. I think it's Soldier Buffer Drive. Pally is mad though. It's fine. We don't need Pally. So what's in the remote server probably is an agenda. Actually is going to need a long time to score out here. It's a big tree line, but we have a boomerang somewhere. So Buffer Drive is 2 credits. Any turn that we don't run, he gets back 2 copies of Subliminal Messaging, which is pretty messed up, not only because of Sisyphus, but because it's good. How did both ice get rezzed? One was rezzed from Send a Message. That was the only one. This was the res, and we bounced this. Turns out my point missing on the tester because I thought a 4th plus 7/4 equals 1. Oh no, yeah. Logjam was unres, we bounced it. This tree line was already on the table. We can jack out of Konjin probably? Sorry? So the server had 4 ice. We bounced the ice between Tattoo Bowl and tree line. Yeah, that's a tree line. It's not a logjam. All right, well, there's 9 cards left in R&D, and Axu has a lot of work to do. This is not an economically positive card because we see where 3 Rashidas are if the Charlotte doesn't do anything. So if anything, we run the Konjin and yeah, jack out. I think that's what Jai is saying. Okay, twinning. Pretty good, actually. You can just boost Matryoshkas whenever you want. So I think that's what we probably do here, is we install... We don't need the buffer drive. We may be able to wait Axu out. I think that's correct. We should just be clicking for credits. I don't think we need the twinning, but the twinning is going to be really good because we can swipe all of HQ. So we just draw once, we twinning, we run HQ, we boost our breaker, because you can just do that to charge the twinning, and then we just jack out. You can't instantly score it anyways. No, we definitely don't need to run it. We can't run it until we have biotic. Sorry, not biotic, boomerang anyways. We can't beat the tree line unless we have boomerang. Grab the boomerang at some point. Yeah, well, we're just going to try and draw it in our stack. Like every draw we see 2 cards. So now this is Lacoste into agenda. That's a bit more scary. Luckily, we should be able to run R&D and see 3 cards and just go through a Nazi. Completely blank Konjin, coffee, twinning is very funny. It's very cool. This is the situation where like think for 20 minutes and then take 4 is actually correct. Yes. Yeah, 90-second turn or whatever the rules allow. We need a boomerang. That's not what we want. Miss Bones actually is worth something because the problem is, again, we can pinhole. The most actually can score is a 4-2 here. So we definitely want to run HQ at a minimum. We need the boomerang. Okay, that's okay. So we'll just run HQ, click for credit. We have no money, which is a problem. We're going for the mill victory, somewhere in the middle. We'll probably just make 1 run on R&D and try and win. Boost strength. Get real ice, lol. We can install the buffer drive for 2 credits. I don't think we really need to. Now, the buffer drive is cute because it lets us put a boomerang on top of our deck in a panic. That might be worth something, but I think just keeping our money up because we have to break a Nancy twice is going to be important. Because our winning line is like run R&D and C3. You can use how many counters on this? 3 or 2? It's just 2, right? Yeah, just 2. Okay, so next turn he can score out. It'll probably be a back pro, and when he scores a back pro, the game is totally messed up for obvious reasons. So that's probably a spin doctor. Vampire Nasa is annoying. God, Sisyphus, why the... Lacoste in the remote? Yeah, probably Lacoste. I don't think he can afford to do Anoetic because his hand is messed up. So we have to deal with this. Spin doctor probably. Now, if he wants to score with Lacosta, it's going to cost him 3, 4, 5, 6 credits, so he can't actually do it this turn, so we're not in a rush. He did pre-advance, though, so there's actually a small chance it's a Charlotte, but if it's a Charlotte, he'll run out of cards. I don't know if this is a table snare or something. I'm assuming it's a Spin Doctor, so now there's still 7 cards left. Can we just not walk into server 3 by hushing the tree line? We can, but if it's an Anoetic, it's pretty bad for us, and we have to break Anansi twice. So it's not something we have to do right now, but it's something we'll do eventually. We can also just boomerang the tree line. Like, we don't have to hush it. Sisyphus just being code gates would probably be bearable. Yes. Looks more like a Charlotte. This does look like a Charlotte. Or a really, really slow score. We don't need any of these, but diversion's actually kind of interesting. You can duck this, though, assuming there's a Lacosta in their remote server. So what do we do here? Did R&D hate just go up? Hit rate? Maybe. It depends what happened. What did he shuffle back in? 2 hedge funds. Okay. Could also just hush the Nancy, and it's just 2 cards. Yes. I just don't want to give him Tattoo Bola money. Doof? We can't really afford to break a Doo to Wet twice. It costs us 10 credits. We need our boomerang. Right? Like, at the end of the day, the Doof, he'll just duck it with a Lacosta, and it'll be an Axis, which, after he drew, is not bad. Like, the Axis is not bad. We haven't run. Oh, we did run. Oh, I should have boosted the Matryoshka. Yeah, I forgot. Oh, never mind. Run HQ stops Subliminal. We've already made a run. He also reorders R&D with a hushed Anansi. Yeah, we don't want that to happen. We don't want him to reorder R&D because we only see 3 cards. So we don't actually need another twinning counter. I think he would just take 2 credits. I don't know if we're going to need a 3rd Matryoshka. There's a chance. $50-minute game? Well, yeah. Sisyphus egg. And I'm talking. What the heck is this? So this looks like a Charlotte, right? Just jack out of the Conjun. Yeah, I don't think we need to, but I think we'd rather have a credit here. So it looks like this is Lacosta and Anoetic agenda. Maybe Biovault, but probably not. This is definitely a Charlotte. So actually, he's going to get 6 credits here. Are there any ice to play with Sisyphus that isn't cursed and toxic? No. Yeah, Thimblerig. Thimblerig. And in theory, like, a Tributary was like, okay. So if we run this, it'll get cracked. He's on 6 credits. We need slightly more money. We can let Vampire Nasa fire, and it'll actually make it cheaper to run the Anansi. Obviously, that's, like, kind of messed up. But Vampire Nasa firing twice, he can't really afford to draw 4 cards. So we can consider running this. We have a Boomerang in the next couple cards. If we draw, we'll probably get the Boomerang. Now, Boomerang in the Anansi doesn't really help much unless we also hush it. So our questions are, can we run HQ or can we run R&D? I think running HQ, we can see 3 cards. Running R&D, we can see 2 cards. That's probably enough. Just Dirty Laundry the advanced remote. I don't think we want to. Like, he's going to have money. He can't really Anoetic. Dirty Laundry the advanced remote? Oh, that'll be bad because that's a Charlotte and we'll lose the Dirty Laundry, right? Tributary with Sisyphus is okay. It said, well, Trib is banned out of standard. No, I know, but like Tributary was a way to like capitalize on forcing, you know, the Sisyphus. So this is a Charlotte, right? Can you just see 4 off of HQ? Yes, we can. I don't know if that's good enough. 3, 6. Like, there has to be points somewhere. There's a chance that Dirty Laundry HQ is like the play, and we just hope that we see enough cards, and if that fails, we can go R&D. Yeah, 4 off HQ is really good. There's no way around that. So the question is, we're running, we have 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 credits. That's enough, right? Like, a Dudo, will we break? There could be a face down on archives. Like, I think Axu is incentivized to throw out agendas with a Vampire Nas on archives, because like we can't run that easily. So we could just Dirty Laundry HQ. We go through the Congen, Dudo, we have to break twice. If we had a Boomerang, that would be easy. So we can draw once, Boomerang, run HQ. Run remote, force him to gain money from Charlotte than Doof. I'd rather touch cards than Doof, I think. Because if he does Charlotte, he's on 6. He can res the Lacosta, so it's a pretty bad Doof. I think we'll draw once for the Boomerang. Okay, no good. And so now we just Dirty Laundry HQ. It'll put us on 7, which is 8, 9, 10, 11. We can break a Dudo to it twice. Yeah, that's fine. Eat Sis, then you can run archives. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fair. We'll eat archives after we go through this. Because he can't actually draw that much with Vampiranaza. You can choose not to draw. Even with Charlotte, you can't afford to draw that much. Oh, he just needs the money. Like, he scores out 2 agendas in, I think, 2.5 turns, maybe? Man, Sisyphus and infinitely scaling ice? What do we do to deserve this? 9-2 tree line. We're so lucky we played Hush. Oh my god, imagine we didn't play Hush. But this ice is like so bad into Boomerang. Unfortunately, we did lose our Boomerang, so we have 1 more in 5. You're going to pay a credit or a card, honestly. The card is probably what he wants to do because he knows we're going to swipe all of HQ. We have to run archives this turn. Again, there's no Boomerang in the stack. There's 1. We shuffled 1 back in. What the fuck? Wait, how? Why? Why is there no Boomerang in the stack? Pre-resing to not bounce? How do we lose our Boomerang, Bob? Yeah, we'll see all of it. Sai Santan, we knew that. Logjam, we knew that. Tattoo, Logjam, okay. 2 damage, 1 was stranded because of Ag. It was stranded? But we Boomeranged the Dudedwa like a turn ago. We Boomeranged the Dudedwa. How did it get stranded? What the heck happened? Trashes Boomerang and Sure Gamb, okay. Uses Boomerang to target a Dudedwa, and we made a successful run. Why isn't it shuffled in? To break all in a Dudedwa, we made a successful run. Why didn't it get shuffled in? Something's wrong. And it's messing us up. We got a successful run on the Boomerang. Why didn't the Boomerang go back in? Boomerang is bugged if you fully break sometimes. Yeah, Koga. Yeah, we've been playing the whole game like we're trying to draw a Boomerang and the Boomerang's not on the stack. This is cursed. We needed the Boomerang. Yo. No idea why, but Boomerang didn't get shuffled back in. It's happened to me before. Yeah, that's a terrible thing to find out. That really does stink. So now the agendas are all in R&D and archives, so we're going to just run archives, I think. Game lost to Axu, yeah. Yeah, we've been drawing for the Boomerang. Oh, I buffered one. I broke a Dudedwa. And it didn't go back. I think Sisyphus is ruining it. I've been drawing for it. Okay, that's not good. We can still win. I think here we have to run archives. We know the Charlotte. Put it back. Nah, it's okay. Yeah, actually, probably. Yeah, I will. I'm just gonna shuffle into the deck. Whatever. It just like it's hard to shuffle things into the deck because of Class Act, so this game is like inherently a bit weird. Actually loses by no fault of his own. So now we can probably go through the Vampiranaza. It has nothing to do with Sisyphus. You don't think so? Moral victory. So I think we have to go through the Vampiranaza. Losing 2 credits is cheaper than breaking it. Losing 2 cards, we don't care. You may draw 1 or 2 cards. So we can always install the buffer drive for 2 credits and then just fire the Vampiranaza and just not care. I think that's fine. Let's just fire it. Yeah, Boomerang just seems to be bugged. I need to pay attention. So we either break this for 6. No. Funny enough, like rezzing the Vampiranaza is actually worse for Axu in some ways, because the threat of running archives and throwing us into double Anansi might be higher than Vampiranaza. Draws 0 cards, no surprise. What the fuck is going on? Wait, what? There's 8 points in R&D? Sorry, 9 points in R&D? All right, cool. Sick. Okay, I guess we're just hushing Anansi and going through it next turn. Just doof next turn and deck him out. I don't think he can because he has Charlotte. And he can score this turn. We probably running the Charlotte shouldn't do. I was gonna ask, why don't we think it's an R&D? Because he wasn't throwing out cards. I think he assumed we wanted to run through the Vampiranaza. Like, that run on HQ was doomed. If he had an agenda, he would throw it into archives, right? It was a doomed run. Single twinning runs wins you the game. Yeah, no, for sure. He needs to put something on archives here, or like, I don't know, score at a back pro. If he scores at a back pro, we're cooked. He can't draw with Charlotte, so he's just gonna crack it for money, so running it didn't really matter. But here, if he scores a back pro, I guess we're not cooked. Oh, fucking Sisyphus, and now we have to deal with double Vampiranaza. God dang it. This is the pits. Because now running, okay, that's way better. So he drew in one agenda. That doesn't change much. Okay, hold on. Okay, just tank Vampy. It's 4 damage. We can't tank double Vampy. I want to get off Mr. Bones' Wild Ride. It's just 4 damage? I know, but then he can draw his whole deck and lose. We probably just run server 3. No, he has cards in hand. So we hush the Anansi, we run it. He throws us into the Vampirnasa. It does 4 damage. That's a problem. And then we have to break that. Wow, I hate this. What is a 3-card Monty ass installing Lamau? I don't know. If he draws this whole deck, you can sweep HQ. Yeah. Does Vampy force a corp draw? No, it's you may draw 1 or 2. It's worded in a really weird way. But it is entirely optional which number you draw, including 0. It's a very strange wording. It usually says you may draw up to 2. Credgred Doof. I hate it, but maybe. This is worse than Loki Egg. Yeah, it might be. Credit Doof. So it puts us on 7. We doof. We get another twinning counter. It slows the game down. Yeah, I think Credit Doof is the best. It's really expensive for us. Like, it's all our money. It gives us a twinning charge, and like eventually he just loses to twinning. Like, we saw 4 ice, so this is 2 ice. So his hand is 1 unknown and 1 ice. What's the next 5 influence egg? I think Loki Egg actually was a deck you could have played modernly. The problem is, like, Banhar. Oh, man, just a Boomerang would be good. Credit Doof is probably right. Sweep HQ next turn. Yeah, I think we just wait a bit. Cool. Large M, cool. Still 2 ice, he drew a hedge fund? Oh, good call, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of incidental Loki attack. Yeah, there definitely is. So this is not about us having money, it's about him not having money. Unfortunately, we also don't have money. So we're just gonna wait for him to flood. We'll draw a Boomerang and then we can run HQ for 1 credit. Technically 2 credits because we have to install the damn thing. And he'll score it eventually. So now we can sweep HQ. So it's 1 unknown. So we just need to find our Boomerang. Not running sucks because it's subliminal. So the problem is here he can score and jam the next agenda. So we have to go now. Waybelly talks about wanting to play Loki Egg at Worlds, but said the Ice Suite just wasn't right. Yeah, exactly. So we have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So the only way we can get into the server is by top decking a Boomerang here. Just don't let him get subliminals. Yeah, that is not a problem. The issue is that he can chain the next agenda in the following turn. We'll probably still be okay, but we need to top deck a Boomerang. Okay, that actually does it. Because now we can go 2 credits install. That will leave us on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we can run HQ. And sweep HQ. Stop trying for Boomerang. No, we need it. We put it back in. We put it back in. Still need 5 credits? Yeah, we have it. Because this takes us to 2, and then that's, we have 1 extra credit. We'll see if the Boomerang doesn't go back. No Chiyashi means Loki Egg has no nasty ETR to Loki into. Yeah. You have, no, you have, well, it's not an ETR. But yeah, you have the snake now. I missed when you put it back in. Yeah, Axu allowed us to. For what it's worth, it wasn't in there for accident. So we're going to use the... What do we use first? Ches or Boomerang? Assuming that Axu... Because Axu can discard the agenda here. Like, this is the worst part of Sisyphus, is that you can get the agenda out of hand. We can't sweep the hand. Right? Like, we can't sweep the hand here. Because he throws out the card. Sisyphus is so annoying. Look, did he throw out the agenda? You damn right. No, he did. Of course he did. So how do we do this? How do we run? We have to just tank archives on a turn. Like, this is a useless run. Saisentan, Logjam, no surprise. And Boomerang doesn't go back. Yeah, the Boomerang went into the bin. It should go to the bin. It just should offer you out the successful run. So it's either Boomerang's broken or Sisyphus is broken. And now he can jam the next agenda. You can easily rank archives. Yes, we're going to have to here. Like, now he needs to get an ice on archives. He also did just like, as soon as he ices archives, he turns off ag, which is okay, I guess. But like, The amount of work we need to do because his ice costs 10 credits to break and he has the ability to throw cards out of his hand. It's just like so kind of not fun. He's not scoring? Like, what is this? Please run RD once to see how big the logjam gets. No, we're going to bounce it. Oh my god, I hate this. Jamming agenda means he top decked it. No, he didn't. There's an okay. So 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. There's still 2 agendas in R&D. If we just run R&D once, we win. So we get rid of this. Logjam is really annoying. We can hush it and then we can break it for 3, but then we have to break Vampirnasa twice. So we actually have a couple lines here. We either make 1 run on Archives. We're calling him on the round 1 game 2. Hashinazi just walk through. It's not going to be that easy because we have to deal with this. Right? Like if oh, he only has 2 credits actually. So our option is Hashinazi run. That's fine. We have to deal with Anansi twice, which means he gets to order the top 5. He can draw his agendas though, right? Like if we hush Anansi, we still have to consider breaking it because he can draw his cards. He can only, hold on, thinking. Oh man, this stinks. Now he has an agenda maybe in Archives. Like I assume he does. And if he has an agenda in Archives, we can also just like hush the logjam, run Archives, tank the Vampirnasa. I think that's also probably pretty reasonable. The problem with the Nancy is that with the Nancy subroutine, look at the top 5, you may draw one. Like we have to just break the draw one subroutine. If he draws agendas, he probably can't win. Oh, that's true though. So we hush the Anansi and we just run. We don't break the Anansi, we take 2 damage. He could draw up to 2 cards. That will probably deck him out. The question, what can he res on 2 credits? If it's a Tattoo Bola, that's fine. Otherwise, he can throw us into the Logjam, which gives him 4 credits. That's fine. He'll know what he's drawing, so he can choose exactly what to draw. So he can add the 2 agendas into hand. Yeah, I think we just run R&D because it's more fun and he decks out probably. So we can just run R&D here. Best he can do is boop into Konjin for the other Nancy. Yes. Oh, that is actually a problem. You're right, because the hush won't be on the Konjin. Oh, that's really annoying. Because if he boops us into the Konjin, then the Konjin fires. If the Konjin fires, he can throw us into the Anansi. That's really bad, actually. We need 2 hushes. Then he has to spend money, no? But no, not necessarily, because he can even like Konjin us into a logjam and make money. Just win the side game easy. If we win the side game, it's really good for us. We've so far lost every side game we've played. Now, the other option is we just hush the logjam and run Archives, which is also totally fine. Like we draw a card. We draw a card, hush the logjam, run Archives, win. Clicking for credits is fine. We need to make at least a run, which shouldn't be hard, just to deal with Subliminal. Yeah, maybe if he throws into the Konjin, we can just break, right? We have 5 credits. If we do run, we have 5 credits. If he throws us into the Anansi, we can just break the Anansi. But then we have to do the Anansi twice. Oh no, because we don't pass it. Oh, what a game. But then we need another credit to break the Tattoo Bola. Bounce up Tattoo, click for 3 credits. Yeah, we might as well bounce off Konjin. But I honestly think we can run Archives here. Still thinking, oh my god. Like, if we hush the logjam, it goes to 0 strength. We break the logjam for 3 credits, which is fine. That leaves us with 1 credit. The Vampirnasa fires. He can't really draw cards. He can do 2 net damage. He can gain credits. That's fine. And then we access Archives, and there has to be an agenda in Archives. That's another line that I think is safer. This one is, like, confusing me, because I feel like there's a way we can mess it up. We can also get the Boomerang on the Vampirnasa, which we have a bit less than 50% chance of getting, and then we just break some subroutines. You can do 4 damage with Vampy. Yeah, that's fine. We just draw once. Right? Like, we just draw once and or get a Boomerang. So we can just draw Hush, run Archives. I think that also wins. Can't just eat Archives? I think we can. The bad part about running Archives, though, is he gets credits. And we don't want him to get credits. But we can Hush. We can Boomerang Vampirnasa so that we only take 2 damage and he only gets 2 credits. Game 2 is now a draw. Wanted to see the 30-second game too. I'll score a hostile. I'm playing Wayland. It'll be fine. So I think we just boomerang archives and run it. If it fails, we lose the game, but I'm feeling pretty okay about it. Matryoshka. 1, 2, 3. Continue. Boomerang. Break up to 2. We won't take that damage. You can't gain 2. So he's 1 card left in R&D, so that's gonna be a problem for him. So now we let the Unbrokens fire. Funny how Boom fully breaks Vampy. Yeah, I know. Good game. That was awful. 68 minutes. There's points in archives for sure. There was he took the deck. Yeah, he decided to draw his whole deck and lose the game because he loses from there guaranteed. Either there's a card in archives or he's drawn too many cards. He needs 2 turns to win. Turn 25. Not that long, huh? Do not GG. No, you always GG. Yeah, that drought of agendas was really weird. I can't believe we swapped everything and saw no points. And there's like 8 cards in R&D. Yeah, this sucks. The fact that we put a Hush in the deck won us the game. Like, Boomerang is really good, but like without Hush, this is absolutely hyper cursed. I think his early games stunk. Like, his early game, he drew really poorly. Tell Oxu that me and the King could have won 11 games with his deck in that amount of time. Is this what Axu played at the events on the weekend? Yo, Axu, how's it going? That was rough. Yeah, I don't know. Like, for real though, like, I don't know. Scaling infinite scaling ice is just kind of an abomination, and Sisyphus just like absolute tilting. But I played like 5% of that game. He was right. For as much as he getting roasted for how long that game took, that was entirely us, right? Like, he played that fast. 25 turns. Have we checked out Shroom Dublin World deck list? No. What is that? I actually played this for COS, was volunteering for the main event. Yeah, I heard him on comms, right? Looking forward to Boldy Protocol. Launch replay? Like, I think Axe's early game sucked. I don't want to dwell on this game too long because we already did for such a long time. But he mulliganed, so his hand was already pretty bad. This got worse. And then he opened with a Spin Doctor, which is not what you want to see. So he opens with a Spin Doctor, gets like Hanseis to get an agenda out of hand, keeps the Sisyphus, and puts a Tattoo Bull on HQ, right? So on 10 credits, we can't really face check here because Size and Time is ruinous unless we have like a Boomerang. And so we just set up. This is why we run the Spin Doctor to stop Hanseis and other stuff from getting out of control. And he has to shuffle it. It's a bit too much of a bluff if we run archives here. He only gets a free Tattoo Bola. And then we just set up, understanding it's a long game and this works. Check out the deck I played at COS. It's good shit. Do you have a link? Bring back Turntable. And Turntable is like going to do the same Hermes thing where nobody plays 1-pointers, but Turntable is interesting. It gets way worse. Yeah, I believe it. The fact that we were putting like Lacostas and other stuff on the table is really strange. So back pro draw, hedge fund, we ice R&D, whatever. We got 2 Tattoo Bolas. We're rolling, and I just decide to run archives, draw up, install cards, whatever. You have Subliminal. You don't play it instantly, which is fantastic because look here, you could Hansei the Subliminal. We don't Hansei the Subliminal. We don't need the money, but this is one of the big reasons why people who snap play Subliminal are kind of messing it up, because the fact that we don't Hans Subliminal, we could have Hansei'd it on a later turn, and that actually is a much easier way to pay 5 credits as opposed to losing one of our cards. Now, functionally, we do the same thing by installing a Lacosta, and I like running with the Subliminal, so turning it off is fine. If it actually was face down and you Hansei'd it, you might have actually triggered it more than once, but this Lacosta forces a run, so it turns off the Subliminal anyway, so this play is interesting. We're just drawing up and setting up. We check this. I'm going to trash it no matter what it is, largely, because Lacosta is really important for this deck, and we just click for credits. Like, we're doing nothing here. Throw a Class Act. It's just money. Second ice. Okay. I do think there's multiple agendas in hand, and we're setting up. We're just running to turn off Subliminal, which is like kind of middling. Not that you need money here. And then, yeah, it's pretty bad. It's not getting good. Hansei a Hansei, which shows me you don't need money, and the cards in your hand are probably agendas. This is the point where like someone Hansei's a Hansei. You would probably play the second Hansei if you can, where we have to assume here with double ice on HQ, like this is probably what the hand looks like. And we just can't make this run make any sense for us. The install advance was definitely the Sisyphus on the following like turn when the first card hits the table. But Rashid in the remote server, we're going to Boomerang this. Again, I mentioned how actually doesn't res here, which is correct. Stranding boomerangs is really, really important. Luckily, we do have enough recursion in the deck that we can bring it back. And so taking Rashida down feels fine. But actually generally needs like 2 or 3 ice on the remote server before he's comfortable. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Drawing after hitting a Charlotte. Like, you can do Charlotte Advance, and that's probably okay. But we want to get another piece of ice here. The deck has a lot of ice. So Charlotte. I wonder actually if you put in the Rashida instead of the Charlotte. Like, the Rashida you actually want. Charlotte doesn't do anything here. No matter what, it's going down. So you installing a Charlotte is also very strange. This hand is what you'd expect, yeah. You just run it anyways? No, for sure. But if the Rashida, if I don't run it, the Rashida is really good for you, right? Like, it does actually do something. The Charlotte doesn't do anything. Also, like, the fact is, like, Charlotte is the card that you can do install advance, and I change my whole play patterns around, and I think that's valuable to have on a later turn. Charlotte taxes 2 credits. I don't think that's a big deal when I'm on, like, 16, right? I miss this game so much. Not much play back in Chicago. Oh, for real, Strawberry. The game is growing. I think next year there's going to be even more organized play all over, including the Chicago area. But the game is pretty great. Besides this game was kind of messed up. And then it starts, yeah. This sucks. We just can't run HQ in any way that makes sense because we just don't have enough Matryoshkas. And I also was a bit hesitant to res, to allow Ag Fusion to res anything. Here we think this is a Rashida because we haven't seen any, and we'll just take that down. All right, this is where you can start pushing. I think here you can do tree line, install an agenda. We're just going to double ice up everything. I think you actually do want an ice on archives, but we're not really worried about pinhole here. And this is where I get the Matryoshka and continue to set up, which is pretty frightening. Oh, it's actually your back pro. I thought you push out the Sisyphus the first time. This back pro like doesn't fix HQ. I thought the Sisyphus would be the play. And I think we get lucky enough here. We're running the remote server. Running HQ would have been incredible for us, but we just force some reses and then we're going to get booped. I think from this point we can consider running HQ, and we do. We lose the side game on the Konjin, which stinks because we lose a pair of boomerangs, which is not great. It also allows you to fix the top of the deck, and now this tattoo bullet bounces. But at least we put the pressure on this turn, which is great. And from here, you slightly stabilize, especially because you draw the sim reset, which fixes the whole hand. And as I imagine is like after the simulation reset, I've simulation resetted bad hands and got equally bad hands. This one's definitely better by a fair bit. We only have 1 agenda instead of 4, but I don't mind running HQ after sim resets because it's not a sprint. It's like entirely random what happens. All right, let's play a different game. Oh, I was going to look at an Narcos list. I'll open it up after this. Netrunner, DB, Decklist, Popular, and Narco time. A review of Bristol skate parks? Oh, wait, sick. Oh, wait, this is going to be fun. Okay, let's just get a game in. Wanted people to see the deck, so do the funny thing. What's the funny thing? Big ice? Oh, so Gyro is the player, if I'm not mistaken, that has killed us with the Ronin out of nowhere. Okay, early prepaid's kind of okay. We have a Doof Boomerang. Op generally wants to jam in the remote server. It can be hard to ice up HQ. I like this hand. Sometimes hard to land a diversion. Boomerang can also be very tricky to op because if you Boomerang an ice that doesn't get rezzed, it gets destroyed. So we're going to try and not Boomerang unrezzed ice if we can avoid it. Eric is saying, it looks like there's a group in Chicago that plays at the Dice Dojo. There's someone in GLC named Hurley who runs it. Oh, super cool. Yeah, if you're not part of Green Level Clearance, a Strawberry, it's a great Discord channel where a lot of people do like looking for games and local communities organized there. So there's a chance that is a big chance, especially Chicago's huge. There are folks playing out there. I'd be really surprised if there's not a scene. All right. Not icing HQ here would be, I would say, a disaster. We do get a disaster here. So Gyro can res stuff in the remote server, but if it's a Rashida and a Tucana, like you're only resing so much of it. And then we can dirty laundry. Oh, it's a Regolith. Okay, so we have to trash that. Oh, wait. I guess we're getting the Axis. Uh-oh, that's really bad for us. Midwest Netrunner sparse. I know folks in like Ohio that are playing, which is not exactly Illinois. The problem is we can't dirty laundry this, right? But we have to trash all of this. I'm going to say action, because in theory, Gyro here can go pull a 2-cost ice from the deck to protect the Regolith, which might be important. But Gyro has to do it before we make a run. Credit laundry. Yeah, so I'm pausing here because you can use a virus to go get like a Thimble Rig or a Descent. And if that's the case, this Regolith is protected. Now we have to play around Managarm. In theory, Gyro could pop a Managarm, and there's no way for us to play around that. Why not? Why not? What? Oh, if you want to grab ice. So Mavirus can go into Warrior Tracker. We don't care. It can go into Managarm, and Managarm we can't beat. But we need to get this Regolith down for obvious reasons. So we can't just run this here and go down to 1 credit. I'm not sure the Mavirus can get to. If it's a Managarm, that's pretty bad for us. Yeah, Managarm is the only thing we can't beat. And that's also why I don't want to Dirty Laundry this. Let's just force the issue. This does net damage. That's kind of fun, huh? Oh, I wish we Dirty Laundry this. Oh, we can't. So one of the Regulus is going to go off. We're going to go for the one that's not iced. So unfortunately, we can't trash this. Oh, we're just short on credits, and we have to just like click for a credit here. That's really funny. I was not expecting. You don't often see more than one Regolith in op deck, so this might be more like Facet op than anything else. That's really funny. I was playing around Managarm, but that's way cooler. Okay, I think here we have to credit because we have to prepaid voice pad. Or sorry, we have to Dirty Laundry at some point. We can also install the prepaid voice pad this turn to save a credit. I don't think it's going to be any different than installing it next turn and saving a credit. We can always just do prepaid into Dirty Laundry next turn and just not use Az this turn because I don't think we're going to use Az's ability on the following turn. It's very likely for him to just take like 6 off Regolith. Can't really afford to ice it maybe. So I guess we'll just install the prepaid, go down to 0. Whatever, I'll keep our money up so we can be more flexible. We don't have to commit to that line. There's a Wisconsin Discord and a Chicagoland Netrunner. If you want to PM me in a Discord, same name in GLC, I can invite you to those strawberry vibes. Oh, there you go. All right, 9 credits. That's kind of what you needed here. So we can do prepaid, Dirty Laundry HQ. We can't steal SDSs. SDSs and Zato, there's going to be rig destruction. It's going to be very bad for us. So this puts us down to 1. This puts us down to 0. So we can do prepaid, get a read on HQ, then trush the Regolith, then install Class Act. Maybe that's the downside of installing prepaid this turn is we might Class Act. Extract, okay. So now we're really incentivized to trash this. And we'll probably just draw. Not a great start, honestly. That was a really weird opening. I don't think I've seen a corporation duck to 0 like that on turn 1. I don't know what else would have been. Like Tucana, you probably don't do. So I'm assuming the first card you want to score out is an Eminent. So we can always like Boomerang run this. If it's a border control, so be it. It's not going to be great for us because you can't beat it with Boomerang. And it eats your Boomerang. But a lot of times we will face check here. So we know there's a Zato in hand. We know there's an Extract in hand. And Spin Doctor has some pressure on it because of, well, you can just extract it for 6. You don't want to do better than that. And so Eminent Tucana is the worst case here. And if that's a Boomerang, a border control, we can't beat it. So we're really bad at contesting early outside of Boomerang because we need to install 2 cards from Matryoshka. So I think we'll just face check this and hope for the best case scenario that it is like a Sandstone. It's a Descent. Okay, we can beat that. It's an econ problem here though. Because if we do Boomerang, we go down to 1 credit, we can run it. On 1 credit, we can trash Rashida, but we can get into this. The question is what we're doing for the rest of the turn. We could draw once and then do Boomerang, run it. That means we're running Last Click, which can be a bit dodgy. Because they can do a virus into whatever. If it's a Zato, yeah, if he has Zato, I don't think it's that bad. Because if he Zato's a Descent, like, who cares? Can he replace it with Ice Wall? He can. But if he spends 3 credits to do that, I don't think we're too upset. But, like, if we trade a Boomerang for it for 1 credit, I don't think we're too upset. But then it forces him to spend that and do that. But there's no way we're beating a Zato here. So I think we're just going to force the issue. Okay. And so now it looks like the Eminent's going to go cross. At least that'll bankrupt him. So here he might just actually like extract the Ice Wall for something else. Like, I don't know, Rashida, a second Spin Doctor. But even if this is an Eminent, his money's not fantastic. We're not very good at breaking Archer though. Let's be honest. If this is an Eminent, it's bad for us. But we can't beat Zato. The best we can do is force a res on a face check. That's not terrible for us. We're down 1 Boomerang. Wonder if you play rejigs just so the stranded Boomerangs aren't super stranded. They're only slightly stranded. I don't think we're going to find a slot for that. Our economy is miserable. This is also such a good matchup for Lacosta because Op installs things on many other triggers. Oh, Slash and Burn. Shit. That's a cheap Eminent. Yeah, Spin Doctor. That's another reason to contest it. Aziev? Oh, okay. We lost a buffer drive? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's okay. We can fix it. So they obviously want to do something with the SEF to trash the Zato to maybe get like another Regolith. Undo. So the way that we're going to fix this, I'm going to put the card that survived on top of the stack. All good. Do we die to what's her name here? There's a chance we actually could lose the game here if this deck has Vera, if I'm not mistaken. Is Vera 3 cost or 2 cost? Because if this deck has Vera, we could lose. It looks like Gyro wants to shuffle back in, yeah, Regoliths. Just to get the Regolith on the table. Vera's 3, okay. So if there's a 4 coster on the table, we actually could die. Oh, no, we can't die. We'd just be on no cards in hand. Yeah. Now, this does strand the slash and burn, though, which is the downside. So using the Spin Doctor a bit preemptively to get the economy back, like that can make sense. I think Gyro's realizing you want the Spin Doctor for the slash and burn. So we're functionally trading a Regolith. That's all good. Yeah, so maybe he just wants to keep the Spin Doctor. Okay. Oh, just did the order better. Yeah, that makes sense. So it's 1 Regolith, 1 slash and burn. Yeah, that's an easy thing to mess up. Okay. So Regolith on the table. We have to probably trash that. Our deck is not doing anything. This is not a board state you want to find yourself in. Luckily, if we top deck like a Dirty Laundry is the best case scenario. So we have to trash this because there's an extract in hand. So we can't allow Gyro to be back into it. He should be on 5 credits here. That's really weak to diversion though. So draw once for diversion. No, shit. Just credit run this. I hate this turn. Oofa doofa. Not good. Now with only 2 boomerangs and Matryoshkas we can't afford. It should be easy for Gyro to just put anything in server 1 and we just have to hope that Centrals works. With SDS, it's really, really hard for us to be on a Matryoshka build, both on both ends of the table. And this is just going to slip away from us if we can't draw a diversion. This is all useless. Yeah, we're not playing Netrunner anymore. We're just playing basic actions. I think we overextended in the early game. Right, like the amount of clicks to get back in the game unless we exactly top deck a Dirty Laundry is pretty high. We definitely could like Bravado server 1 if we really wanted to, assuming that the face check's not gonna be that bad, right? Like we're not weak to Stavkas. But we need a Hermes to feel like we have any control on the next part of the game. And we can lose quickly to haul him in. We're just lucky we haven't seen a Tucana yet, but if you like, this is the thing with Op, is if you give an Op a window and they get a Tucana on the table, like if you're losing, you're gonna go to hyper losing. It's like literally losing speedrun. And we're in that spot. Cool. Doof protection. Don't know what that is. Miss Bones might find out, but that's all we have. So our Az has been blank for the last couple turns here. So that we could do like credit daily cast that just loses so bad to above the law, which there's a chance there's an above the law here because Gyro hasn't done anything with it. So we don't want to commit to the daily cast because if we install the daily cast for a whole turn and above the law gets scored, like that's also pretty bad. I think no matter what, it's going to be pretty bad. So you know the hand is extract. I feel like we need to gamble this turn. It's too late. We could have if we didn't draw. Okay. Credit 3x gamble is better. I agree. I think credit 3x gamble is a bit better. We're really drawing a very few cards that get us out of that hole, right? Like it's actually, no, it's 5 cards and 33. Yeah, it's not the worst. So I'm going to do a bad play potentially, but we're playing from far behind. We have to take risks. So I'm going to install this daily cast. And if it gets above the LOD, we lose the game. If it doesn't get above the LOD, oof. There has to be an agenda in server 1 if the Rashid is going out there. So this is probably above the law. Or maybe it's an SDS. Why didn't you listen to yourself? It made so much sense it was an above the law. Yeah, we've lost. Okay, the best thing we can do is swing wildly. Yeah, I would actually concede here. I think we're so out of the game. Emotional damage. Yeah, we're out. GG. Oh, that was really, really sloppy. Our deck is not doing anything, and I think that's a big thing that we're showing off is this interesting game. Thanks you too. This interesting quote-unquote list we've built just like doesn't actually do anything spicy, right? Like 3 Lago in the bottom. Oh, no, I guess we have 1 coming up. Oof, credit 3x gamble looking really good right now. Yeah, it was perfect. I think the fact that we could tell this was above the law, the 3 credit sure gamble actually made some amount of sense. And then the above the law gets stranded, and then Gyro has a hard time coming back from that. But like, say that we didn't concede, how do we get back? Like, the best top deck is probably Hermes. Maybe we could get back. At least it didn't take an hour. Yeah, I think we probably should have just even done their triple credit and just discarded the daily cast and said, like, we're not installing it. Because I think it's right. We were from behind, but we didn't have to take that risk. The read was easily, that was an agenda, and that was an above the law agenda, if anything. Good game. I probably wouldn't even think of above the law there. I would just mess that line to begin with. Yeah, no, it's when you lose to above the law a fair bit, that can happen. Hyobu. Okay, complete image. Hey, best of luck, have fun. The doof, like, was really weird in the early game, Gyro. I was expecting you to pull Managarm, not double Rego. Double Rego was kind of okay. I think overall it was probably better for me, but it was strange. All right, so we can do the early prepaid dirty laundry. We can get a class act down. This is Hyobu. Not actually sure what it does. It can look at cards for a click showing us, and every time a card is revealed. There's a couple reveal cards in the game right now, like Celebrity Gift is pretty common. Some of the ice reveals cards. So people sometimes can play like Loot Box. Prepaid turn 1 again, what you go wrong? Yep. Ice and then draw? You want to do that in the other order, and it's hard to tell what this card is going to possibly be. So let's just run some stuff. We don't want to run this because it could be a spin doctor and we lose all our money. Let's get a read on the deck. Peeping Tom. Okay. This does look at cards. It also does say tags on it, so I don't know if that's frightening or not. Are they running standard procedure? They could be. Often standard procedure shows up with complete image decks, and complete images are the threat 3 card. So in the early game, we don't care. I'm going to install the class act for 4 credits, and then I'm going to check this last click. If it's a snare, we lose. Public Health Portal. When your turn begins, reveal the top card of R&D and gain 2 credits. The numbers on this card are terrible. It's probably in our best interest to actually let him res it and then trash it, but we're already here, so we're just going to say you can't play the card. Doof, Buffer Drive, Matryoshka. Okay. Focus Group. Focus Group is a bit harder. What was the purpose of Lago again? Nuka seems better since we toss out Anakam. The idea is that with a Lago, we can fire, what's it called, on our opponent's turn. Class act on our opponent's turn consistently, which is kind of nice. I wonder if they fixed Hyobu to show where they're revealing from. Oh, I didn't know that they didn't do that. So 6 credits. We can't really contest that easily because our money stinks, which is a bit of a problem with this deck. Don't worry about it. So if we do diversion, they kind of have to res here. We've seen a Peeping Tom. If this is a Peeping Tom, like, what's the text? It's a 4-strength code gate that either requires us to take a whole bunch of tags or choose to end the run. So that's the problem with Peeping Tom, is that it is a 4-credit end the run. And if our opponent spends 4 credits to protect server 2, I think we're relatively happy about it. Now, in theory, they gain 1 credit. So it's actually only a 3-credit end the run because Hyobu is a first time. So it reveals the whole hand, they gain 1. So if we can run this, tank can go down to 3 credits. Just a little look-see, a tiny glance. If I'm not mistaken, standard procedure needs a successful run. So I don't know what the remote server is. I think Rashida is the most likely case. If that's the case, we can just like pinhole it if we want to. Probably could just pinhole it. I'm actually very likely, if we do credit daily cast, we don't get our class act draw, which sucks. If he gets a Rashida, it's pretty bad for us. So if we do this and it is Rashida, the never lose a game if you're 1000% psychic Hyobu list that was posted like 3 weeks ago. I don't know what that one is. So far the ability hasn't fired. Subliminal fires their ability a fair bit. I think that's one of the better cards. So we want to be running. So it's whether it's Pinhole or Rashida. I think it's a Pinhole Rashida, but Pinhole Rashida puts us off daily casts. Oh no, it doesn't because of prepaid. We just need to trash a Rashida here. It's a cohort guidance program. Okay, if we trash this, we can install daily casts, but we want to deny Hyobu as much money as we can because Hyobu just doesn't have a lot of money. Gotta kill, yeah. Anything that gives Hyobu money, we'll trash. Just about. Because this identity needs money, because it doesn't actually do anything. Very importantly, complete image is functionally a threat card. It's threat 3. Okay, they probably push on an agenda here. This has to be like a new card or like obviously worse than either of these. So we can afford to draw once. Okay, Sure Gamble prepaid is pretty good. Our early Hermes is probably fantastic. But I think we're just going to do prepaid Sure Gamble daily casts. At 7 credits, we could actually face check. We could do credit Sure Gamble run. And assuming it's a Peeping Tom, that's an okay trade for us. We definitely want to do this. And the question is whether we do the daily cast or not. We're assuming this is not a damage. I don't know what agenda we're worried about here. So Rashida's the worst case. If a cohort fires, a cohort files. We'll just get our money down. We've struggled with early economy. Our liquidity is not very good. So if there's a Rashida or a cohort here, it'll fire. It's funny that all the ID does is give money. No, it gives information. This was a spoiler card we had on the channel as like from the Ashes cycle. And even back then there was more card pool that did expose, but this has never done anything. And so there's gonna be a lot of cards that we don't know the text of, which is kind of an advantage sometimes. Oh, no Rashida. So Hermes on the bottom kind of stinks. This is probably strictly wrong. Oh, love to see it. Let's go. Celebrity Gift. We're going to sell our hand and gain an extra credit. This hand probably has a lot of agendas in it. So Celebrity Gift. Oh, Flower Sermon. Okay, whoa. That was a lot of money really quickly. So he showed the hand. It was Attitude Adjustment, love it. Flower Sermon, Thimblerig, Viral Weaponization. So we have to be a bit scared of cards on the table because of Viral Weaponization and Flower Sermon. Flower Sermon is a reveal card. And then Attitude Adjustment, put those back into R&D. So now R&D is wide open. Subliminal Engine is good, yeah, but they can just run usually. How's it going, by the way, sorry, yeah? So we want to run R&D here, and ideally with a Hermes. That will work too. We haven't seen any active damage. So we know the hand at this point has unknown cards, a Thimble Rig. Oh, no, there is a Snare. So if that's the case, we can install the buffer drive. I think we can afford to for 2 credits. The other option is to install Matryoshka, which might be a bit safer. And then we can run R&D last click. What happens if we take a Snare? I think we'll take the risk. Last click Snare? Moonpool. Huh. What's in the remote? We no idea. Are we more scared of them drawing the Moonpool? Now, Moonpool is a win condition. But they also took all the agendas out of their hands, so this might not matter. I think I'm okay with them drawing this. It might be an agenda. It might be an agenda. It could easily be an agenda. But so far, we were only looking at 4 2s, so they're going to need some extra support. They have Moonpool, Unknown, Thimble Rig, Snare. Okay. So we can break 1 ice. No problem. We're going to need another credit here. We could go for a diversion of funds. The problem is like it's not that good. So that's probably the Moonpool on server 3. So we do diversion funds on HQ. That's the only thing we're going to break. Assuming they spend like 2 or 3 credits on it. Tattoo Bowl is the worst case. Like it's not actually a really great diversion of funds because we're probably going to spend about 5 credits. At least with prepaid is cheap. So we'll drop Docklands or Miss Bones. Looks like Miss Bones is going to do something. We've seen a fair few assets already. So we can do Miss Bones, clear the Moonpool, and they'll probably be in the same spot they were before. And Ches was really good. So this should be the Moonpool. That's bad. Got him. We can die here to Mindscapings. Why does Table Snare always get me? That's a Netrunner. I'm not going to trash this, I don't think. We lost to Chesva, which sucks, because that's like akin to losing like 12 to 14 credits. We didn't have to take this risk, but we did. They played us. I don't think we're going to trash it. So we could just lose right here. Yep. This looks like John Snare from Snare. What are you going to do, Snare me? So far, they spent 6 credits. This seems okay. That honestly was okay. That was a cheaper diversion of funds for us. Like, we didn't play this diversion of funds and it just happened. So we didn't die. That's kind of a plus. Losing the Chesva was by far the worst case. So I don't think I'm going to clear the tag just yet. We have an incentive to do Dirty Laundry Hermes, and if we lose to Mindscaping this turn, so be it. Pretty sure there's some advice about running last click. Can't remember what it was. Yeah, I don't think I care about it in the Hyobu. I think we're okay trading a click and 2 credits for the daily cast. I think the class act is like okay. The full Miss Bones, like that kind of feels a bit worse. And now we have to be a bit careful because the more the tank draws, the more likely they are to set up what's it called? A moon pool combo. Okay, so moon pool might have an agenda in hand, so we need to go either hand or the table. TO duties distracting me from what day and time it is, and then YouTube also declined to send me a ping. Oh, Mondi, sorry to hear that. Hopefully you're doing well. How's your TO duties? Okay, we want to get this down. That's something. Here we can probably do a diversion of funds. Tang's on 7 credits. If we do diversion of funds, we can check server 4. I'm okay for that. We die to anemone. People tag trashing TC always strikes me as a little puzzling. Oh, that's a bummer. There's a significant tempo hit for marginal value. Yes, it depends if their credits are really good. Now, this tattoo bowl is interesting because if we bounce it, he'll get 4 credits. So just not breaking this is technically already on its own a diversion of funds. However, do you think he has another ice in hand? We knew that he has a thimble rig, which might be here. So we're actually sometimes okay just walking away from this and just saying that's fine. But tattoo bowl on HQ is really, really good to us. How much do you need to score out? You need about 5 credits to score out. I'm going to let this fire. Okay. So we can check the table. We know this is a snare. We don't know server 2, we don't know server 4, but they've been on the table for a moment. We can run R&D, or we can just drop. I think we're going to just drop. If it's a moon pool, like with the worst case, I guess we lose our whole hand. If it's a flower sermon, it's pretty bad for us. And I guess snare makes a lot of sense on a flower sermon deck. So if we run server 4, if it's a snare, we lose. Can't be 2 snares. That's impossible. That's the thimble rig. Okay, that's the one card we knew. I'll pay a credit to figure out what this is. Died anemone? Yeah, I know. But I'm not expecting anemone in Hyobu. This is going to be the moon pool. Oh, it's a public health portal. Okay. This is credit negative. Are we thinking this deck is running Vera? I don't think so. Does Vera reveal? I guess it does, but Vera's also like 4 influence. Oh, wow. It's a public health Bamboo Dome. So Bamboo Dome reveals Fuji, Mindscaping, Mind. We're not dead. They have Mindscaping. We're almost dead. Yeah, that's quite the reveal. This is where showing what your deck is about is actively bad. So showing us double Mindscaping was probably not worth it. Yeah, Bamboo Dome is the R&D only. So what did this do? They clicked it to gain a credit, reveal the top 3 cards of R&D, secretly choose 1 to add to HQ, return the others to the top of R&D in any order. So there's a Fuji amongst it, and they have 2 Mindscapings coming up. So we have to clear the tags guaranteed. They have Fuji. We don't know what server 2 is. I think we're just going to clear the tags and drop a bit. This costs, what, 2 to trash? Lago is pretty good. I'm going to remove the tag for sure. And then it's either we install Lago for 1 credit. We've lost 1 buffer drive. To be fair, they're on an ice which gives tag, so it makes sense to have at least 1 influence free tag punishment. Yes. When we know that this card here, I think, is the Peeping Tom, so it's like no surprise. I'll install this for 1 credit, or we can install the daily cast to get our money back up. We're going to need money. I think we'll just do this. Scry 3, draw 1, gain 1. Yes, but you reveal the cards to us. And cannot be understated that that is technically a downside. There's a lot of weird Jateki cards that use that sort of like Yomi space to be like, you know what I know, and then you can use that to your advantage. Like our opponent did. We knew that there was a moon pool in hand and they put a snare on the table. Like that's kind of sick. But every time they click this, they click for a credit to functionally like filter draw a card. Obviously it's better in Hyobu, but I don't even know if it's that good. It allows you to protect the top of R&D though. So running R&D never makes sense. That's kind of neat. Fuji, Spin Doctor, Spin Doctor. So it looks like the Fuji probably went back and was on the bottom 3. Now we know they likely have a Spin Doctor in hand, which protects the Fuji on top of the deck. This card, like, I don't even think we have to trash it. Eventually we do if we want to win off of R&D, but we're trying to win off HQ here. Remy Doom is one of the red sand cards that rotated and unrotated until observed. It's weird. It's definitely a weird card. All right, second ice. So Boomerang should get through that, but I want to avoid Boomerang this. If they res any ice on the server, we're okay. Are there any cards which let you do something secretly? Yes, like Sprint. Anansi, right? I think there's a fair few. If that's what you mean, right? So server 4 probably is a Spin Doctor. Sprint doesn't say secretly? Well, but it does, right? Do you just want X secretly? There's that neutral one where you have to pick even or odd, or sorry, not push your luck, but there was the one that, well, there's a lot that says secretly. I guess all side games are secretly. Which one am I thinking about? This one, which is not great. Oh no, this is not the one I'm thinking of. There's a neutral one that says like bypass on ice if they do your side game. Okay, thinking. So we need to get back into the game. I feel like they have so much work to do. We don't have to overextend here. We can just set up and play like Netrunner. So we'll definitely draw up. Okay, Bravado is definitely something. We don't have a lot of money, but this puts us down to 1 credit, which means if we do this on 1 credit, what can he res that'll be a problem for us? I don't think there's that much he can res. So we can always just do credit Bravado server 4 to force the res. The worst case is like a Bathinimus, I guess. Oh no, it's only 1 strength on the server 4. Okay, that's worth something. I'm gonna Bravado server 4. Now we're not threatening to access, but if we break here, we get money. Well, that's mean. I'm glad we get this out of the way. For 1 credit short of breaking this, look at the top 3 cards of R&D, arrange them in any order. You may draw 1 card. You may trash 1 card in HK if you do trash a resource. Yeah, whatever. We lose the daily cast again. The funny thing is, like, we don't pass this, so we actually get fewer cards from Bravado because it trashes itself. We're 1 credit short of breaking this. Oh no, well, not really. Balramu themed wardrobe for the stream. My partner knit this for me. I'm a big sheep fan in general. How's it going, Ian? At least get 2 credits off this cast? Yeah. Yeah. It was -1. Government investigations, which hilariously affects push your luck. All right, so we can pay 1 to get some information. They can't fire snare, so I think we might as well, right? Unless we're going to run somewhere else this turn. I don't think we are. I think we're going to install our Lago or our Class Act. Probably our Class Act first. Flower Sermon. Oh. Wait, that's hella sick. Okay, so they're setting up to Moonpool. So this is a snare. We'll keep that on the table. We can run R&D. They know the top of R&D. So I'm just going to return the ice, I think, to hand. And now we can decide to run server 2, or we can decide to do nothing. Allowing them to reposition the ice is a bit not great. Now this installs for 3 and draws 4, which we probably want that more than anything else. Paladin is great here. So we're just going to make sure we don't overextend, because clearly he's up to some nonsense, and we just don't want to be caught by nonsense. We've been being caught off guard by cards we're not expecting a fair bit, so we can afford to play a bit more conservatively here. Stream should really been called Castaway. All right, celebrity gift. They have a Fuji, Mindscaping, Peeping Tom. Okay, so tags really matter. I don't know what else they're going to play the tag as. Like, I'm expecting a Fauna Tria at some point. Hush the Tattoo is hot. It makes Peeping Tom blank, I believe. Yeah, it also does turn off Peeping Tom. So they discarded 1 card, so we don't know what this is. We know there's a Fuji in hand, 2 Mindscapings, 2 Peeping Toms. Peeping Tom is totally dead to Hush. This deck puts the 90 in shenanigans. I said it like that just so that the joke would work. You're welcome. All right. I don't think we have to do much here. We can consider running Archives. I don't know if server 2 is a Spin Doctor. Probably is not. But with Moonpool, like, running Archives has some value to it. I guess we'll do the Paladin first. Moonpool, Thimblerig, Peeping Tom. So they're on a full play set of Peeping Toms. That's 9 influence. So Spin Doctors, that's 12. So Snare, unknown. But this has been on the table suspiciously for a while. So I think we can just take a turn off. We can host the Matryoshka. We probably should have drawn a card first because of the way that these things work. Yeah, we misstructured the turn. Don't stress about it too much. And then we'll just host the Matryoshka. We actually might not need it. It might be better to get the Lago down for 1 credit. Yeah, because we can't get this cheaper with Paladin. I wonder if we're going to get like public trailed into something. That'll be bad. All right, they're just clicking for credit. Mindscaping, Public Health, Rashida. It's hard to track this. Really, Maganga uses if you and the runner spend a different number, not spent, which I think is the only instance. Possibly the most useless Netrunner trivia. Wait, is that actually true? It is a Red Sands. Oh no, it's a Katara card. Well, Maganga, not Sadaka, excuse me. Okay, so Mindscaping, Public Health, Rashida. This could be either of those. We can run the table relatively safely, I think. We don't have a Bones. How bad is Snare? We just don't want to be caught in a snare situation. Hush is really good. So we can run one of these and not risk snare. We know one of these is probably Rashida. The other could be a moon pool. Or that portal that they're really trying to force. So we also know there's a spin doctor somewhere. So we found the spin doctor. Would love to follow the stream, but I'm falling asleep. Counting sheep on your sweater. Silent. Get some good rest. Don't worry, there's always a VOD. It's like 12. And actually they go on all the, there's a lot of sheep. So we run server 5, it could be a snare last click. We know the deck's on multiple snare. Otherwise, if a Rashida goes through, it's pretty bad. They put back a Peeping Tom and a Moon Pool. This is the sort of turn where they can Moon Pool from hand because they have a lot of options. So if we run this in as a snare, we'll have too few cards in hand and we die to double Mindscaping. So that strictly loses us the game. It might have been fine to not sure gamble that turn, just because we could have done next turn relatively well. So we could just install the Class Act here and use our Az to draw more cards. I think that's fine. If it's a Rashida, it's a Rashida. So we'll bottom a Lagu. We have to watch out. Luckily, Matryoshkas does break Sadakas. Oh, it's a public health portal. Okay, fine. We get one of those. Stall Lagu and call it fine. I'm going to go for the Class Act. I don't think I want to Lagu until we find a second buffer drive. And even then, this deck is doing nothing. We just built a bad Az deck. We're not even installing Lagus. Okay, so this public health portal, reveal the top card. So they functionally gain 3 credits. There's a powers that be, which is probably in server 7. So here we have to contest this agenda or the powers that be, and at some point the public health portal. So we actually have a lot of things to do this turn. We also can just like get a Hermes, which shouldn't be that hard. We're pretty sure there's a Fuji in HQ. It's been a while. It's hard to track on Jane and all this sort of stuff. But here we can install something. We can install the twinning out of pocket, sure gamble to get money. If they score a flower sermon, we can bounce some stuff. So we probably do sure gamble twinning, run server 7, run server 5, and just say you can score out if you have, you can. Because it's going to be expensive for them to score out. Oh, if we do the sure gamble, we can't. Because we need 4 credits. This drops us down to 3 credits. We're a credit short. So we probably don't twinning this turn. We probably just do sure gamble, run, run. This should be a powers. Yeah, can't have that. We need to trash this card because now it is giving them 3 credits every turn. What do we see at the top of the deck? They revealed it, right? It's a... Oh, powers, yeah. Okay. We have 1 click left. We haven't done Az, so we can install the Lagu if we want to. We can host a Matryoshka. We can install the twinning and just say, I don't care that it doesn't get a charge. That's also probably fine. We don't know what this is. If this is a moon pool, it's a bit ugly. They have a Rashida somewhere too. Server 4 could just be Rashida. I'm just going to install this. I don't care about the Paladin credits. Man, losing the Chesla. Yeah, it is Rashida. Okay, good. So now they can probably moon pool. They have enough cards in hand to score out of Mindscaping. Actually, maybe the worst case here is that they score out of viral weaponization. We lose in our entire hand. That would probably be the worst case. Luckily, we got the twinning out on the table, and we don't actually need any of these cards. The Hush is kind of cute, but we have to be slightly more aggressive because moon pool into viral weaponization could be bad. What do we play public health portal with federal fundraisings? You can do it. Problem is like public health portal is very bad. It's like only 1 influence, but the res to trash cost ratio is kind of rough. Like you might as well run federal fundraising and balance coverage. That was the original idea of Reaper NEH. Wait, what? Izzy, how's it going? We need to get a good bounce here, right? So I don't know what's on the table, but we need to make sure there's not agendas in hand. So here, I think I don't care about the Hush and HQ. I think we want to just run HQ. Ideally, we install a card first so that we can get more value and see more cards with twinning. I think it's probably just like Hush HQ run. C2. We still have our Docklands and our Wakes. I see Hyobi's going better already. Hey, let's go. Tattoo, Miraju, annoying. Okay, now we have to deal with the table. And I'm pretty sure there's snares, and I'm pretty sure there's viral weaponization. So I actually want to get cards out of hand. That's a lie. Surely? Yeah, probably. So what can we do here? Running archives makes sense so we don't lose to Regenesis. I think I will work that into the turn. I didn't originally intend that, but this also plays around Moonpool. Okay, threw out 1 Mindscaping. So we probably just install a Lagu. Or just host a Matryoshka. I don't know if we're going to need 3 of these, but at least if a viral goes off here, it's not the worst. Today's been chill. Grabbed breakfast at a bakery, got fresh bread, stopped at a different coffee shop, and brought some queer art from them. Yo, that's sick. That sounds like a pretty good Tuesday. We lost our Hush. That's okay. We'll come back with a buffer drive, but getting through a Peeping Tom would be pretty fun. Hard to read what the board state is, but like there's a Fuji somewhere. And unfortunately they have snares somewhere. Ice on archives as well. Okay. So we need to assemble some part of their board. That is a diversion of funds. Do you think we can get through HQ for 4 credits? There's a chance we can't. Right? But if we diversion for funds here, like we really want a Chesva, it costs them some amount of money. I don't know. They haven't been hitting the bamboo dome button. What did we see in HQ? I totally forgot. Mirage and Tattoo Bola. Okay. Miss Bones would be something. Okay, this hand's not great. I do think that there's a viral weaponization on the table, and that's why they didn't want to give us our hand. So if we go in here for 4 credits, we'll be making a run on HQ. On 4 credits, we'll have 4 cards in hand. So Peeping Tom, if I'm not mistaken, is 3 strength? No, it's 4 strength. And has subroutines equals to cards in hand. Yeah, 4 strength. So that means we actually can't break it that easily. So there's definitely a viral weaponization on the table. This is another thing where they have 19 cards left in R&D. We only have 2 points. So something is afoot. The question is, what is server 2? It's been there forever. Server 8 and server 9 were installed last turn. So powers that be is not unlikely. Rashido would have probably fired last turn. And so I'm assuming that there's at least 1 moon pool we need to deal with. We run server 8 and we take a tag. That's fine. It's a snare. We'll just clear the tag. We need to find a moon pool here. It's a cohort. Okay. I don't think we care about the cohort that much. Like, it's good for them, but as long as we're running archives, it doesn't matter. It is good for them, though. But them drawing cards seems good for us. So we know 3 is snare, 8 is cohort, 4 is probably agenda, 9 must be moon pool. But if it's a snare and we run last click, we die to double mindscaping. So I don't like that. We can install the Lagu. It's what our deck wants to do. It's really, I don't know what to do. We could also install Palette Boomerang for free and just get a Boomerang. And if they reinstall HQ, that's fine. I just want to get a card out of hand. This is free. And it means we can doof next turn, no problem. If he wants to over ice HQ, he can. Okay, Spin Doctor. So we know every server besides 2 and 4. What if there's another cohort on the board? That's fine. I don't think there is. We would have seen it by now. But if there's another cohort, you can do the trick. The thing is, you'd have to res it already. So now there's a face down in archives. Regenesis can't fire, but this actually might turn on Moonpool, but not more than any other time. Maybe the cohort trash is correct. I'm just like pretty sure we're playing around viral weaponization, and Tank might not want to score it out when we have like 3 cards in hand. But we have to actually worry about being ground out because we're looking at snares. And Viral is like a 5 damage card if you can score it out quickly. Okay, so Moonpool. We just need to touch cards. Next turn shouldn't be hard to touch cards. Like if we steal Fuji and we're in game point, we can be a fair bit more aggressive. But like I can't tell what's going on here. It's gonna be hard to get a read. Oh wow, we've been streaming for like nearly 4 hours. I guess one of it was 1 game. Okay, Spin Doctor. So now running archives has to be done at some point because of cohort. Okay, 4 cards in hand. We don't know what server 10 is. We don't know what server 2 and 4 is. 4 is probably an agenda. Can we just run it? No. So we diversion of funds. We're going to be on 4 credits. Peeping Tom, we can get through most of the subroutines. We can take a single tag. I'm just going to send it. Stream brought to you by Sisfis. Oh, it's a Tattoo Bullet. Okay. So we will boomerang that. We might actually go for the Axis here. We do need the money. But we might like surprise go for the Axis here. Because we can see 3 cards and it's likely there's an agenda in hand. Tang hasn't been using the Bamboo Dome. Do we want 5 credits? We do want 5 credits. Yeah, okay. We do need the money. So now we can just like run server 4, I think. So I think we need to run archives. That's a priority to deal with cohort. So we can just run archives. I'm assuming that's why the Spin Doctor's on the table too. I'm going to run archives. I think making sure that archives is flipped. There's probably an agenda on the table. I don't know where the moon pool is. Tattoo Bull. Okay, you can have money. So Spin Doctor will be popped here. This is an agenda for sure. Yep. Okay, so powers that be in Spin Doctor. So that turns off Regenesis, that turns off Cohort. So now the question is, what's server 10? We've been checking, so there's a chance that there is a snare on the table. It'll be bad if it's a Cohort, because then you can do Cohort into Cohort. Once a Sermon gets on the table, it's a problem. Respecting an enemy Reaper, I don't think so. I'm not actually sure what Hyoba's doing. Like, we haven't seen a complete image, but I'm not sure you have slots for all that sort of stuff. Like, we would have seen a Reaper by now, unless the deck's on, like, one Reaper. From this point, we could draw to get 4 cards in hand, so we can lose all of those cards to the bad thing. We can run HQ. We can run the Cohort. I think we just run the Cohort, actually. Because now we're not weak to double Cohort. I mean, complete image is total ass, even if you know the exact hand. No, it's not that bad. If you know the exact hand and you get down to 2 or 3 cards, it's like a 30% or 50% win rate. Like, you take that. We won with complete image before. It's like not the best thing you can do, but it's fine. Bamboo Dome to reveal cards from HQ. What? Bamboo Dome has Spin Doctor powers that be Peeping Tom. Man, this thing's hard to track. So this could be powers, and there could be an agenda. I think there's an agenda on server 4. Where are the agendas? I don't know. I think there's an agenda in server 4. We just don't have the money to check. We just have been bad on money. Peeping Tom scales with cards in hand. If there's a snare in server 4, we lose, and we've been really hard at tracking our opponent. Quested for complete image for a bit, and my record is 2 cards in hand, aka 50-50. Yeah, 50-50 can do it. Like, if you can get the game down to a 50-50, that's a reasonable win rate. You bet on your coin flip all you want. All right, agendas have to be on the table. The top of R&D is entirely safe unless they chose to put an agenda there. So it's either running HQ or running server 4. Now, if we run server 4, there's 2 ice here. The most expensive ice we've seen is Peeping Tom, I think. We're on 6 credits, no Chesva. I don't know what to do. Like, we could Boomerang run server 4 and assume that 6 credits gets through a single ice, and it probably does. It's just we die to table 4 snare. Whatever, I'll die to snare. We should probably draw once. Okay. Peeping Tom. Drawing was bad. So now we can take a tag. They get a credit. Might be a Fuji in their mode. Keep that in mind. Yeah. It's not unlikely. If it's a Fuji, it's a problem for us because we can die to complete image. So we want to break this. It's actually like 3 credits. Or we can just take a tag. They have Mindscaping. I think we have to break this. I think we're overextending. I think this is a typical overextend. We probably have to win this turn. I don't think we should have done anything. They're on 0 points. Like, we actually don't have to interact. This is us messing up. So this puts us on 3 credits. On 3 credits, we can break. I honestly don't know what we can break. The Sai Santana at a minimum. We're hoping this is a Thimble Rig. If it's another Peeping Tom, I think we know what the second one is on R&D and one got shuffled back. So I don't know what this is, if it's bad for us. If it's a Nancy, we're fine. Tom only had 1 sub. No, it had 1 for each card in hand. Oh, they name a card type. Oh, wait a second. I did it wrong. You're right. Hold on. Wait, sorry. I thought Peeping Tom was not a type. I thought it was just cards in hand. This is so hard to read the log here. They name event. I only had 1 event. I didn't need to break that. Yeah, thank you. You paid, right? Yeah, I paid. I didn't know how Peeping Tom worked. I thought it was just cards in hand. I didn't know you have to name something. So they said resource, so now we break this for 4. So 2 for strength, 2 for the subroutines that matter. Wow, it actually knows. Oh, because it gains the subroutines. Yeah, there's 1 sub. Yeah, that's on me. It is a Fuji. Okay. So we can die to complete image. If we draw, we actually die if tank has a complete image in hand. So we have to probably win this turn. Oh no, this is only 2 damage. So we can get it down to 50-50. So Hermes will bounce, I think, the unknown card. Yeah, we can lose the complete image here. It's a 5 credit play. We can trash one in HQ. Like, maybe we just run HQ here. So if we draw, the idea is that with complete image, Hyobu can find out what our hand is. Just draw, yeah, but then it's still, 50% chance. Maybe I don't feel that bad losing to 50% chance. Complete image is what, 3 to trash? Two to trash. So the other options we can run HQ. The problem is we haven't seen a complete image. It's not like you could draw another Lago. Oh, that's really funny. Yeah, I think we do draw here and just say it's a 50-50 because like Tank can always look at our hand and 50% of the time we survive. So 1 in 5 versus a 1 in 2. It's not a 1 in 5 because we can see 3 cards from HQ. So we could die here. It's about a 50% chance. And even then you have to see both cards in our hand. But Tang knows one of the cards. So draw. You can Bamboo Dome. So it looks like we need to draw a card past the Bamboo Dome. Okay, so we're fine. Great. So we have to make sure we always end with cards in hand. Because for those who don't know, this is a complete image. It says play only the runner has 3 more agenda points and made a successful run. So if we don't do anything, I don't know how Tang can win here. As long as there are no face downs in archives. Choose a card name. Do a net damage. If you do this, repeat. This might not be a complete image kill deck. We haven't seen one so far. So I think we just sit back. There might be an agenda on the table. It would have to be Moonpool into something. We need money. Paladin will install a Chesva. I think we just keep some cards in hand. And we can probably run HQ safely next turn. We're losing our prepaid credit. this Az deck is just not the best Az deck at all. The cool thing we wanted to spend influence on just isn't doing anything. Like we lost 6 influence. Okay, this cohort. So here, you don't need a cohort to Moonpool, but you might as well if you can. So now we have to consider running archives so that we don't get cohorted into a 4-2. Again, there's still a lot of points in only like 17 cards in central servers. So something's got to give. The thing is, like, as soon as Bamboo Dome happens, like Fuji weapon, this means 100% that there's an agenda in the top 3 of R&D, right? There's no way around it. I haven't not been paying attention to the log at all, which might be frustrating if you're watching this, but guaranteed now there's an agenda in the top 3 cards. So if we run R&D and C2 cards, we have to win, right? Because you can add one of these. What does Bamboo Dome say? I don't even know. Reveal the top 3. We see 2 agendas. Secretly add one of those to HQ, return the others. So out of the top 2 cards R&D, one of them has to be an agenda. This is a huge downside to Bamboo Dome. There is an agenda on top of R&D guaranteed. Or in the second slot. Credit. Okay. So unless there's a shuffle ability on the table, which could be Miraju or Spin Doctor, we can run R&D and we should have a win there. Revealing cards is such a huge deal. Yeah, the benefit of playing Hyobu online is that people don't pay attention to this. They don't pay attention to this chat log. In person, if so you show someone an agenda, they remember it. Okay, so we have 5 credits to work with. We can't let Anansi fire. Anansi is 6 credits. So we can do credit. So we have 7 credits. We can run R&D. But micro giraffe, yeah, the teacup giraffe is really cute. The original printing FFG art of Sadaka? Okay, that doesn't do anything. We have to break it though. Disraising spin means there's an agenda in hand minimum, so even spin isn't a true save? No, it's not. So this seems like a true save. It's not. We can't let this be broken. Like we have to break this because of Trash's twinning. So look at the top 3. We can't let this happen. It's always funny how the Trixie Jinteki cards are balanced so badly, possibly because if they were better, the runner would be in decision paralysis. It's like the fun Netrunner, supposedly. So they need to have a shuffle effect here, or we're guaranteed to find an agenda. Now, if they do have a shuffle effect and we bomb into a snare, we actually can lose the game. Yeah, Matryoshka is so much better now. Izzy, I don't think I've realized that it's a lot easier to play. I don't know when it changed. Breach server? Okay. They have a Spin Doctor, so there's 2 agendas in hand. So now we actually want to see fewer cards to not risk a snare. We know there's 1 snare here, which is why we didn't trash it. So they can't shuffle it in. They have to overinstall it, which at this point they should have. They should have installed something on top of the snare to get back into archives. So we can either access multiple cards here and risk the snare, but also multiple cards risks the win. I'm going to risk the win. Good. I do not know what the combo was, but viral weaponization is very frightening. Yeah, that was a weird game. Hey, thanks, you too. They almost had us. There were some windows where we almost flatlined, but I do think, like, at the end of the day, as long as we're not losing to viral weaponization and we're keeping the board slightly honest, we can just kind of stay back. So it was a moon pool, no surprise. Archives had nothing. Let's just do some work. I just want to see what else is in here. Card from deck, Flower Sermon. Okay, nothing. Card from deck, Rashida. Great. Yeah, there had to be points somewhere. Hey, Santa. Yeah. Ivik? Oh, cool. That's actually really sick because there's mostly code gates here. So there's 2 Peeping Toms. We saw that. This is a Sadaka. 3 Sadakas is pretty wild. It doesn't reveal, does it? No, it doesn't reveal. Just a Sadaka. The hand was almost entirely agendas too. Oh, did they show the hand? Fuji longevity mines. Yeah, that's true. I think they were trying to moon pool them away. I think they could have. They could have scored out by now. Pretty sure. Oh, thanks. I think you could have started scoring. I'm kind of really scared to check cards in remote. Oh. Oh, you have a lot right now. Oh, awkward. Yeah, I guess they have a lot now because they rezzed into them. But I'm pretty sure the Bamboo Dome was better for us than them. The Ivik Peeping Tom synergy? Yeah. You only play code gates, why not? Man, Tattoo Bowl is so good. I know I said this was a ban me please card, but oh my god, you know how much of the game playing against Shinteki is like warping around Tattoo Bowl at 2 cost ice? It's incredible. This card is absurd. Yeah, it was really good. Messed me up. You could have won from it if you had the Mindscapings. I got pretty close to the sun. A -2 cost dice? Yeah, let's say that. Fortunately, another example of bad cards are bad for reasons. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Did you like this with the Ag Infusion deck more? This? Axu? This? For sure this. This was actually kind of neat. And it wasn't just numbers go up. No shot? Okay. All right. Oh, I left without saying bye. Excuse me. So sorry. Tank. Good game. All right. That's going to be mostly it for today. We'll be back on Thursday. I recorded a video. So I recorded the learn to deck building thing yesterday, and it's 3-hour recording. It's 3 hours. That's just frankly way too long. So one of 2 things is going to happen. Either tonight or tomorrow morning, I'm going to look through the footage and see if I can salvage it to something that's like at least 1.5 hours. And if not, I'm going to re-record it. Oh, Anarcho, before you go, your deck list, right? Hold on. Fake ending. Psych. It's the Stinger. Throw out my 419? Wait, I wanted to see this. Well, in Bristol, the UK Nats, I knew I wanted to visit some of the skate parks. Bristol has a pretty good reputation for the skate scene, so I had to sample some of what the city had to offer. I hope to go on to the Thursday, but my plans changed slightly, so Monday was the only day where, unfortunately, it rained quite poorly. Nonetheless, below I've listed and reviewed the skate spots I managed to visit in Bristol. 3 hours is so long. I know, but Jeff, it's not 3 hours. It's 3 hours because I like stop and re-record myself. Like the video shouldn't be more than 2 hours. It's probably 1.5 hours. I've just been struggling to record. I need as many eyes on it. I'll read through this at some point. I technically know how to skateboard. I think the video game I've probably spent the most playing my childhood is Tony Hawk Pro Skater. So I'm like technically a skateboard fan. Tony Hawk Pro Skater, I'm quite good at it. So I'm not trying to rub it in. These look nice. Whoa, there's that many skate parks in Bristol? That's sick. Otherwise, the list, Shinteki assets. It has Amalia as wage workers. There's 3 bringing them home. Ooh, 3 false lead as well. I wonder what the win condition is here, because I don't think scoring out. Oh, no Prana. Wild. So just full assets. That's cool. I played THPS too, so I'm basically a pro skater. I didn't play it. I like 100%ed all of those games, so I'm just saying. I want to make more new player content, but I've got too many things, Jeff. Yeah, don't stress about it. Okay, what is her other list? A bid for Dublin Worlds? Oh, I see what you're doing here. So Anarcho's been the loud person in the room trying to get Dublin Worlds, which honestly I'm fine with it. Irish Worlds will be pretty fun. And it is just a boring 419 list. So nice try. Maybe you should have put Prana in this one, and then people would have shown up to Dublin in a couple months. Maybe just try harder. Yeah, it's fine. This is fine. I honestly think the problem with the 419 list is that there's just not enough money in them. Like the mining accents can land, but like this deck just does not have a lot of money. Like if your opponent, puts ice on the table, these kind of struggle. Roost, got him. Yeah, I know. You did good. I'd be down for Dublin Worlds. Yeah, honestly, I would too. I've not been to Ireland. I like the UK. We're assuming it's going to be on the other side of the ocean next year. I'm assuming we'll find out relatively soon too. Don't make bad runs and just win before you run out of money. It's the Crim way. I've saw so many footage of like Erin. She's just on one credit struggling to play like a bravado. And yeah, it works. It can be good and stuff, but it's hard out there. It's hard out there. You have to not make bad runs. That's for sure. Load bearing Mystic. Crim is rough. He's right. Don't make bad runs. Yeah, Crim is kind of rough right now. It's not doing good anywhere. I'd like to know soon so that I can plan my European vacations. I think you'll know in January. I'm pretty sure. Okay, with that, we'll be back. We're working on some video content. I think I'm going to go do a quick review. Matt sent in a review. I'll do that in the meantime if I need more time to make sure that my video is as good as it should be or I want it to be. But otherwise, thank you so much for hanging out. These are names of folks that support the channel. Yeah, thank you to all these names and more. We're supported on Patreon, which gives me the ability to take Tuesday afternoons off and just hang out and stream for what is over 4 hours, which is an absolute treat. Let me tell you, honestly, like highlight of the week very easily. We also stream Thursday nights. You probably know that. If you want to support the channel, firstly, just liking the video helps a heck of a lot just to offset the sort of like emotional damage that Axu is imparting on the world sometimes. He's a treasure though. I want to be very clear. He's a treasure. If you don't know, we think Axu's the best. Otherwise, again, if you want to join in the Patreon gang, you can find a link below. There's also a whole bunch of daily cast patrons whose names are unfortunately not here. I think I need to update these names with like changing the color of the rings because it's been a minute, and we generally do update that for every like milestone. So that's mostly it. We'll be back on Thursday. Pat might join this Thursday. It's been a while. I've not been in perfect health. I think we're getting to the point where Thursday makes sense. And then hopefully we'll have a video either, definitely not tomorrow, but as soon as Saturday would be the best case scenario. I've been like honestly really bummed out by how bad video production's been on this channel. I was sick last weekend and they record something and it's terrible and I scrap it and they record it and it's 3 hours across a Tuesday and or Monday night and it's been rough. So we'll try and figure it out. But I promise you some patience. We'll get some good stuff on the channel real soon. Cool. Thanks so much for hanging out. We'll be back in a bit. Enjoy your watching. Again, we'll link in the description. Ba has all the UK Nat stuff up on his channel, so you can grab that. Thanks for the stream. See you later. The Concord, thanks for dropping by. Hey, Jakob. Pat stream. Yeah, that should be Thursday, hopefully. I haven't checked it with Pat, but we tried to do last week, but I wasn't feeling great. Take care.